Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you had a good night last night. Today is Thursday, March the 17th. It is 10 minutes before the opening bell, you guys. Let's get straight to it, man. Looks like the market is pulling back. Jobless claims numbers are out. Looks like they're reacting to that here. It's a new day, another dollar. Early bird gets the worm. Ladies and gentlemen, this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. Live ideas of thoughts and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. So again, jobless claims numbers are out. 200,000 difference from last week. Looks like the market is reacting to it now. We do just see a slight pullback. We're not seeing a lot of red here. Yeah, we're seeing a slight pullback, a slight one. Let's see here. Let's get this stuff set up. What happened to that? But yeah, you guys, just a slight pullback right now. The indices are in the red here, opening up in the morning. I see some guys say they missed the FOMC yesterday. Yeah, man, dang, you did. You really did. It was very interesting yesterday. Powell got a lot off. Say he'll be back in May, so we won't see him next month, but the following. And that's really just what it is, man. That's really just what it is. Let's see here. It was really like it really just went down and then shot right back up. It was weird. It was kind of like when the statement was, well, it was not kind of what actually happened was the statement release, basically giving you an update. The statement release, the market reset really went back all the way to the morning low from yesterday and then just went right back up from that high as well. So it did the same thing twice yesterday. It was cool. It was weird. It was weird, man. It was weird. It was crazy. It was crazy though, man. It was crazy. But you know, you caught the recap. You caught it on the live stream. But pre-market despise down about $2. Triple Qs is down about $2 here. Looks like the Dow is down about $1 here. So some stocks pulled back slightly, but not a lot. Yeah, this is what they did here. Pull back slightly, but not a lot right now. As of right now, they did tag resistance from yesterday, and we're not seeing them get above it right now. Now, when the market opens here, things can change. We know that. But we're gonna watch and learn. Watch and learn. That's what it's about. That is what it's about. Okay, so I already had that one. Wow. But yeah. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We're about to get the opening bell kicked off here in about 5-6 minutes. Hope y'all ready. This week going by fast. Time change. Got the week going by fast, man. For real. It's really about to be Friday, you guys, already. Wow. We're halfway through March. It's exciting out here.
Do you love Gantt charts?
It looks like no live briefing here at all right now. No live briefings this early yet. I'm not seeing any. Just wanted to double check it, you know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Let's see. Yeah, so it looks like President Biden, he does talk here at 10:30 a.m. He's doing a meeting with Michael Martin. It looks like somebody in Ireland. That'll be live from the White House, but that's later. That's about another hour from now, but yeah, we have that ready and pulled up. Market about to open here in 5 minutes, though, you guys. So we're gonna play some tunes, get in the zone here, get in the vibe. But good morning again. Good morning again. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get this money. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen.
Poncho!
Mama know who Cub Scout is.
Up on the ops, get us go. Calling her T, know we gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O. Smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low. I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough. Like fuck is a dough. Up on the ops, get us go. Calling her T, know we gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O. Smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low. I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough.
Mama know who Cub
Like fuck is a dough.
I roll me away and I'm getting lifted. I pop me a pill and I'm getting tripped. I fucking that bitch and you know I'm dipping. I smash on no gas, yeah, I gotta get it. I beat up that pop, man, I'm water whipping. Every day I wake up, yeah, I'm in the trenches. If you start the problem, no, I gotta finish.
Big Bay, yeah, they call me the slum. I don't give a fuck how you feel. Shady ass nigga, you ain't real. Catch this motherfucking heat, catch this motherfucking steel. Little nigga ain't real. Nigga on the real deal. My time is money, so where's the bill? Undercover boy, go bitch. Undercover boy, you a bitch. Talk to 12, boy, you a snitch. Hell nah, you a snake. Get the fuck on my face. Chopper spraying like some fucking mace. Commit a crime with a fucking race. Thick bitch, I just wanna taste. Her pussy so good. Shot spray, that's the hood.
I'm copping them peas, fuck is a zone. Throwing them peas, I'm in the end zone. She calling my phone, she won't leave me alone. We pull up with sticks, y'all pull up with stones. These niggas be fat, man, these niggas be clones. These niggas be clones. I run to the money, I get to the cash. I'm speeding, I'm feeling like Flash. Shotsbury, nigga, I'ma get to a check. They hating on me, but I know I'm a man. Ice a nigga who gon' get to a fence. Shot that nigga in his face and I put him on his head. Got rid of it and I had that go cop a 10. If we go hit a lick, we gon' split all the bread. We gon' split all the bread.
Up on the ops, get us go. Calling her T, know we gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O. Smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low. I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough.
Mama know who Cub
Like fuck is a dough. Up on the ops, get us go. Calling her T, know we gon' blow. I'm copping a P, fuck is a O. Smoking no runs, serving the low. I'm serving the low. I ran in your trap like fuck is a dough. Like fuck is a dough.
Came from the west and he fought with the foe. They serving the fiends, man, he serving the flow.
4 locals on go. Fuck your hoe, yeah, it's a show.
I catch me a op, I'm up in the scope.
No piece of hub, but we at your door.
Mama know who Cub Scout is.
We fine. They just need to stay down.
Yeah. I already know what the fuck going on. Had to get on here, goddamn, talk my shit a little bit. You feel me? Yeah. Pulled up.
It's a big play. You feel me? The lower it go, the more it gains it give us. The higher it go, it's taking our money. He think it's gonna keep going up. He's nervous. I mean, anybody is though. You feel me? Anybody is because the way it shot up yesterday though. You see what I'm saying? When you've been doing this for a while, you are a professional, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The opening bell is here. Here we go. So this looks like we're opening out with a green candle. With all that red, they started out green. So let's see what's going to happen here. Let's see what's going to happen here. Some things opening up very, very green here. With all that red in pre-market, it looks like we're getting one green candle here to start out. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's see what's going to happen next. Now we're seeing a big red here on the SPY. Now they reversed it. They reversed it. They reversed it, ladies and gentlemen. Reversal, reversal, reversal. This is the opening bell. This is what it happens. A lot of people really don't like the opening morning trade because it does a lot at between the first 15 minutes, like really the first 5 minutes. It does do a lot, but it's just really trying to get a direction here. It's trying to figure out who's more in control, the buyer or the seller. It's AI, you guys, so give it a second. It's all algorithms. It has to figure things out. But once it does, you will know here. It looks like we're starting out here to it's still in the same range here. No confirmed direction. The triple Qs is coming down a little bit. It might be a little snitch here. They might be moving a little too fast. The oil is going up here. USO is on the high right now. But I'm seeing stocks pull back just slightly. Slightly, nothing too much. Slight pullback. They're still in the same range, you guys. Really, the SPY is really holding up here, really good here. Still below VWAP right now currently, but it's still holding up like it wants to go up anyway. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. It is too early to tell right now, but looks like they're starting to come down here. But it is still kind of early here. A little slight pullback. Getting some type of movement here, slight movement anyway. SPY making some space here to the downside. That is the low of the day right now, but it looks like we're still in the pre-market range. So nothing to get too excited about yet. Still trying to see what's going on here. It could be a dip here. This could be the real bring the market back down thing here. Like I said, I feel like you're going to get both sides of the rate hike here. Yesterday was the green day. And then we'll probably get a red day of the rate hike, but it might not be as bad as people think. We're going to see. They might prolong the bigger move is what I'm saying. So, yeah, it looks like we're not doing nothing. Still in the consolidation range here. Not really doing too much, man. Not really doing too much. SPY coming back up here, so that was the dip. Still in the same range though, consolidating, but they are buying here. Green candle now on the triple Qs in the SPY. VIX hasn't moved yet. We're going to really see what the VIX is doing here shortly. Amazon's only down 5, so that's what I'm saying. Everything's really not down a lot here. This could be a possible credit spread day. It could be buying this dip. Microsoft looks like they're in the green here. I know they're down $1, but that's the first green candle for them. So everybody pulled back here at the opening. This could be a dip, you guys. It could have just brought that dip. SPY's going up here now, so we got a low, and now we have a high here of the day as of right now, the first 3 minutes. Let's see. A lot of volatility. That's what I do notice. We're getting a lot of movement here this first 4 minutes. But you want to stay cautious. Don't move too fast. See what they got going on. Looks like they're consolidating here still. That oil is going up here, though. Notice the oil is going up. So stock's picking up now, I'm seeing. Keep in mind now, the rate hike, all that stuff is official here. So they're going to run it. They can run it here. Just keep in mind here, we had new resistance levels now, so if they break them, they make them. You get what I'm saying? But if they get rejected, then they're probably gonna stay low here today if they get rejected at the resistance levels today. It is Thursday. We got option expiration tomorrow. Quiet witching, all that is tomorrow here. Keep that in mind too. But right now the market is going up here off the dip, off the little slight pullback. We are on the high here, you guys. The market is going up. Let's see how long this is going to last. It's going up right now currently. Noticing a little pattern here. This could be a top, could be another dip here in this area right here. I'm trying to see right now. Still, volatility going crazy, man. VIX ain't even moved yet, if you noticed that. So that's why I really don't like to make moves yet until I see this moving. The VIX ain't moving yet. That's the volatility. That is your speed in the market here and your direction. So we really don't know what's going on right now. They are consolidating still. They're saying bear trap. People saying, guys, careful, long, have a stop. Nothing but bull flags everywhere. Bull trap, long SPY, not me either. Just be patient. The VIX ain't even moved yet, you guys. Y'all asking me a lot here. You're saying a lot in my comment section. Just calm down. Let it figure it out here. You got 6 minutes. It's only been open. I think it's going to be a long day. I'm sure these companies open till about 4. So you want to relax here. SPY's coming down here, so they pulled back here. Just really came back to the middle though. Didn't really fall too much here. Just right back at VWAP in the middle. So we're still in the same spot, you guys. We're still in the same spot from pre-market. They're consolidating here. There's no direction confirmed yet. We're not seeing the VIX move yet. So just calm down. They're still in the same range, basically. Nobody's winning here. No side. No traders winning yet. Let's see here. Investors, you buying shares, this is a great time to accumulate here. That's why it's consolidating. Sorry, but these are bear flags. Yeah, if you think so, but look like it's breaking out now. I'm seeing another green candle, so the SPY sold off through VWAP. Now it's back at VWAP, so we're consolidating for sure. 433. You have to be patient. That's what it looks like. Everybody's gonna have to be patient. Unless they consolidate here all day, which I highly doubt. This is going to break out to the upside or downside here today. Just chill, man. No distant direction yet. Exactly. What are they going to do, man? What do you guys think is going to happen, man? All the indices are in the red. The Dow's down 35%. The Nasdaq's down 62%. And it looks like we have Biden going live here in a few. So might be waiting for that. But yeah, and the S&P 500 is down 40%. So we are still in the red, mid-red, but the stocks are actually holding up. If you notice that, the stocks aren't losing their gains here today. They're consolidating on these new numbers here from yesterday. They're not really selling off here. I'm seeing consolidation. That can only mean one thing here. It's going to be a breakout sooner or later. Stay calm. Could be to the upside possibly today. Maybe to the upside. The stocks are holding their gains for the most part, but it's really not paying. We're not seeing a continuation on the payments from yesterday right now anyway. Unless they can just go up more here, then it will kick back in. That's what I think might happen here. SPY's going up now. SPY is going up here. SPY's going up, you guys. So your Tesla's picking up here. SPY's going up here. Looks like the oil's taking a break. Still not getting nothing on the VIX. I don't understand where the VIX is at right now. So I guess we still gotta wait for real. This is all still cap. This consolidation. VIX is not moving yet. When I see the VIX move, then I can really get a little bit more confirmation. But it does look like the market wants to go up today, you guys. Even though with the little bit of red we're seeing, I'm seeing a lot of people still buying here. A lot of people still buying here. They're fighting at that. We're fighting at the resistance level. Out of the upper band here. So you gotta pay attention to all of that too. Try some numbers here. It looks like the market is wanting to go up. That's what I am noticing here. Microsoft's on the high here. It looks like Nvidia is on the high, only down $1 now. Apple's on the high. Amazon's on the high. Big Tech overall is on the high here. Tesla's on the high right now, only down $1. They are testing. They are testing resistance, you guys. Still here today, putting the pressure on the bears. Noticing that big red candle right here. This could be a dip. They could probably bring it back down to the upper band, but inside the upper band. But this could be the top maybe. Looks like it might be a dip though with the momentum that they're having here since the opening. It's been about 11 minutes now. Yeah, market picking up here. Tesla's picking up. We're getting very close to the area at resistance right now. Tesla is. They just broke it here. So let's see if they gonna stay above it or they doing here. They did get 847 yesterday after hours. I did see that. So that might be the next reality stop loss. This could be just consolidating here at the top, trying to shake people out still. As of right now, the market look like it's wanting to flip here from red to green. Stocks lower at the open, but it does look like they are holding their gains from yesterday. And they do want to go up. VIX is open. Okay, so here we go. We got some volatility in the mix here now. It looks like they open up. The VIX is open. Big green candle. Stocks kind of going up with it right now. Maybe they don't notice yet, but stocks are taking advantage of this right here. The VIX just opened up here. It's 9:42, so they open about 12 minutes. Okay. All right. Okay, Tesla's picking up more. VIX opened up. Tesla's picking up. Stocks picking up. SPY picking up. This is not the right correlation right now, but I guess volatility, like they say, works in both ways. And then we're seeing it here now. VIX is going up. Stocks going up with the VIX being up. It's usually not how it works, but volatility works both ways. This market can do what it wants, obviously. Everything's going up here. Netflix is picking up now, but I would be cautious, you guys. This might be a top here. They're at resistance. They're out of it a little bit, but I don't know how long they're gonna stay here. Looks like they want to really stay out of it, though, you guys. It does look like it, but these market makers will fool you. They will fool you. It doesn't make sense to me yet. The VIX is going up here. Stocks are going up with the VIX. That doesn't make sense to me yet. I would stay cautious. I would definitely stay cautious. Things could be topping out here. They're at resistance too, you guys. They definitely are at resistance right now. Over it a little bit, everybody. The SPY is up here. The SPY is not breaking 435, so they are at resistance as well. Everything is at resistance, you guys. They are credit spreading us currently. They are credit spreading us currently. It was going up there for a moment. This could be another dip. This could be another dip. It could be credit spreading us to the upside as of right now, I'm noticing. It's still too early to tell, though. But we are seeing stocks hold gains, though, and they're up a couple dollars, few dollars. Really letting me know that credit spreading, though. Not seeing a lot of gains move around here today at all. Everybody's just only up by $1, maybe $2. People are down $1, $3.75, that type of situation. But it could pick up here. Tesla's on the high here. Tesla's look like it's breaking now. So yeah, I'm trying to see if they get that 847 resistance here. Or is 840 still the resistance and it's just going up currently? Or are they about to break all of this and keep going here past 850? At this point on Tesla, they're up $3 now. Amazon's up 7. SPY's still picking up here, you guys. SPY just picked up here, 434.81. SPY's on the high, you guys. Looks like we might have a breakout and a reversal on the colors. Tesla delays over $1 billion on bonds backed by leases on its vehicles. So they delayed $1 billion of bonds. So okay, they're not going down if they delayed that. They're not gonna go down no time soon. Anyway, that's what that might possibly be indicating there. So the SPY is picking up 435, you guys. Uh-oh. The SPY is at resistance, and it broke. This might be game time here. Let's see if it holds. Let's see if it holds. Or, it came right back down instantly. See what I'm saying? Hold on. Let's see if this holds, though, you guys. This might hold. 435, 5 cents on the SPY. This is key right here. If it breaks this, the stocks are gonna rally continuously here today. That's what it's looking like so far. 15 minutes in, I'm seeing the market go up, you guys. SPY's picking up, 535.22. Yeah, it's go time, you guys. They're picking up. It looks like they're, 435.50 here. SPY's picking up. They're buying. They're still buying, you guys. Be cautious out there. The bulls are not fucking around today. It is at resistance, though. Oh, it came back down. It came back down. We are at resistance. Be cautious. Be cautious. They're buying, but be cautious, you guys. I don't know. Hold on. They're making it very confusing and hard here. They're making it very confusing and hard here, so just wait a second. Whoa, Tesla cheek lay there. Little cheek lay on Tesla. Whoa, little cheek lay there. Little cheek lay there. Came all the way back down there. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That resistance is serious. That reject button is serious. Them people will sell quickly if they need to. And they like profit. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break here. It's been live here. As you can see, the first about 15, 17 minutes here. We're going to be right back, though, man. We'll be right back. Stay cautious, though. SPY is going up. Market look like it's wanting to maybe flip from red to green, too. Possibility, at least that's what I'm seeing here. Stocks holding up their gains. So just stay cautious, you guys. Stay cautious, stay cautious. We'll be right back. Still hot work, right?
I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, alright. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, friends, thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going circles squaring on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. And my father let me riding now. If you riding now, hit my phone and let me know if you riding. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Well, right. This busy chasing bag on this, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga. Goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that film. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags, I'm gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's some rap, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bruh? Yeah.
That was a deal. Oh. About it.
Finesse. Finesse.
Yeah, Acuity Man.
Finesse. 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 One right. Go Spizzy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse. I'm all about that K, I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K, yeah, I'm tryna get that rate, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito Lay. I got options, yeah, for days, I got options, yeah, for days. I'm finessing. never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin' chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been golden, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
That shit want to break out. All right. Once it break 435, it's over with. Stocks going. That's when they don't run all day. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The VIX pulling back. That's letting you know the stocks can run. The VIX down, the stocks go up. That's what I'm saying. The correlation went right. At first, the VIX was going up, stocks was going up, but volatility can work in both ways when they open. I see, but when the VIX going down, it's yeah. Stocks gonna keep going up as long as the VIX keep going down. And it's all that kicking off today. There's a bunch of shit going on. We got time though. Market not closed before, so ain't nothing to really be rushing. Just all this just happened. And the real volume gonna come in probably like in the next couple hours. People will start waking up. Niggas ain't even up this early. It's just the companies for real right here. But they let you know they got it though. Motherfuckers buying they shit because the shit going up. Look at the spot, 435, 83. They holding it too.
Yeah, smell me.
Yeah.
Back at 434, I'm good. I got that. I think they're going to 4636.
See what I'm saying? They going
at 488.
Yeah, it's over. They up.
Let's start making moves. Amazon up $31.
See that? So I'm saying everything picking up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, market picking up here. Everything's going here. SPY 436.19 just broke the resistance, you guys. I think we're about to rally now. I think, yeah, NASDAQ's up green here now, so we're mixed here. I hope they don't stop this momentum, man. It doesn't feel like they will today, though. I think they're going to let it run, man. I don't know, though, man. Right now, it's running here. The market is flipping, reversing here. The S&P 500 is only down 3% now. The Dow's only down 10%. So we're still mixed, but they're about to flip green here. The NASDAQ is up 10%, though. So we're mixed up, but we're about to flip here, you guys. Amazon's up 30. They just shot up. So the Amazon's your leader here, and it looks like, yeah, Amazon's your leader. Amazon's your leader today as far as the upside. The market is trying to flip here. The SPY's holding up over resistance about $1 here. Let's see if they can do it, man. Or is the Bears trying to ruin the party, man? Looks like the Bears trying to ruin the party here. Oh, yeah, they're ruining it here. They're coming back down all the way close, maybe a little bit to the upper band. So we're getting spread here, you guys. It's a credit spread, man. We're getting spread here. We're getting spread. So we're getting spread here, but it does look like they're going up overall. It's in the air, you guys. It's getting spread in the air. Keep that in mind. They're buying the dip, man. SPY's back up here, 436. That fast. See what I'm saying? See how fast that was? Reversed. Reverse, reverse. So we're getting spread here. They're buying the dip really quick here today. They're not letting. It don't look like the bull. It look like the Bears might even just be. They might just be had enough. Had to take a break. It's a bull party today, you guys. They're continuing the rally from yesterday and the day before. Really, this looks like a 3-day rally so far. So far, it's 10 a.m. It's still early, but people starting to wake up here. You see, it's 10 a.m. Been 30 minutes into the market. The market is going up here. Biden is going live here shortly. Nothing going on right now. No live briefings currently. Actually, excuse me, have one live from the White House. Discord hitting me right now.
The line. As the president says, we can do big things. Internet, GPS, and mRNA vaccines, and also, crucially, clean energy technologies. Starting in the 1970s, the United States made investments in
let me get a water, man, if you don't mind. Drink more water, you guys. You guys need to get a break, too. Get something to drink.
We knew
Y'all might be parched a little bit. Go check the mail. Get up, jog in place, get the blood flowing, move around, stretch, go wash your face. Just do something else. Don't stare at the screen for too long. Be in for 30 minutes straight. Move around.
And we could store power for when the sun isn't shut.
This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
And today, we're reaping the benefits. Solar and wind power are now among the cheapest sources of electricity, and in many cases cheaper than fossil fuels. But what if we actually could do what the sun does? If we could actually fuse atoms together and create the power of the sun and the stars? Last month, I joined colleagues from the White House and the Department of Energy to visit the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, where we got to meet some of the leading scientists working on fusion energy today. Together, along with colleagues at other national labs and across the energy department, at our leading universities and in private industry, they are unlocking new possibilities for fusion energy. As I said, we're committed to the future of American science and technology, and we believe that when it comes to fusion, the time is now. We believe this for several reasons. because the pace of discovery has accelerated so much for fusion, with 7 decades of public funding for fusion research leading to major recent scientific developments in recent years. The time is now because private investment is now following where public investment first paved the way. And the time is now because we have in President Biden a leader who's been clear that we will decarbonize our economy by 2050 and that climate science demands it. This is why fusion is one of a much larger suite of clean energy game changers that will help America reach that goal, commensurate with the scale of the climate change that climate change requires. Now is the time for courageous innovation to accelerate fusion energy, and I'm grateful all of you have joined us to inform the development of a 10-year strategy for fusion energy. We're here today because the world is on fire, because the climate crisis is causing people in this country and around the world to be displaced from their homes, their jobs, their communities, because generations before us made bold investments to give us the first solutions to this crisis. President Biden has made it very clear. We must act, and we must act now. So the Biden-Harris administration is mobilizing every possible innovation to save our kids and our planet, every tool to make life better for us all, especially the most vulnerable among us. I'm serving as the leader of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, but I am also its Deputy Director for Science and Society, in which I've led a first-of-its-kind team at OSTP that works to translate the Biden-Harris administration's principles into policy where science and technology intersect with people's lives and communities. And in this work, I've been reminded recently that when Congress created OSTP almost 50 years ago, they wrote some prescient words into our founding statute, and I quote here, "While maximizing the beneficial consequences of technology, the government should act to minimize foreseeable injurious consequences," close quote. In that regard, we have to remember that it's not enough to just get the technology right. From day one, we need an inclusive approach to technology development, where every part of our society, especially those who are marginalized or vulnerable, have a say about safety, about jobs, and about facility siting, as well as the opportunity to get the knowledge and skills needed to participate in emerging clean energy industries and benefit from their inventions. Let's make sure that that happens together. So welcome again to the White House, to this historic first ever Fusion Summit. I hope we can all be back here in a decade together to celebrate the star power we have ignited with these conversations today. And talking about star power, and with that, it is my pleasure to introduce the 16th United States Secretary of Energy, a champion of cutting-edge clean energy technologies, Secretary Jennifer Granholm.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. I really appreciate it. Appreciate your leadership. So glad that DOE is working with OSTP and with so many of those who may be in this room and have interest in this and expertise in it. Obviously, researchers have long believed that fusion can just unlock this new paradigm in energy if we could just crack the code. And as Dr. Nelson said, over the past 7 decades, the national labs and universities have gotten closer and closer, and we all know that we've all been saying, oh, we're just around the corner, we're on the cusp, right? You know, there have been significant breakthroughs delivered, right? In physics, we've developed technologies to allow us to heat and to control plasmas that are 10 times hotter than the center of the sun. But we also know that we've got to manage expectations as well. There's a reason why fusion is hard. It's hard, right? And so it's going to take time, even though we are making amazing progress. We have to be careful about overpromising, and we have to be realistic. So, you know, we believe that we are really making progress. We're seeing close to ignition. We know that this is happening, but we also know that, you know, even when you get close to ignition, it's going to take time before this is commercialized, right? And I think about the president's goal of getting to 100%, for example, clean electricity by 2035, beyond this decadal vision. And wow, it would be amazing if fusion were part of what I call the silver buckshot of, not silver bullet, but silver buckshot of getting to that clean energy future. We hope that's what we're striving for. But by 2050, for sure, this has to happen, which is the goal of getting to net zero. I'll pause here because I see Representative Beyer, Representative Fleischman here. I mean, the bipartisan support for fusion is just so important because we are asking for congressional continued investment in this, and that you two have been such champions of fusion R&D. We're really grateful for that. We also know that it's not just us alone. We know countries around the world are clamoring to get ahead on fusion technology. We know that private sector investment, as was noted, is just booming, $3 billion in private sector investment last year. You know, we've also heard from professors that students are really interested in this, which is very, very exciting. So we can hopefully create a pipeline of the next generation of scientists, too, that are willing to do this. And the landscape around fusion research and development and demonstration, we think, is shifting. And so our strategy has to shift with it, has to change with it. And that's why we are excited to be joining with the Office of Science and Technology Policy to craft a bold vision for this decade of driving commercial fusion toward hopefully acceptance, completion, maybe even deployment. And so we are announcing two initial actions, DOE is, toward this effort. First, we are launching an agency-wide, a DOE-wide fusion initiative. And so going forward, DOE is going to be coordinating all fusion energy research under one umbrella to seize the opportunity to advance the technology. I'm excited to announce that Scott Hsu, is back here, who presently leads ARPA-E's fusion programs. He's going to lead our effort as our senior advisor for fusion energy at DOE. Glad that you're here, Scott. And second, today we are announcing our first contribution to this vision is that we're announcing a funding opportunity announcement of $50 million today for basic fusion energy research that will support the design for a fusion plant. A pilot fusion plant. So that's today. It's not enough to start, but we just want to make sure we are putting our money where our mouth is. Our effort with OSTP is going to be focused on more than just innovation, though, and this is really important. It's about building out a fusion energy workforce that looks like America, that's diverse, that's equitable, that's inclusive, and super important, we want to make sure that we are establishing trust in this technology among the public, because we know communities might not be thrilled about having a facility next to them that houses an energy source that is as powerful as the sun. We get it. That is a legitimate concern, obviously. And so it's really important for us to emphasize that commercial fusion is going to have an extremely high threshold for safety. And we'll need to engage community leaders on that and other stakeholders early and often to make that really clear. We need to listen to their concerns. We need to show them that safety and security and open communication is going to be the foundation of this industry, not just a sidecar. So we're starting right now. So I'm eager to launch, and I'm eager to work with the partners inside of government and with stakeholders outside of government as well. And one of the great stakeholders inside of government is my friend, the indomitable, I think she's up there, the inimitable Gina on this St. Patrick's Day, McCarthy. Gina, you there?
I am, Madam Secretary, and happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. It's really great to be able to join you, although I wish I could have been there in person. But I'm really excited about the summit today and to have Dr. Nelson in her new leadership position. It is really an exciting moment in time, and I think that Dr. Nelson is just a terrific addition to the Biden-Harris team. And of course, my friend and colleague, Secretary Granholm, is really, truly a magnificent secretary, no matter what number she is. And she is carrying a great weight on her shoulders and doing it with grace and smarts and dignity and energy that's just unmatched. But you all know that President Biden understands, as all of us do gathered here today, that we have to take strong action on climate now if we ever hope to meet this climate head on. And we are going to do just that. But we have to be smart. We have to take actions that present huge opportunities for us, as well as opportunities for the planet. We need really lasting opportunities so we can create millions of good paying jobs. We can tackle the injustice that we have in this world by investing and engaging wisely. And we can lead the world with new energies and innovation. And that is exactly what we are doing and why we are gathered today. We have to act on climate change so our country can win the 21st century economy. And that's what fusion helps to present us with. Tremendous opportunities as well as challenges, we know. You know, in his first year in office, President Biden mobilized every federal agency to tackle the climate crisis. He committed the U.S. to achieving 100% carbon-free electricity. Yes, carbon, Secretary Granholm, carbon-free electricity by 2035 and reaching net zero emissions no later than 2050. But to do this, we have to fast-track the climate solutions that are available to us right now, like more solar projects on public lands, like the launch of a new American offshore wind industry, and electric vehicle manufacturing right here in America. And we have seen tremendous progress so far. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're upgrading our power grid. We're building out a national electric vehicle charging network so people don't have range anxiety. We're improving public transit and cleaning up legacy pollution. We know we need lots of efforts moving forward. And as a result, the federal government itself is walking the walk. We're leading the way by electrifying our vehicles and our buildings, as we should. So I'm glad to be here with all of you at the launch of what could be another American clean energy game changer, fusion energy. Fusion energy could provide a virtually limitless source of clean electricity and heat, available when and where it's needed. Getting fusion technology to viability could be a critical tool for reducing emissions while meeting our clean energy needs. And of course, we could create really good jobs in the process. That's why this administration, as Secretary Granholm just said, is all in on this issue. And as Dr. Nelson mentioned, I recently traveled with her and leaders from DOE to the Princeton the Fusion Physics Lab, where we met with some of the scientists working hard in advancing fusion energy. It was exciting to see how the U.S. is really involved in technologies of the future just like this. But we know we have to do it right. And that's why it's important to heavily engage a broad set of stakeholders from the very beginning so we can all better understand the technology and articulate in plain language, which is really hard for scientists sometimes, especially those involved in technologies as intricate and as difficult to explain as this one, but we have to articulate it in plain language so people understand the benefits as well as any of those risks, and make sure we center equity every step of the way. You know, it was exciting to be at Princeton with Dr. Nelson and others because they understood these issues. They raised them to us. They talked about the challenges ahead, not just the benefits that they hope to accrue from this new technology. And they talked about the way that they plan to engage the community moving forward, already having done that within the school and beyond, but recognizing that everybody needs to buy into these solutions. And if we invest wisely, we will bring everybody with us and move these technologies forward. And this technology holds tremendous promise. And if done right, it can distinguish itself as a better choice among many choices moving forward on how we're going to address climate change and keep people's costs down and the jobs growing. So we are in a decisive decade right now, and we need to advance bold climate action, both by deploying the technologies we already have, which Secretary Granholm never fails to mention. Lots and lots of them are available to us, but we also have to be a bit of a cheerleader on how America can grow as a clean energy innovation hub. We need to help achieve the president's bold climate goals, and you're helping to do that. So thanks everybody for gathering. Again, I wish I could be with you, and make sure you celebrate the green today. Happy St. Patrick's Day. And with that, I'll turn the mic back to Dr. Nelson.
Gina, happy St. Patrick's Day to you and all. Great, you are here. You're not here, but you are here. Thank you for those wonderful, energizing remarks. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Chair of the Council of Environmental Quality, Brenda Mallory.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here, and I find myself often following Gina and Secretary Granholm, and both always get me so inspired I forget that I have a role here. So it's such a pleasure to be here and to be part of this very important event. So thank you, Alondra, just for that introduction. And I should say to everyone in the room, good morning from the White House. It is such a pleasure to have real people sitting in the same room with me and had the opportunity to just exchange on this particular issue, which I think is so important. So let me start first with the Council on Environmental Quality. We have the role of coordinating the federal government's efforts to improve, preserve, and protect America's environment, public lands, and health. So while capturing the power of fusion energy here on Earth is thrilling science, it presents both promise and pause to the communities. By working to integrate environmental justice on the front end of development, we have a chance to ensure that fusion energy benefits all communities and does not repeat harmful mistakes that have happened in the past. Earlier this month, President Biden became the first president to use the words environmental justice in a State of the Union address. This was significant because it reaffirmed the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to put interests of communities that are marginalized, underserved, and overburdened by pollution at the center of our environmental and climate policy. Today is a reminder that we must center them in our energy policy as well. Frontline and fence line communities, especially in areas that have historically produced fossil fuel American uses, know all too well how energy development can disproportionately impact our most vulnerable citizens. Over the past year, we have begun the hard work of alleviating the environmental burdens that so many communities are experiencing. Through unprecedented investments in the bipartisan infrastructure law, we are replacing lead pipes, accelerating Superfund cleanups, cleaning up abandoned mines and oil wells, protecting most vulnerable communities from fires, floods, and storms. And agencies are banning toxic pesticides, confronting persistent pollutants, cutting tailpipe pollution, and cleaning up the air we breathe. The federal government is once again holding polluters accountable by enforcing our environmental laws. And because of that, it is truly a breath of fresh air to talk today about a technology that is zero emissions, a technology that holds the promise to be reliable and bountiful enough to meet America's and the world's growing clean electricity needs. In addition to working to alleviate the pollution and climate change risks that disproportionately fall on low-income communities and communities of color, the president has directed us to confront a legacy of underinvestment in communities that for far too long have been left behind. We are doing so through the Justice 40 initiative, which seeks to direct 40% of the overall benefits of climate, clean energy, and other federal investments to disadvantaged communities. Across the government, we are working to transform hundreds of federal programs to ensure they reach communities that are overburdened, underserved, and marginalized. The administration has prioritized clean energy development and workforce development in rural communities, in disadvantaged communities, and in areas historically dependent on fossil fuel economies. So it's exciting today to talk about a whole new industry that you and so many others are poised to create. And right at the beginning, the very first summit asked the question, how can we ensure all communities can benefit from the transformational change we hope to spur along today? So with that, I just am grateful that you all are here. I'm grateful for this effort going forward, and I will turn the mic back over to Alondra.
So in his State of the Union address, the president offered for us a unity agenda and reminded us that there are things that we agree upon. And fusion energy is one of these things. And we are absolutely delighted to have two members of Congress here with us to talk, to offer some remarks. So first, I would like to introduce Congressman Don Beyer of Virginia, who is chair of the Bipartisan House Fusion Caucus. Thank you, Congressman Beyer.
Good morning. Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And that light came from fusion energy. All of the fossil fuel we burn was created by light from fusion. Every atom heavier than hydrogen in our body and in our world was created by fusion. We are made of stardust. To those skeptics who believe that fusion energy is impossible, there are 100 billion stars in our galaxy and 2 trillion observable galaxies in our observable universe, and every single one of them is powered by fusion energy. Gravity gives us fusion, and fusion gives us life. You know, we will always worry about peak oil and peak coal and peak natural gas. No one ever worries about peak seawater. So good morning, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this existentially exciting summit on commercial fusion energy. I'm thrilled at these important discussions at the White House with all the big brass from our national stuff. And we can successfully forge a path to successful fusion energy. Secretary Granholm, thank you for your agency-wide fusion initiative. Thank you for the $100 million, $50 million. I'm sure there will be people who will take this here today. Fusion is the holy grail of climate change and decarbonized future. But even more important, I think, and more profoundly, fusion has the potential to lift more citizens of the world out of poverty than anything since the invention of fire. I started the Fusion Energy Caucus about this time last year. We have more than 50 members, Democrats and Republicans. I'm thrilled that my good friend and co-leader Chuck Fleischmann is here. Our mission as a caucus is to educate the members of Congress, and more importantly, their staffs, about the breakthroughs, the research, and the increasing potential of fusion energy to transform the global energy sector. But it's even more important to let the public know about this. I try to include this in every speech, really in every conversation, to continue the process of teaching what fusion energy is not, Chernobyl, Fukushima, and what it actually is. Another part of our mission in the caucus is to try to pull the legislative levers we have at our disposal to advance this agenda. To that end, we've held a Science, Space, and Technology Committee hearing. The caucus has had several briefings with many of the experts here in this room. And we've had several iterations of funding and authorizations for fusion programs pass the House this year and in the last year. This includes, but isn't limited to, historic investments in the DOE Science for the Future Act and the forthcoming Innovation and Competitiveness Package, which is now on its 5th or 6th name. That is via the Competes, USEEK, or whatever. It's now being conferenced in the House, and it'll authorize over $6.4 billion in critical fusion energy research and development over the next 5 years. And I'm perhaps most heartened by the historic funding we just secured for the fusion program in the FY22 Omnibus Spending Package. Chuck is an appropriator and is a critical part of putting that into place. And the president just signed it, I think, yesterday. With these investments, DOE will initiate a new milestone-based public-private partnership and continue the important research and construction work happening in the DOE's Office of Fusion Energy Sciences. As we turn to the 2023 budget, though, it's essential that the administration include a strong request for the DOE Office of Science, where the fusion programs are housed. I hope that this request, which will come on the heels of the event today, will reflect the robust funding needed to continue U.S. leadership in fusion energy and push forward our goal of commercialization. This is essential, and I cannot stress this point strongly enough. Cynics have often suggested that over the decades, we've spent just enough money on fusion that it never happens. This administration has changed that, and we want to celebrate that and really be thankful. So I'm honored to be here with the pioneers of the next great leap for humanity. Thank you for your leadership and your vision. I look forward to hearing your lively discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congressman Byer. Finally, I'd like to introduce Congressman Chuck Fleischmann of Tennessee, who is a member of the bipartisan House Fusion Caucus. Thank you.
Dr. Nelson, thank you. Madam Secretary, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Personal note of thanks, I want to thank the Secretary. She has come to Oak Ridge and visited what I think is the greatest DOE reservation in the country, our great national lab, our Y-12 UPF project, and of course our legacy cleanup, which is so critically important environmentally all around the country. So Madam Secretary, thank you. To my colleague, Congressman Byer, thank you so much for coming up with this great idea. I would like to, before I get into my prepared remarks, talk a little bit about the caucus venues in Congress. Congressman Byer came up with an idea for the Fusion Caucus. He came as a Democrat to me, a Republican, and said, would you join me in this? I actually co-chair the National Labs Caucus with my friend from Illinois, Mr. Foster. I'm actually the chair of the less than glamorous but very important Nuclear Cleanup Caucus, which is so important, cleaning up legacy waste in so many communities around the country. You'd be surprised when I go into rooms, and as Don alluded to in his speech, certain things that he brings up, I bring up the caucus venues because it's incredible. You get Republicans and Democrats, senators and House members in a room in a caucus environment, and so many of the partisan edges just fade away. It's amazing how well we can work together. And Don, I look forward to working with you on fusion. A little bit about me. I represent the people of the 3rd District of Tennessee and have done so for over a decade. I am from Chattanooga, a city in the South. The Secretary has been kind enough to visit there as well. But little did I know a city called Oak Ridge was going to be and has been in my district since my tenure in Congress. What an opportunity. The Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and yes, I am biased. I love all of the national labs, all 17 of them. But seriously, the Oak Ridge National Lab is a multi-purpose national lab. It is strong on every front. Everything a national lab does, we do at Oak Ridge, and it's truly incredible, including fusion energy. So I think Dr. Zachariah is watching us today. We have people from the lab here. Appreciate that. We also have people, if you'll excuse me, I did not wear the green today. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone, but I am a Tennessee Vol, so I have my orange on. and UT is here physically, and I appreciate that so much. And I think we're playing later today. Talked about what I do in Congress. Whether you're a Republican or Democrat, I'm always going to be in the minority in Congress. People look at me and say, "What are you talking about?" Why? Because I am an appropriator. Don, my good friend, is an authorizer. Many of my friends on my side of the aisle, most of them, are authorizers. And on the other side of the aisle are authorizers. Why is it so important about appropriations? We are always going to be in that minority, but we fund the key missions. And yes, thank you, Don, for talking about the omnibus bill, the 22 omnibus bill, which I voted for as a Republican, okay? I thought that was very important. And what did we do? Critically important, $713 million in fiscal 22 for funding for fusion energy sciences. That's a tremendous accomplishment, and that speaks to the strong bipartisan, bicameral, and executive support for those missions, including $45 million to get the fusion cost share program off the ground. Madam Secretary, you're right. It's not enough, but it is a start. Candidly, as you know, I'm a fission person by nature. I am co-chair of the Advanced Nuclear Caucus, another caucus in Congress, and I'm very passionate about nuclear energy, and so pleased that Secretary has been so strong in her support of that. And that is where we are now. But I really think the future is in fusion, and I think we can't overlook this. Right in my own district, we've got a company, and I think I see them here today, General Fusion, is actually going to put their national headquarters in Oak Ridge, and I so appreciate that. So Oak Ridge is ready. Oak Ridge National Laboratory, our community is ready to be there to work with our colleagues in Princeton and around the country on fusion energy. But I do really believe it's the future. A few specifics that I'd like to talk about. I have worked and voted for the ITER project, which is in France. The United States owns about 9% of that and has worked on that for years. That's been a haul, candidly, to get funded throughout both Democratic and Republican administrations. And I think that's very important that we continue to work and to fund that. But where is the key work being done? At ORNL, okay? You can see where my bias is. Now, we certainly appreciate all of our other friends working on this in Princeton and at MIT. I had dinner with my friend, former Secretary of Energy Ernie Moniz, a few weeks back, and we talked about fusion. And there's great agreement on these issues. So look forward to working with you all. Let me be a little bit more specific before I conclude my remarks so that you know what we're doing. ITER is already delivering practical experience with supply chains, regulations, and building integration systems for a reactor-scale fusion plant. This is invaluable for a path to commercial fusion energy. Several key developments from the past year. This is how current we are. The first two central solenoid modules for the superconducting magnet at the heart of ITER were delivered to the ITER site in southern France. ORNL fusion experts contributed to diagnostic technology behind the new fusion record set by the Joint European Torus in 2021. JET was able to document the generation of 59 megajoules of sustained fusion power, more than doubling the previous 1997 record. The Material Plasma Exposure Experiment, MPEX, under construction at ORNL, will deliver expanded materials science capabilities and will be capable of producing fusion reactor relevant plasma conditions for materials and component study. I could go on and talk about this. Bottom line, we need a bicameral, bipartisan, in fact, I would argue nonpartisan commitment to fusion energy. I am so glad that as we work, and Madam Secretary, you are probably, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, you're the 5th Secretary of Energy with whom I've worked, and it's a privilege and a pleasure. We can work together to get this done. And let me make this clear, whether it's fission, fusion, nuclear energy, the world is very competitive. Our foes and our friends are in this venue. And I want the United States to continue to do what we have done from Oak Ridge from the inception of the Manhattan Project, to lead in fusion energy as we do in other forms of sustainable energy. Thank you. It's been a privilege.
Thank you, Congressman Beyer and Fleischman, for your leadership. So let's get underway. OSTP and the Department of Energy have planned an amazing fusion energy summit today. We'll hear from a range of panelists about this exciting technology that can unlock clean energy possibilities. Our summit will continue shortly after this video. Thank you all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Star Market Live with LCLD.
Hi, I'm Scott Shue. I'm Program Director.
Oh, wow. Hold on, they're continuing. Hold on. Oh, we're not done. They're not done.
And I am very honored and excited to begin my new role soon as Senior Advisor for Fusion in the DOE. Before we jump into our very three exciting panel discussions, we would first like to show a 5-minute video with acknowledgments to the DOE team. This video introduces Fusion and DOE's very long-standing investments in fusion R&D and support that brought us to this very exciting moment. So our colleagues will hopefully cue the video.
Global energy consumption is predicted to double by the year 2050. Meeting this demand using clean energy sources will require a bold leap. Fortunately, there is a technology that offers the potential for limitless energy with no carbon emissions. More than 99% of the visible universe is an energetic state of matter called plasma. Through the process of fusion, charged particles in plasma collide and release energy. Fusion is the fundamental source of energy in the universe and fuels stars like the sun. Harnessing fusion on Earth has been a goal of scientists and nations for decades. In the United States, the Department of Energy has led a long history of fusion research, beginning in the mid-20th century, when our predecessor, the Atomic Energy Commission, founded laboratories and programs to pursue fusion energy. A new scientific field was born, one requiring physicists, engineers, and mathematicians. The commitment to fusion energy in the United States and abroad has charted a course that envisions fusion power on the grid in the 21st century. To produce energy on the scale of a typical power plant, scientists today aim to build a fusion device that generates a self-heating plasma using a tiny amount of fuel. This journey began in the 1950s and 60s as scientists tested fundamental fusion concepts. Since then, they have developed a range of fusion devices and discovered other applications. To produce the energy gains needed for a power plant, a fusion device must meet some extraordinary conditions. The plasma in a device must reach extreme temperatures, up to 10 times the temperature at the center of the sun. So scientists demonstrated these enormous temperatures in laboratory experiments. The plasma must also be concentrated enough for many particles to collide at the same time. So scientists devised ways to stabilize and confine higher concentrations of plasma. The device itself must confine the hot, concentrated plasma long enough to produce useful energy. So scientists developed stronger magnets to confine and control the plasma for longer times at larger facilities. Today, government labs, universities, and companies are advancing many different concepts for a fusion power plant based on decades of DOE research. One concept, called magnetic confinement, has been the focus of major international efforts. Another concept is inertial confinement, which uses lasers or other methods to compress and ignite a small target of fuel in billionths of a second. Through the space age into the information age, fusion research became a driving force for developing new technologies with applications in manufacturing, medicine, and more. For example, scientists use plasma to develop smaller, more powerful computer chips. Meanwhile, Fundamental research provided new insight into planets, stars, and the universe. Technology development also advanced the goal of practical fusion energy, resulting in new superconducting magnets and tools for understanding plasma and device performance. In the 1990s, two experiments, one in the United States and one in Europe, broke a string of fusion performance records. These experiments tested an abundant fuel known as deuterium-tritium, which are two forms of hydrogen. Deuterium is derived from seawater, and tritium can be made in a fusion plant from lithium. The end of the 20th century saw the initiation of the world's largest fusion collaboration, which includes the United States. The ITER device, now under construction in France, is expected to make its first plasma later this decade. Today, as part of DOE, U.S. fusion researchers have access to some of the world's top facilities in materials science and high-performance computing, which are key to fusion development. DOE manages two modern magnetic confinement facilities where scientists conduct experiments and share data. The department also leads an inertial confinement fusion program that uses high-powered lasers and pulse power. And U.S. researchers collaborate abroad, connecting them to fusion innovations around the globe. There are more than 130 experimental fusion devices worldwide and counting. With surging private sector investment in the United States and emerging breakthroughs in science and technology, fusion experts agree now is the time for a bold, decadal mission to bring fusion to the grid. Now is the time to bring a future of clean, lasting energy to the nation and the world.
Hope everyone enjoyed that video and is properly jazzed up for the remainder of the event. I also want to thank all our government leaders who gave those inspiring remarks. Thank you very much for your leadership and vision. So, I guess, one moment. So, I would like to welcome the first panel. The first panel is on the status and benefits of fusion technology. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Kim Budil, who is the director of Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. I invite Dr. Budil and the distinguished panelists to the table. Dr. Budil will introduce the panel members.
Welcome to this very exciting event today. I have to say the remarks this morning were incredibly energizing and heartening to me, who has worked in and around this community for a very long time. This really does feel like a special moment in time, and I think this event really highlights that. As we all know, and as this video really highlighted, fusion energy is the grand scientific challenge of our time, and it's going to require significant innovation and real leadership to realize it. It grew out of a long tradition of American leadership in this field, growing out of our national security programs and expanding into energy programs. And I think that synergistic pursuit of many approaches is a key characteristic for why we're at this exciting moment in time. It has been a great year for fusion. We've had enormous breakthroughs in both magnetic fusion and in inertial fusion that really make it realistic. We used to always say fusion energy was 50 years away from whatever day you asked. And I would say that is closing fast. So really an exciting time. As the US and the world start thinking about net zero energy, fusion energy has a real potential to contribute. The urgency and the scale of this challenge really demand that we work differently. We need partnerships. We need to bring our colleagues in universities, the national laboratories, private industry, and the utilities together. And we need to work with communities. I think the focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion and energy justice is really important in this. We want to start from a great foundation and build from there. And for me, diversity is really essential to excellence and innovation. It's not something that's a nice to have in this environment. And we need to build a workforce that reflects the communities that will ultimately benefit from this technology. So with that, I'd like to get started by talking a little bit about what is new in fusion and what is different now. But first, I'm going to briefly introduce my distinguished panelists. I'm very excited to sit here with all of them. To my right is Dr. Kathy McCarthy. She's the Associate Laboratory Director for Fusion and Fission Energy and Science at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, a great national laboratory, as we all heard. Next to her is Dr. Abdullah Darwish, who's the Presidential Professor at Dillard University. Then we have Dr. Ann White, who's Head of Nuclear Science and Engineering at MIT. Then Dr. Stephen Cowley, Director of another fine national laboratory, the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory. And then batting cleanup for us on the end, Mr. Mark Berry, who's the Vice President for Research and Development at the Southern Company. So with that, I'm going to turn to our first question. What is new in fusion and why now? And I'm going to point to my colleague, Dr. Cowley, down the way to start us off.
Oh, first, figure out how to turn it on.
It's not like it's fusion, come on.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The Secretary said it, fusion is hard. And in some sense, that intimidation has always hung over our field. But fusion is in fact doable. 2021 was an amazing year for fusion. I don't think we've had a year like this ever in the history of fusion. On August the 8th, the National Ignition Facility reached 1.3 megajoules of output with just under 2 megajoules going in. But what was more important about that actual shot was it was the first time that we start to see a fusion burn. A fusion burn is when fusion energy provides the energy to keep the fuel at about 100 million degrees, and you start to see the thing burn just like a fire burns. An astonishing result, actually, and congratulations to Lawrence Livermore Lab for that. And then on the 21st of December, just inside 2021, the Joint European Torus at the Great Lab of Culham in the United Kingdom reached an average of over 10 million watts of fusion power for over 5 seconds, as long as they could sustain it, because the machine gets too hot otherwise. Absolutely remarkable result, an incredible result for that team there, just as the team in Livermore. But how do we get here? How do we get to, being able to actually make fusion fuel at over 100 million degrees and sustain it and get fusion to actually happen, show that fusion is in fact doable? We got here through science, through a program at the Department of Energy that has sustained the scientific inquiry over decades to get to the point, which has only really happened, I think, in the last 10 years, where we can really predict the behavior of these systems and calculate it on those enormous computers that the Department of Energy runs. This is actually the step forward that I think is most significant, because if we're now going to accelerate to commercial fusion, we've got a lot to do. It's not straightforward once you've made fusion happen, as we have, to go to commercial fusion. But we have the tools to do it, in that we understand the behavior of a plasma at 100, 200 million degrees and how to hold it. And that is an intellectual triumph, and one that'll drive us through to the commercial realization. So I think 2021 was the greatest year of fusion.
I have to agree. Another fine national lab. So, Kathy, perhaps you could comment on some of our big experimental facilities.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Another one of the reasons why we're ready to take this big step, move aggressively to commercial fusion, is the knowledge that we've gained through preparing for ITER, through starting the component fabrication, the delivery, the assembly of the different components in southern France. And I'll tie also the recent experiments in JET provided information that validated the physics for ITER. So the fusion program is very international, all these pieces coming together. When you actually design something in detail, when you do the fabrication, you have to write the specifications with very exacting tolerances. That's important for fusion. So what we're learning from the component fabrication for ITER feeds in directly into the design work that will go on for a pilot plant, the actual assembly of the plant. So it's really important, that piece that's coming into the whole big picture of how do we actually get there. In the ITER project, there are a series of fabrication, assembly, commissioning steps that lead up to first plasma, and then post first plasma as the machine moves towards DT operations and the scientific exploitation that will provide the data to optimize a plant. So we know enough to build a fusion pilot plant. Going that next step to competitive fusion energy, that's a big step. So the information that we'll get from the highly diagnosed machine that is ITER, it has more diagnostics than any other machine, all of that will feed into our readiness, shape what a commercial plant would look like, and ensure that we actually get there. That's great. Anne, perhaps you'd like to comment?
Turn off and on again. Okay, now it's on. So this is an extraordinarily special moment, right? And not just because of what we've already heard right now, but also because the community has come together and spoken with an extraordinarily powerful voice that we are ready to move fast for fusion. There was a comprehensive community planning process that happened that led into a Fusion Energy Sciences Advisory Committee report that laid out a strategic plan, not just for what it takes to push fusion faster with technology, but also to invest in the basic science and the basic research and continue that. This then fed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have another briefing here. It started about 50 minutes ago at 10 a.m. This looks like it's going to be more important in here, and it's converting more towards the market condition here. It's the IRS Commissioner Charles. He's testifying before Congress on 2022 tax filing season here, ladies and gentlemen. That might have been why the market pulled back just slightly here. So far as 10:56 a.m. Euro close is approaching here, you guys. The market did go up, continue from yesterday, but we just pulled back all the way back from a little bit close to the opening here. So really, the market is just really credit spreading right now. So be very careful and cautious, you guys, right now. It's really not a market for to be playing. If you got a little bit of leverage, you should be playing short here right now. You should be playing as far as the weekly dates. You should be playing in the weekly dates right now if you don't have a lot of leverage. This is a long-term market right now. You should be making long-term decisions, or you should be doing nothing, or you should be accumulating shares here while they're credit spreading, ladies and gentlemen. But you don't want to get caught in the tornado in the weeklies or anytime short with a little bit of leverage. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, we are live here, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like that Biden participation thing is still going on, but or no, that's about to start. It's actually a lot going on here. So you got 3 things taking place. 2 things is about to be live here from the White House. Something's going on live from the White House now. Then Biden is about to go live here, and then it looks like I said, the IRS Commissioner Charles. He is live right now in front of the Congress. So I think that's important here, and I think that's driving the market right now. So we're going to tune into that first, and then we can tune into Biden's event afterwards. It does look like the House Homeland Security hearing is continuing too. So it's a lot of news, a lot of briefings going on today. Obviously can't watch all of them. I'm trying to watch the one that I feel is most important. So with that being said, I'm thinking it is the IRS one, this one right here. So we're going to tune into this one. And we live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. Hope you're learning something. Hope you're earning something.
But we do not have the ability to
do what we need to do. And I continue today to stand by the $1 trillion that we are about to issue our tax gap estimates for
Yeah,
the
where is it?
period. That was
Right there,
2011 to 13. We're going to do 14 to 16.
Oh, for
And you're
real.
going
So
to
yeah,
see
when it
them
went up,
tracked, but I would like to draw your
got it.
attention,
When it went up, we
because I
should have
assume
grabbed
there'll
it
be a
because it
lot of
got cheaper
press,
for us.
that you're going to see us project what we think the
What's
tax
that?
gap is for 2019. But know that last year there was over $14 trillion in transactions in virtual currency with a market cap over $2 trillion, somewhere between 30 and 43% of that market is U.S. people, some indicia of U.S. reporting, and they need to report.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Evans for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congress recently enacted appropriation legislation that would increase the IRS funding by nearly 6%. I understand this is nearly not enough to reverse more than a decade of severe underfunding, and I recognize that IRS needs more resources to update its antiquated technology. Still, Commissioner, how does the agency plan to use the increase in FY22 funding to improve service delivery, provide timely response to our constituents, particularly those who do not typically file a tax return, but who have earned benefits like the child tax credit and the EITC?
Note that it's a $675 million increase over enacted 21, but it's more than $500 million less than what Treasury and OMB requested for the Internal Revenue Service. And of that $600 million, over $300 million is cost of living adjustments. So if you net, it's about a $375 million adjustment for an agency that gets called upon time after time after time for new responsibilities and performs. Our people perform. Our people are spectacular. In terms of earned income tax credits or all refundable credits, child tax credit and numerous others, we need to educate people. We need to help people get it right. I am incredibly proud that during my term, I don't take credit for it, but being a kid, public school kid from LA, I opened some eyes and doors about certain parts of the communities. And for the first time in the history of the IRS, I'm number 49 as commissioner. The Form 1040 is in a language other than English. It's in Spanish, and I'll accelerate through the languages. You may have noticed last week we announced we also launched Spanish Braille for our returns. And I will call out also that last year we had over 2 billion hits on irs.gov. More than 90 million were on our non-English speaking pages. We are in the communities in person. We're providing services. We have a whole array of taxpayer services. It's not just the phones, it's online, it's our taxpayer assistance centers. One of the first things I would encourage funding for from Congress is to let us staff up our 358 taxpayer assistance centers. That's our frontline retail, if you will, operation. We have 39 that are unstaffed that we write a circuit, we pull people in. Similarly, taxpayer advocate service, they got a little bump this year. That's the safety net for many taxpayers on the outside. And so to have them have a caseload that's 3 or 4 times normal, almost impossible for any individual to do, but they give their best. And you also know that we launched this year the Taxpayer Experience Office, which is to operate and look and get comments and questions through the eyes of the taxpayer. And if I can add one thing, we routinely hold hear me interactions with our frontline employees, whether it's on the phone or in the taxpayer assistance centers. What are you hearing in terms of filing, in terms of this and this? And you'll see that's when you see us issue alerts, announcements, letters, reach out to Congress so that we can work with your local offices and whatnot to relay. We also interact with the transmitters because they run almost a mirrored operation to us during filing season. If you went in through an electronic transmitter, that's the person they tend to call. So we share information with them as well.
Commissioner, when constituents cannot reach the IRS and cannot get help from the Taxpayer Advocate Service, they contact their member of Congress. So your response to that aspect of
Absolutely. Pandemic's been very difficult for all of you, for your folks on the front lines, and it has been difficult for us as well. I have almost never interacted with somebody at Congress, with 535 plus, who does not have my personal cell phone, who does not have the personal cell phone of our Deputy Commissioner for Operations Support. We are available. Taxpayer Advocate Service is available. Our legislative affairs folks are available. I will hold a one-on-one conversation with you or without you with your staff. I'll bring in Ken Corbin, who's our Taxpayer Experience Officer. And for constituents who are having difficulty wanting to know where their matter is, get us a waiver so we can talk to you, get us the taxpayers' information. I have been on calls where, it opens up, there's 70, and Ken Corbin will go, well, 14 are here, this 13, we're waiting, we issued a response to them. So the idea when we talk about how many returns we have, it's not like they're sitting in a closet somewhere. We have 4 million returns, paper returns, to process. The rest of the inventory, if you will, they've been kicked out for an error in the return. They've been kicked out for matching, identity theft. There's a whole host of reasons. Keeping in mind, we are the gatekeeper for fraud. We're the gatekeeper for cyber. We get over 1.6 billion cyber attacks per year with recent world events. You want us to be that gatekeeper. You want us to be ever vigilant, and you absolutely must fund us to keep those gates closed for the benefit of every American. We get hit, it's emotional.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're back to Councilman.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Ms. Miller for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Rice. And thank you, Mr. Reddick, for being here today. The IRS has struggled over the recent years, and the challenges from COVID-19 have only exacerbated the challenges that your agency is facing. And I appreciate the genuine efforts that you have made to try to rectify these issues, but many questions still remain on how the IRS continues to function. And I want to focus my questions today on the Employee Retention Tax Credit, which was an overwhelmingly popular emergency program to help small businesses and nonprofit organizations weather the storm of the pandemic and the government-mandated lockdowns. The ERTC was unfairly cut short for the fourth quarter of 2021, and many of the small businesses and nonprofits are still waiting on relief from the third, the second, and even the first quarter of last year, while processing delayed 8 to 10 months. When Congress authorized this program, it was designated to be emergency relief. Receiving the advance payment of this credit could mean life or death for small businesses and the nonprofits in every single congressional district. So, Mr. Reddick, with the IRS created successful processes to ensure individuals could receive these direct payments during the pandemic, explain why the IRS handles ERTC processing like a normal piece of correspondence, and that you do not have the procedure to prioritize these credits.
We do have procedures in place with that, but we did not have the ability to automate our systems. That's one of the differences, to automate our systems in order to process it. But I would encourage that we arrange a meeting or a call with your staff and with the folks who are there.
I do not have your personal phone number, by the way. Make sure I get it.
Yeah. I was going to say it, but then I'm thinking,
I don't
okay,
think you better.
probably not my best move. Although it's my IRS phone, it'll only be there for.
Can you commit to the committee today that the IRS prioritize the ERTC processing, including creating a dedicated mailbox, phone line, and updated timelines as to when to expect these refunds, specifically for the small businesses and nonprofits who are attempting to claim the credit?
I come from a small business environment, both personally and my dad had a truck, and very committed to helping small business, all taxpayers, but small business taxpayers in many sense are the backbone of the country, right? They're the ones that we interact with, and they're often the ones that during the pandemic, I think most of these were not previous. They didn't have the challenges that the pandemic presented to them previously, and they had nowhere to turn to.
But you know, anytime any business opens its door, whether it's a truck, a glass door, or any, they are putting themselves at risk. They're taking a gamble by being in business. And the speculation that the ERTC was eliminated in Q4 2021 within the infrastructure bill because members of Congress did not think employers were taking advantage of the relief. Congress should not have couldn't have the accurate information due to the processing delays again at your agencies. Can you tell us how many claims the IRS processed from the previous quarter amendments before Q4 2021 and how many have been processed since?
And I don't have that with me, but I can get that for you this afternoon.
Great.
And I just want to be clear, the IRS is not the one that got rid of the employee retention tax credit. You know, it was
I know.
Congress. We follow the law.
I know that, and I thank you, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. And I also urge all my colleagues on the committee to co-sponsor my bipartisan bill to reinstate the ERTC for the fourth quarter of 2021. It's HR 6161, and it will deliver our promise to relief to the small businesses and nonprofits in your communities. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentle lady's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Horsford for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I appreciate this important, timely hearing. IRS Commissioner Reddick, good to see you. Thank you to you and all of your team members. Congratulations on 50 years of service to you as well. I'm going to get right into it because we have a number of priorities facing the American people, and one of them is the issue of gas prices. They're simply too high, and it is imperative that we identify solutions to bring them down. Since President Putin started his devastating war in Ukraine, the price of gas has gone up 75 cents. But the price of oil is rising disproportionately compared to the cost of a barrel of oil. As gas prices soared in 2021, the largest oil and gas companies made a combined $205 billion in record profits, according to a new report by Accountable.us. ExxonMobil, the largest oil and gas company in the U.S., reported over $23 billion in profits in 2020 alone, which was a 60% increase compared to 2019 profit of $14 billion. This on top of the tax cut that they got under the Trump tax proposals. And 3 oil companies actually pay an effective federal tax rate of 0. At the same time, many of these big oil companies are not paying their fair share of taxes, as I said. And there are many not paying any at all. And they're not doing anything to pass those profits on to consumers at a time when the American people need it the most. This is simply not fair, and it's time that it be addressed. So, Mr. Reddick, what steps is and can the IRS take to provide relief to the American people as it pertains to accountability for these big oil companies and the price of gas at the pumps?
We will do all that we can for every American throughout. That predates me. That will continue for the employees, the IRS. We are not a brick and mortar organization. We will follow the law. I would encourage Congress to take a hard look at the law. And in conjunction with that, so I had heard something recently about there was discussion about an excess profits tax and whatever. There's a lot of things that the media is talking about in this space. But no, come back to IRS has 6,500 experienced revenue agents, and I only gave you one lane, which was the partnership tax returns.
Thank you.
We do not have the resources to go after the bigs or the super bigs, as we refer to them, and we get outgunned routinely in that space.
Let me reclaim my time then on that point, because I also know, dealing with the earned income tax credit, the very low income people get identified for auditing at a higher and disproportionate rate, and yet we don't have the adequate staffing we need to go after the big companies, and in this case, big oil, some of whom are not paying any federal tax, effective tax rate, and those who have record profits and are not passing those benefits to consumers. Does the IRS support providing an income-based tax relief to provide consumers with a monthly rebate paid for by the excess profits of big oil companies?
That would be a policy call for Treasury. Treasury handles tax policy. We follow the law.
I look forward to contacting Treasury to follow up on that. I want solutions now. We cannot wait. My constituents are struggling to get by as it is. And yes, we have a lot of priorities, but this is one that must be addressed.
I'm confident the Deputy Secretary will meet with you.
I hope he will, and I appreciate his leadership as well. Now, turning back to the tax filing season, as my colleagues have talked about, I have two just questions I want to get on the record. One, is there someone at IRS my staff can call with respect to the delays in the direct deposit issue that we're hearing about? And how is the department dividing up its resources to address the 2020 tax return backlog while also processing the incoming 2021 claims?
I think your staff has my cell phone. And our Ledge Affairs folks, also, they can reach out direct to them. And then also we have Friday briefings every Friday, 2 p.m. with Ken Corbin, who can get the direct questions, direct responses for you on that. In terms of processing, we process on a first in, first out basis. We have a few million, about 2.5 million returns that were filed in calendar year 20, paper returns in calendar year 21. And we have about 1 million, we have about 4.2 million total paper returns in inventory to be processed. Everything else is in process, is looked at, and has fallen out for some particular reason, but we can certainly go through it. I'm confident, if I may, Madam Chair, if any of you were in my seat, you would have the same passion and pride that I sit here with of the effort of our folks to get this right. We are working really hard on behalf of each of you and every American.
We appreciate that, and you can follow up in writing with all those details about how you're going to be processing these returns this year. The gentleman's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Hearn for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Reddick, for being here today. It's great to see you again. I'd like to have some additional conversation around the ERTC issue that's going on across the country. A lot of companies, I was in small business 35 years, certainly understand the importance of, the relief that Congress gave, and unfortunately much of that relief didn't get to the businesses, but they had the exposure to the tax. And, they were struggling, and we've talked to accountants and companies about the issues facing the ERTC issue. The main issue companies are faced with now, though, is the amended quarterly federal tax return, the Form 941. Companies are filing their 941 on time and then filing the amended 941 because payroll companies don't have the bandwidth to get the information needed in time for the 941 filings. In these cases, companies will be filing their April 22 returns with reduced wages, but they still have not received the checks for the ERTC credit. Ultimately, what this means is taxpayers are paying tax on income they have never received. Not only are small businesses liable for the tax on reduced wages, but are also liable for the safe harbor on their estimated taxes, which is inflated due to the reduced wages. We've even heard shocking instances of companies having to go take out short-term loans to pay their quarterly estimates or their liability that's due until they receive their credits from the previous year, from 2021. Like my colleague, Ms. Miller, pointed out, this program was meant to provide emergency assistance to small businesses. This might seem like an innocent timing difference to the IRS, and I certainly understand your passion, but I can assure you that the small businesses are hurting and should not be penalized for doing the right thing. I understand there are massive backlogs at the IRS, and there are procedures in place to address these issues. But the small businesses who kept their doors open need certainty that they will receive the credits in a timely manner and need assurances they will not be penalized. We have reports of penalty notices going out automatically to taxpayers who filed on time but have returns stuck in the backlog. Groups like the AICPA have asked the IRS to consider penalty relief. And I guess my only question is, and I'll give you the remainder of the time to elaborate, are you considering this type of relief for taxpayers who didn't do anything wrong, specifically as it relates to ERTC?
Specifically and generally, that would consider penalty relief. I've said to everybody here, every time I go outside, and I do a lot of external presentations, I'm 36 years a tax lawyer on the outside representing taxpayers, mostly with respect to the IRS and various state taxing agencies. And what I tell the accountants and the lawyers in the world, any conversation I would have with an IRS person going back to February of 2020 would start out with COVID, and it would be COVID in the middle. Our employees have gone through the same thing. Our employees understand the point on the automated notices, those were stopped. So if somebody has received one recently, I would like to have that notice and find out, because all automated notices stopped months ago. And so we have addressed virtually everything. Nothing is off the table for us to consider. We have regular meetings with people all over, and I think you've heard me say, I know thousands of people on the outside who fortunately or unfortunately have my non-IRS personal cell phone that I had before.
Would you want to share that? No, I'm
Yeah, really. And by the way, Ms. Miller, thank you for protecting me from myself, right? But the point being, our ear is to the ground on the front lines in every direction. Internally, you heard me talk about how we're touching our people who are handling the calls, and that's getting to me. Externally, my friends are the people that you're talking about who are on the outside, whether it's small business owners, accountants, enrolled agents, people without a designation or people with a designation. So the understanding is there, the need for the priority and the understanding the need for a priority. I do not anticipate people ending up with a penalty when we had automated that they have to pay.
Mr. Red, if I could reclaim my time, we have about a minute left, but I just, to the specifics, because there are going to be a lot of preparers that are watching this video. We're going to make sure that they see this. And I'm not trying to I guess I am trying to put you on the spot. You've been in the business. You've been on the other side representing businesses. All they're asking for is not to be penalized in liability and the estimates on money they haven't received yet. Now, they understand if they receive the money, it's not they're asking for anything special other than not to be penalized for money they haven't received yet.
The people that provide the letters and that lobby you hard know the answers to the questions they have you ask me.
Oh, listen, sir,
The answer to that is,
sir, there's no letters come to my office. This is people I talk to. I've been in business 35 years. I mean, I've multiple businesses. So this is a personal thing. It should be for everybody.
I'm speaking, when you mentioned AICPA and
Okay,
others,
yeah.
that's what I'm speaking to. And I'm talking to the same people you're talking to. They're not my professional colleagues. They're my friends. These are your friends.
Sure.
Your business. We're all in the same thing. IRS is an agency of people who understand, who've gone through the same thing people on the outside have gone through.
Mr. Reagan, with all due respect, you're not answering the question. Just some consideration, and it's got to get out quickly because we're at the end of the quarter now. So I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Davis for 5 minutes.
This was going on. That's what I'm saying. All this has happened. This is not, but this is just making the market consolidate. It's making the move bigger, though.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. And Commissioner, let me thank you for being here and answering all of this plethora of questions that are coming. But first of all, let me thank you for your letter yesterday clarifying that state Chafee payments to foster youth are non-taxable. Well, it's not showing me.
Yes, and I apologize that I thought that went out to you previously, and you and I have had discussions in that space before, and the letter was to confirm those discussions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I also want to thank you and your team for creating materials to help foster and homeless youth understand the earned income tax credit provisions are relevant to them. And further, I want to thank the Chicago taxpayer advocate, Andrew Van Single, and Congressional District Liaison, Susie Gaines, for their help educating my constituents about the refundable tax credit. Mr. Commissioner, I know how life-changing the tax year 21 enhancements to the refundable credits will be to my constituents this year. And so for each of the refundable credits, can your team provide myself and this committee interim reports on the number of claimants and the amount of funds for tax year 2021 for the refundable tax credits soon after the filing season closes? This information will be of great help to understand how these credits impacted families and workers. Could that information be provided to us?
Yes, sir. I actually have that information for you today. That we don't keep the information directly, but we do, under the PATH Act, we're required to hold those until February 15th. So the information I have today is on the refundable credits that we had held as of February 15th, but have since released. There's three basic categories. There's held only for economic impact, earned income tax credit. There's held only for the child tax credit, and there's held for both child tax credit and earned income tax credit. So in total, $34 billion was held through February 15 in accordance with the PATH Act. We're not able to distribute that until after February 15. EITC only hold was $2.3 billion. ACTC only hold was $110 million. EITC and ACTC hold combined, so people who had claimed both credits, $26.7 billion. There's $5 billion of other credits, non-EITC, non-CTC. So those numbers were total of $34 billion, $2.3 billion EITC, $110 million ACTC only, and a combined $26.7 billion for the combination of EITC and the rest. We have the specifics. I kind of rounded off.
Well, thank you very much. And again, I just want to shout out and say thanks to the Taxpayer Advocates Office in Chicago for all of the assistance that they have given, trying to make sure that individuals understand the earned income tax credit, that they understand the child tax credit, and understand all of those benefits which are due them, and helping to spread the word. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I would like to thank our witness, Commissioner Reddick, for joining us today. Please be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record. With that, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Well. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That meeting is adjourned. So that was very serious, and we missed part of that, excuse me, but it did bring the market down. It looks like this market is bouncing back up now. SPY's back at 435. You guys above the VWAP. Stocks picking back up on the higher end. What I'm really seeing, though, you guys, the market is credit spreading. You really want to be careful here. This is a leveraged market right now. It's being very controlled, or after I'm noticing after what Powell basically said yesterday. Stability. Remember that he said that, and that's what we're seeing here right now. It looks very good too. I like the stability. I really do like it. It makes it easier for leverage traders right now and investors. That's all that's happening. So it's basically, long story short, credit spread. Want to be a little cautious right now. They're chilling out, man. You got to think they did just have a relief rally. Bulls went up for 3 days. Looks like we got a live briefing here with Nancy Pelosi. So this is a little mini pullback here today. We done seen red, green, mixed market basically. Long story short, Nancy Pelosi speaking. You guys are listening.
There's so much else in it that meets the needs of America's working families. But I speak regularly with the president about one subject or another. So we know.
Oh yeah, this just started too, like 10 minutes ago.
To the administration is we can't ask for more. You must ask for more because you need more, and you can't expect this turnaround like that because the legislative process takes time. We want it to be bipartisan. We need it to be paid for, and so let's just go for a bigger chunk. I think they should be double what they asked for, and because even with when they were asking for like 20 some, it was only going to get us to June. It was only gonna get us to June, so we need more. And it shouldn't even be a big conversation. We need it, the science is there, the need is there. All we need is the money. And the money will be a great investment because it will keep us safe. It will help our economy turn back, our kids to be safely in school, our people safely at work. Again, the therapies that are needed. It's, just think of this. The Taoiseach of Ireland, the Prime Minister of Ireland, visiting the United States for St. Patrick's Day. This is very important to the people of Ireland and the people of the United States. Meeting with the President in a bilateral way. Meeting with friends in Congress. Accompanied by people from, not accompanied by, but in that lunch with people and the dinner last night, people from Northern Ireland, everyone who should be in conversation on all of this. With all the protections of the Taoiseach of Ireland, he gets a positive diagnosis. Barack Obama, the former president of the United States, has a positive
Obama, let me cut you off.
indication. What chance
Let me finish this too.
with a big family living in a small apartment with working in a situation that may or may not be safe?
Looks like we got Biden live here to my left. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Didn't get to say that to you guys this morning, man. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Make sure you guys got some green on, or you will be getting pinched around me. Lucky Charms, mate. That was Biden there. He had a little green tie there. It looks like he was talking to somebody from Ireland. Scottish Ireland there. So that's done. But yeah, that's Pelosi back to her.
Well, he will say, I have a child under 5 who's not vaccinated. I have a senior over whatever who has a pre-existing condition. I have a problem going to work under those circumstances. So we have to deal with the reality as it is mixed. We want to move on, but we don't want to move on and leave people behind. So we need the money. So when the other side says we don't want to do COVID, well, you know what? Unless it's paid for, let's pay for it. We'll find some money to pay for it. I have one more question because we had the president come in.
Madam Speaker?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker?
Yeah, right here.
Anything happening in Ukraine, it being an election year, members now open to President Biden using more executive orders. Where exactly does the domestic democratic agenda stand right now? Can anything get done before November?
Plenty has been done. We passed the ARP, the American Recovery Rescue Plan, 1 year ago, and it has produced remarkable results. Remarkable results. Millions of shots in the arms, money in pockets, children out of poverty, into schools, people in the workplace. The bill is remarkable. Child tax credit and the rest. Without one Republican vote. Without one Republican vote in the House or the Senate, unfortunately. We passed a bipartisan, barely bipartisan, but nonetheless proudly bipartisan infrastructure bill to create jobs, and we unleashed some of that money yesterday, a couple of days ago, when the president assigned the bill. So in terms of job creation, nearly 7 million jobs, unemployment cut in half, people off of poverty, we've done a great job. But more needs to be done, as I said before. Until the kitchen table concerns of America's working families are more safely under wraps, we have much more to do. And we have to take great pride in what we've done, as the president did in the State of the Union. He showed progress, but he gave hope, because he recognized with his empathetic heart, with his empathy, that people still need concerns. So we have a lot to brag about, but we are not finished yet, and we will continue to do that work. I'm very proud of the work of our members. They are remarkable. I get a lot of compliments for the work of the House Democrats. I accept all of them on behalf of the members, because they're the ones who have done the work and had the courage to take the votes, even when there wasn't one vote on the other side. We'll continue to talk about this, I'm sure, We still want to get some things done that in our other agenda, the Build Back Better legislation. I don't know what that will be, but what it will be paid for. It will be non-inflationary. It will help reduce the national debt while it meets the needs of America's working families. Lowers cost for health care, lowers cost for child care, lowers cost for home health care. At the same time, enables children to go to school, universal pre-K, and again, goes a long way to save the planet for the children. We won't get everything in the bill just yet, maybe, but whatever we get will be important and it will be paid for. And I couldn't be prouder than the work. And again, I'll come back to praising our president. And I was in Munich, I think I told some of you, he was so acclaimed by all the heads of state that were there, and defense ministers, foreign ministers, and all the rest, for how he was a unifying force. You heard me say, John F. Kennedy, don't ask not what your country can do for you. You all know that. The very next sentence I said to the president was about him. To citizens, people of the countries of the world, ask not what America can do for you. What we can do working together for the freedom of mankind. That's exactly what Joe Biden did, working together. Not condescendingly, but very respectfully. So I couldn't be prouder of him, and I look forward shortly to welcome him to the Capitol, where he will once again take pride in his Irish heritage. Again, we all take pride in the pride he takes, because the pride he takes in his heritage is the spark in him that enables him to take pride in your heritage. Thank you.
Customize and save with Liberty Music.
She's done. She is done. She's out of there, you guys. So yeah, man, like, a lot of news to see here. A lot of news rolling today, right? They keeping it.
As a researcher,
with the news, that one developing bold vision for commercial fusion energy there. Is still rolling over there. That's live from the White House. Really wasn't moving the market though, but it was interesting at first here. A lot more news going on here, so this live just ended. Let's see. I think that might be caught up though here. Yeah, looks caught up. Leprechaun. Where's the leprechaun?
By the dozens to get an up-close view at what some say is a piece of Irish folklore.
A leprechaun.
I want to know where to go. I want to go. Give me the go. Leprechaun could be a crackhead. I got hold of the wrong stuff. I want to know where to go. I want to go. Give me the go. I'm on my back going over that tree. I want to go. You look like a leprechaun to me. Look up at the tree. You look like a leprechaun to me. Whoa, see the leprechaun say yeah. Say yeah. Say yeah. Whoa, see the leprechaun say yeah. I want to know where to go. I want to go. Give me the go.
If you want my dough, better learn how to catch me. If you want to catch me, better learn how to sketch me.
This was all Spanish right here. Special leprechaun feel passed down 2,000 years ago. From my great-great-grandfather who was Irish. Now you can't help out.
I want to know where to go. I want to go. Give me the go. Leprechaun could be a crackhead. I got hold of the wrong stuff. I want to know where to go. I want to go. Give me the go. I'm on my back going over that tree. I want to go.
You can songify yourself for free on the Songify app. Just like this.
Just like this. Now we gotta find a leprechaun. and the magic we're looking for is gone.
The soothing tones of the woodwind shall draw him in. Woo!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is that right there, man. So I want that go, that. Happy St. Patrick's Day, ladies and gentlemen, man. If they're not wearing green, you better pinch them. Looks like the market is trying to pinch green here now, ladies and gentlemen. It is 11:39 a.m. The European market is officially closed, so the United States is in full control right now. They have the momentum here the first 9 minutes. Expect another market move here in about 10, 20 minutes. They're on to it today. Theta's in full effect. We got quiet witching tomorrow. Option expiration tomorrow. The market's picking up here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. Remember to stay in your own lane, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
One rack. Go spizzy. Boogie left for life. Just chasing the dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just spending money, spending money, spending money, spending money. Spend the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me own. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rack.
Heard that it's also essential for building trust, which has also been emphasized. And it's important practically when the time comes to build power plants. We have to have the trust of the community to site some infrastructure that's going to outlive the members of the community who are making that decision. Yet, speaking as a former physicist, engagement does not come naturally to us, right? We much prefer to do the math problems and write the computer codes. So, the Fusion community is starting purposeful engagement, and I think it's quite exciting. I'm actually helping RPE organize a mini workshop on social acceptance and energy ethics as part of their annual meeting for Fusion awardees. And in that workshop, we'll hear about different perspectives on energy from different parts of the world. But Professor Diem, you've worked on this a lot. You're the co-chair of the U.S. Fusion Outreach Task Force. So I'd ask this question to you to start us off. How can researchers and policymakers really engage in meaningful and two-way conversations with society in which communities are given a voice? Physicists and society learn from each other. And I think most importantly, the physicists learn from society and what it is that society needs and expects from them.
Thank you so much, and I'm so excited to be here today because we're at this turning point where we can actually be forward-thinking and get ahead. I think in the field of physics and engineering, we tend to take the approach of fixing problems without consent, and this has caused harm. I quickly learned the limitations of my education, and so that's when I actually went out and got science communication training that was focused on empathy, that we need to foster these deep connections with society that are necessary to reach common ground and understand values. We need to have more meaningful and respectful two-way conversations that are inclusive, and we need to make space to work together, and we need to be honest about what we're doing. And we really need to remember that the communities are the experts in this case, and we're always going to be the learners. And we can empower communities to have ownership in their energy choices and start understanding their concerns now. So that's why I'm co-leader of the U.S. Fusion Outreach team with Dr. Arturo Dominguez. And part of what we do is we're a grassroots organization that's open to everyone that focuses on reducing the barriers to public engagement. And we actually implemented some of I think it's the first the long-range plan recommendation that was actually executed. It's a usfusionenergy.org website that can help support this effort as well.
Is there any way that policymakers and funders can facilitate this process and make sure it's a two-way conversation and not just an educational exercise, which I think is what physicists tend to want to do?
Yes, they definitely tend to want to do that. I think previously a lot of our funding has been restricted to the science of fusion. And now that we're at this pivotal point where we're looking at a fusion energy mission, we can have funding and policymakers support that transition with funding language that we can start addressing the concerns of society, that when they're worrying about power plants in their neighborhood, are we doing the necessary research to address their concerns and listen to all of their concerns?
I think that's a very concrete suggestion. So now our fourth theme I'd like to explore is diversity and inclusion. And this has been a theme that's come out throughout this morning. And fusion will scale faster, almost certainly, if it listens to the full range of voices present in America. Now, engagement is one way to listen to those voices, but having those voices within the fusion community, and not just outside or not just listening to them, may be just, if not more, effective than that engagement process. So, Ms. Chambliss, I'd like to start this question to you, sort of elaborating on what we've heard earlier. How can researchers and policymakers facilitate new voices to join the fusion community as students, as researchers, and ultimately as power plant operators to achieve the wider objectives that we've been speaking about?
That's a great question. And I think that there are two components to the answer to this question. I think the first is that it's really critical that we introduce folks in underrepresented communities to fusion when they're in undergrad or earlier. And the second is that it's really critical that we empower students as much as we can when they do become interested in fusion. And to the first point, I think that it's very likely that tomorrow's fusion leaders could be currently attending community college in rural Montana. And they might not have had the chance to fall in love with fusion yet because they haven't been introduced to it. And my own introduction to fusion was through to plasma physics, and eventually to fusion, was through a small, fairly low-cost device called a glow discharge plasma that glows pink and purple, and there are all these different beams of light whizzing around the device, and I just fell in love with it instantly. And that experimental setup was sent to my undergraduate institution, Reed College, by Dr. Arturo Dominguez at the Science Education Department at Princeton Plasma Physics Lab. And I think if Dr. Dominguez hadn't shipped that little tube of glass to Reed College, I might not know what a stellarator is today. And for those who don't know what a stellarator is, it's one of the it's one of the fusion concepts in magnetic confinement fusion that might get us to a clean energy point. And yeah, I think it's also essential that we use approachable language when we introduce undergraduates to fusion. I think there are a bunch of different ways that we could talk about the stellarator, for example, and there are fancy words that we can use like neoclassical transport or rotational transform. But at the end of the day, we can just approach students and say, hey, we're using these really crazy twisty coils that form a really strong magnetic field, and we're using that to trap star stuff. And we are trying to use that star stuff to solve one of the greatest problems that humanity has ever faced, and that's climate change. And I think if you say it the right way, who doesn't want to do that for work every day? And to the second point in terms of empowering students, when I became a SULI intern at the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab, which SULI is a Department of Energy internship available to undergraduates, not only did I encounter what research is really like day to day, and it turned out to be completely different than I thought. It's so fun and wildly collaborative and creative and really exciting. But I also encountered an incredibly supportive environment. And in particular, my PI on one of the stellarators that I was working on, Dr. David Gates, was really supportive in helping me understand my role in the fusion community and my role as a researcher. And I think members of underrepresented communities tend to shut doors for ourselves before they even open. And I had sort of just assumed that I wouldn't get into graduate school. I assumed that I should just not apply because I won't even get in. And Dave, or Dr. Gates, he told me that was false, and it turned out to be so. But yeah, I think that it is really the responsibility of folks in management, whether they're PIs or CEOs, to talk to undergraduates and new hires, and really show them that the fusion community will be so much stronger if they are able to both be themselves as passionately as possible while they pursue something that they really love.
That's great. I think practical suggestions, again, wonderful. So Professor Diem, you've also thought about this issue, but from sort of the other side, how do you recruit?
Right. So part of it is transparency and making job opportunities more open to everyone. Oftentimes there's gatekeeping that happens in fields. It's networking, you know the person who has a job open, and we're trying to break down barriers of that in our field. So part of what we did to make the field more equitable in fusion and provide more opportunities is in usfusionenergy.org website. We host jobs from every institution that does fusion. And by jobs, I mean every kind of job in the fusion ecosystem that requires any level of training, from high school certificates, bachelor's to PhDs. And that's so everyone can find it with one quick search. So, yeah.
And Ms. Baker, I'd love to get your insight as well.
Sure, thank you so much. And I'm so inspired by this panel. Really appreciate all the remarks. I want to go back to the last question just for 1 minute and highlight the fact that this is really a social technical transition. So that means we're transforming our society as we're bringing these new technologies online. And it means that yes, we want physicists to be able to talk to people, but we also need to build interdisciplinary teams. There are plenty of social scientists who know how to talk to people, and so we need funders in the philanthropic space to fund those interdisciplinary teams. I know at the Department of Energy, we're thinking about ways to build interdisciplinary teams as well. So I just wanted to make sure I landed that point for all the people who have the ability to move the needle on that. And with respect to this question, you know, today, an 8-year-old kid has no idea that we're having this conversation, right? And in 10 years, if we're going to really land this decade, that 8-year-old will be going into college. What are the opportunities that will be available for him, right? What are the opportunities that are going to be available? If we don't see the diversity that we want in the field today, we actually have to build it. And so we need to be building that over the next decade so that kid has an option. And so for the corporations out there that are, you know, wanting to be a part of this and understand that having a diverse workforce will create a competitive edge, partner with universities, build programs, invest in universities, invest in chairs so that chair can then attract researchers, postgraduates, and build an undergraduate curriculum that is going to attract a diverse array of students. So we want to make sure that that 8-year-old has options and has an ability to be a part of this this transition. So that's my contribution. We need more money in universities. Bottom line.
But I think the call out for multidisciplinary teams is essential. That's really important to get different perspectives, even at the professional level. Absolutely. So last theme, last but not least, for sure, I'd like to explore the regulatory framework for fusion. The appropriate regulation is incredibly important. In order to scale, the public has to have confidence that the regulatory regime will ensure health and safety and cover the full range of risks. Those are risks that are specific to fusion, such as fuel handling, waste disposal, and powerful magnets. But those are also risks common to any industrial facility, like pressurized gases. And the public also has to have confidence that the regulations themselves, of course, are enforced. It's not just enough to have them, but they have to be enforced. So, and yet an uncertain approval process and overbearing regulations could slow down the industry. It could really, it could be a disaster. So, Ms. Roma, how are regulators worldwide approaching regulating fusion? Do they have the tools they need to create this appropriate regulatory framework that's neither too restrictive nor too light touch? And to bring it here to the U.S., does the NRC have the flexibility it needs, or does Congress need to reform it in some way?
Thanks so much, Seth. And Shalonda, I just want to start off by saying at least one 8-year-old is watching, because my son Finn is watching. So hey, baby. And hopefully he can take the lessons learned and bring it back to the rest of the 4th graders that he goes to school with. And so I want to start by bringing this back up to the big picture, right? So we're looking at one of the biggest problem-solving projects that mankind has to come together and work for, which is decarbonization and climate change, and how we're going to address that. Currently, the majority of power around the world is generated overwhelmingly from fossil fuels. At the same time that we need to decarbonize the existing power supply that we have nearly 1 billion people in the world that don't have access to electricity, and we need to give them electricity, and hopefully it's clean electricity. We also have the EIA estimating that our global electricity demands are going to double by 2050. So we have a huge opportunity here with fusion. If it can be clean, reliable, and affordable, to be a transformative energy source to combat climate change and to be clean energy to the nearly 1 billion people who don't have access to it right now. At the same time, we're working with a lot of companies that are at their foundation and they're just emerging. And so they can incorporate the lessons learned and what everybody in this room is saying about the importance of diversity and inclusion, environmental justice, energy justice, and climate change more broadly into your business practices. And companies don't operate like they used to. Now, many companies have ESG policies where they take into account the environmental impact that they have on their community, that they work and ensure that they have diversity and inclusion programs, and that they work with their local communities and their stakeholders to ensure that their voices are heard and that they offset any negative impact with positive impacts. And that could be something as simple as teaming with a local college or university and getting someone who's as awesome as Amelia so that she's now entering a PhD program at Columbia. I mean, imagine where your life could have been if you didn't have that one person who took the time to say, hey, you can do this. Or the person who said, hey, I'm going to send this device over to Reed College. And hopefully you get a chance to see that. And so there's a broad ecosystem here. And, name check to Ann White for saying we need lawyers. So I appreciate that. But it's lawyers, it's the people that work with the kids, the community activists, it's the grassroots organizations, it's organizations like MAT and NRDC. And you also have your regulators. You have the organization whose job is not to promote your industry, but to make sure that the public health and safety and public defense and security are protected. And so right now, we're at an inflection point with the regulatory framework. The U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the U.S. are kind of at the early stages of looking at what is the appropriate regulatory framework for fusion.
And they're doing the approach the way they should be, which is looking at the technology and assessing the technology and getting an appreciation for the risks that it introduces to see how they could right-size their regulatory framework. They're not taking an existing framework and trying to shoehorn it in. They're looking at it more broadly to figure out how should it be regulated. And we're seeing the UK is doing the same thing. So they've developed a white paper suggesting they approach a regulatory framework that's much more akin to a byproduct materials, radioactive materials licensing framework. That needs to be adjusted for the unique characteristics of fusion. But I've been participating in a number of International Atomic Energy Agency Commission workshops on how to regulate fusion. I want to say there's 4 so far that I have scheduled this year, including one last week, where a lot of the group discussion was really very nuclear fission focused and not on fusion. And to me, that can be a bit of fitting a square peg in a round hole. And there's obviously huge amounts of symmetries that you can borrow from, such as, evaluating like materials degradations. But when you're looking at what your framework should be, I think it's important to start from the technology and work your way out rather than start from what you have and work your way in.
293, they can run. They'll be ones you can actually think about. Really net on me.
It's great that the regulators are thinking broadly. Are there any actions that the regulators can take to support the social acceptance, energy justice, and other issues that we've discussed?
Yeah, so that's actually really interesting because, again, we keep talking about how this is such an important moment. This is also an important moment for how regulators are viewing what the role of looking at energy justice and environmental justice are from their perspective. And so for an organization like the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, they're an independent government agency. So when President Biden issued a series of executive orders asking agencies to take a look at how they review things like environmental justice and the work that they do, an agency like the NRC doesn't have to accept that. But they voluntarily did and said, you know what, we're going to take a fresh look at environmental justice and see how we should be incorporating it and looking at it in terms of when we pursue our licensing actions. So they've had an environmental justice policy in place since President Clinton issued an executive order in 1994. And then they had a series of case laws come out that had pertained to environmental justice, and then they developed an environmental justice policy statement. But they're taking a fresh look at it now to figure out, how should we look at it and where do we look at it? And they already have an existing framework in NEPA, which Matt mentioned earlier, but that's the National Environmental Policy Act, which asks a federal agency that has to take a licensing action or take a major federal action to take a hard look at the impacts on the human environment that action would have. And that involves a whole range of activities from what are the environmental impacts, the groundwater usage, the impact on the flora and fauna, as well as the socioeconomic impacts of your project, the environmental justice impacts of your project, and they look at it for the good and the bad, and climate change as well. So climate change is folded in. And so for a project like a fusion project, you could say, okay, well, climate change, we don't have greenhouse gas emissions. This is going to be a positive impact because of climate change. But you also have to look at, other things that you're doing as well that the agency needs to evaluate. And the purpose of NEPA is twofold, right? It's not just so that the agency takes a hard look and understands and appreciates the actions that it's taken and the consequences on the human environment of those actions, but it's also to provide the information in order for the stakeholder community to be more engaged in the process. And so there's a great element there in reaching out to local communities, bringing them early on in the process and having them have a voice in the development of these projects.
That's great, although NEPA would be maybe later in the process than where the fusion community is now, but
you
certainly
need the major federal action. But there can be, DOE may have NEPA for some of the actions that it's taking to support fusion projects. So every agency has this obligation when it takes a major federal action.
we have a very small, by comparison, DOE grant, and we have to go through NEPA. It's just a software product. So one last question, and then we'll wrap up. And this is to the panel broadly by email. What efforts should be taken now to support the public trust in early fusion licensing and regulation? Maybe this is really for Amy and for Matt.
I'll do quick because you're probably going to have more to say. So I think right now education and engagement are key. You know, you can't just assume that you're a company and you can develop a project in parallel, or you're the government agency and that you can just sit in your silo, because that's not how things work in practice. And I think the gentleman from Southern Company who spoke earlier said you are going to be building a facility in a community, and you're going to have the community signed on for your project. You're going to have your elected stakeholders sign on for the project. You're going to want to be a good citizen in that community. The earlier you can factor that in and build trust with your local community, the much better job you're going to have with the success of your project overall.
And I would just add to take the time to communicate about nuclear weapons proliferation aspects to fusion. These are incredibly troubling times. Nuclear weapons are in the news, and for fusion, safeguarding a fusion facility against its misuse to create nuclear weapons is very straightforward. You would not have any reason to bring fissile material into a fusion power plant. There would be things to work out in terms of nuclear non-proliferation safeguards, and the fusion community industry will have to work those out eventually. But the non-proliferation story of fusion, I think, is worth communicating.
That's great. Well, I think with those concrete suggestions, we have to wrap up. But thank you so much. And what I really like about this panel is not just that we raise these issues, but that I think we actually have real practical takeaways that the community and the funders can implement and go forward on this important issue. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hadel, and the scintillating panel. Thank you again. So to keep things moving, we would like to proceed directly to the third and last panel. And this one is on the fusion industry vision. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Carly Anderson, a partner at Prime Movers Lab, which invests in breakthrough scientific startups. And so I invite Dr. Anderson and the distinguished panelists up to the table. The floor is yours.
All right, and with that, let's begin Act 3 of this really awesome set of sessions we've got today. Thanks, Scott, for the introduction. Really excited to be here with some of the leaders of the companies who are making this vision a reality. So going down the line, we've got Andrew Holland, the CEO of the Fusion Industry Association, David Kirtley, the founder and CEO of Helion Energy, Bob Mumgard, the co-founder and CEO of Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Thanks for leaning forward for me. We've got AJ Cantor, Chief of Staff at Zap Energy. We've got Michael Binderbauer, co-founder and CEO at TAE Technologies. And last but not least, Greg Pfeiffer, founder and CEO at Shine Medical Technologies. And as we get started, really just can't emphasize enough how critical the people are to making this vision a reality. The entrepreneurs we have on stage and in this audience, the policymakers in the room, we've got the scientific community we heard from earlier, the regulators, the U.S. manufacturing, research, engineering companies, private capital, and the citizens and stakeholders who have supported fusion research for the last 70 years and have really enabled the U.S. to lead. We just heard some really amazing concrete ways in which we can pull people in and make this community even bigger. So I thought we'd start by reflecting on that and see if we can get some of these companies to share what they're working on, what they're doing to promote diversity and energy justice at their organizations. David, let's start with you.
Great, thank you. DEI is a critical issue for us. I think what I tell my team is the problem we're solving is tremendously challenging. It's and requires an enormous amount of innovation. You're going to hear from the panel here, and you've already heard today about a diversity of technologies, diversity of ideas, but the kind of innovation that this requires, one type of brain isn't gonna do it. And so what I tell my team is that for every decision we're making, we need to bring together different ideas, people from different backgrounds, different educations, to solve those problems. And so it's been a focus of Helion's from the beginning. It's good to say that our board of directors and our executive team are all primarily minorities, but we don't do nearly enough throughout the organization at all. I can give you some stats of our sort of passive incoming candidates we see about on the mechanical engineering. I have to pick on my mechanical engineers. About 10% of our applicants are women engineers in mechanical engineering, and technicians, it's less than 1%. It's absolutely astounding. And so the pipeline, the workforce, the way we support it, Shalanda, I think we're going to give you a call, it is a big deal. And we need to work on doing better at the hiring practices as well as helping
member companies. And we do an annual survey. And part of that annual survey is to look at what's the both gender diversity and racial diversity within the workforces. And so the first thing you have to start with is knowing where you are. And so in 2021, we found it was 22% female, 78% male, which is broadly reflective of where the tech and high science field is as a whole. We need to do better. Racial diversity is actually harder to quantify because we couldn't quite normalize it across international borders and what racial hierarchies are and all that sort of stuff. So we've got the numbers, but we're trying to figure out how to actually do that, and we'll do better on that in our 2022 survey. But what we've done is we've started a FIA Inclusion and Diversity Committee to share best practices across the industry. And we also know that we need to invest in a workforce and partnerships that will attract these. But the other thing I'd say is that, you know, we hear a lot about diversity in sort of PhD programs and stuff like this. But it's important to remember that private sector jobs are not just diplomas, they're also hard hats. So, you know, this is an important place, an important way as we build things. And the fusion industry is building things now and will be building things a lot more. That this is, we have to just get the whole workforce and think about it in a broader sense as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Andrew. Anyone else want to chime in? I'm going to let you, Bob, go for it.
Yeah, it's something that's really, really important. And we like to say inside CFS that, you know, why is fusion so like science fiction-y, right? It's science fiction-y because it's post-natural resource. It's human resource. If you know how to build this, you solve resources and all the problems that resources, those that have it, those that don't, have. But that means you have to have the right people, and you have to be able to scale that human resource globally. So it's got to be broad. So when you talk about like inclusion, and we've now in a community are building a greenfield facility, a fusion facility, 100 megawatts of power, 20 times more than JET, on the ITER sort of platform. Concrete going in right now in that community where we started years ago, talking to everybody in that community and going out proactively so they knew what this was about, what we wanted to bring into that community and what we wanted that community to partner with us on. As community colleges, that's the local kayak club in the river next door, right? And that's talking about not just we're building a machine, but we're building a community here of somewhere like 1,000 people, of technicians, of people that are putting things together. And that's going to come from an economic development area. So how do you get all those people on board? And you do that by actually going out and building things. And we're at the cusp of seeing a whole new revolution in doing that. And the company's up here, $4 billion, that's going to turn in to people and things in like the next 3 years. And so how we do that right and set this up for the long term, like really, really, really high leverage right now.
Thank you, guys. I think those are some great comments on knowing where we are today, on hiring practices, and on engaging in the community, starting those early steps of some of the things that we discussed in that last panel. And I really appreciate, again, those concrete suggestions that I know everybody is taking notes on. Greg,
Yeah, just one thing I would add that we've had some success with, and even though our numbers don't look great, like most people I assume here, but measuring and then creating an annual report and putting it out on our website actually has been, it might seem like the numbers might cause people of DEI backgrounds to avoid you, but actually really like the fact that you're measuring and admitting that you have a problem and trying to do something about it. So just a tip maybe for people.
great. Thanks. Now I want to pull on one of the threads that Bob brought up on scaling, right? The first panel went into in great depth why this is the time from a scientific standpoint. I want to pull on that from the industrial standpoint. Why is now the time to lean in? What's changed? And I'd like to begin with Michael. I know you've had a broader view on this industry than many, so please.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's first of all, it's an extremely exciting time, as we heard earlier. And I'm sorry I missed the early part, but I've had conversations with all the folks on the panel, so I know the topic, of course, well. I think we're at an incredible point where the science and the technology are starting to meet up with the challenge. And I think what the private sector is bringing is the ability to take that into the vision and the direction that we need to make a practical power plant. You know, I used to work in the university with my PhD mentor and then ultimately some postdoc time. And then we started TAE back in 1998. And we had very little idea at that point what it would take to do this, right? So the journey is enormous. You go through the stages of first sort of saying you can do this in a few years, and then you sober up. And, you know, I liken this to climbing a mountain. You get out of the fog of the inversion layer, and suddenly you see the summit is way up there. And, you know, that's technology. In fact, for us, it was 20 years of just a bear of making technological components work at a level that they just weren't ready. And I think that's probably, in my perspective, my life lesson, the thing we learned the most on. But what's exciting now I think we've conquered a lot of these things, and they're getting really, really ready. And I think what you see in the private sector is that is not just a journey in of itself, but it connects tightly with an end product we're trying to develop, right? We're talking about building not science projects, but actually delivering energy. And that means you're going to have to build applied things that will work reliably and cost effective. And I think this is where, when you have choices, when you do science, and you have choices about what technology vector you pursue, or when you look at this with this end game in mind, it just sometimes drives you in a very different direction. And frankly, one that I didn't appreciate either. But we got there through a very disciplined process. And I think this is where the augment comes when the academic side and the national labs work together with those that are really feeling the burden of having taken private money and supposed to deliver a product. I think there's a great synergy to drive this to a very focused sort of pathway to get there fast.
Yeah, as private capital, we want you to make a product and sell a lot of it. That's very important. Yeah, and I really appreciate Kathy McCarthy's comments earlier on. This has to be competitive. Like we are not here. Private capital is not here. These companies are not here because this is exciting and it will solve climate change. It will, and that's partially why we're here. But we're here because there is a business opportunity here to really create the economy of the 21st century, and we want to be part of it.
Always.
Maybe AJ, I know you've also spent time in the private sector.
Always,
Do you want to
always,
comment on
always.
what's different now?
Yeah. Quite a bit is different now. There's a reason we're all here. I think one of the kind of major contributors to the growth of all these companies has been the fact that fund sizes have grown in venture. And you need to make really big bets in order to return.
Yeah, you gotta be
this is
willing
one
to
of
make really big bets
where
to get really big returns. You heard her.
companies. And we're defining an entirely new industry here. And so folks are really starting to, I mean, it over the course of the last couple of years, there's been a growth.
Another dip. Excuse me. They're buying. Sorry.
The confluence of both that proclivity toward frontier tech as well as the growing fund sizes has really translated to
buying again. Right back at it. We're right back above the upper band here on the spot.
Appreciate that.
25.
A little bit of our
Not looking good.
approach to commercializing fusion. We're sort of looking at applications that sort of have the highest value per reaction, highest value per new
For the Bears.
to build a sustainable company. Hopefully that can sort of withstand a lot of the
Bulls winning.
have to go through to
Keeping momentum.
commercialize fusion.
Yesterday.
That's
LCLD lunch break coming up shortly.
for everybody in here is if
Wall Street lunch break approaching.
we're harder than we thought.
12 minutes.
Applications where we can really
You ready?
certainly what
What are you having
with respect to the
for lunch today?
Been lucky
Like,
enough to be part of
share,
USA's
subscribe
agreement program
in the comments.
for producing
Share what
medical.
you're having.
We're building what I believe will
For
be the
lunch
largest
in the comments.
production facility in the world, which will use
At the upper band.
pinning
On the spot still.
use these products, which is really kind of neat. Might actually be the first large scale application of fusion in human history. So that's really cool. But that program's been really helpful. It's a commercialization program. Really, it's a cost matching program. So you've got to have the private capital to match any public investment. You've got to be able to convince private investors that it's worth supporting. So I like that from a taxpayer perspective. But it's also provided us very good access to the national laboratories and the expertise they've developed in radiochemistry and nuclear physics, et cetera, over the years in an open source way. So in other words, any of that expertise where the labs might be working with us to de-risk certain aspects of our technology is available to everybody and published immediately when the work is done. So I think that could potentially be a model for how the government could engage with the private sector as we push to commercialize applications of fusion.
Yeah, it's great hearing about programs that have already shown success, like yours had. And I also wanted to definitely double click on that open source publishing those themes, especially as investors who.
Microsoft picking up.
It's so helpful to have information out in the broader community, vetted by other organizations, the national labs, third parties. Just wanted to double click on that.
Tesla picking up.
Bob, I know you've also had experience with government programs.
Yeah, I think, what can the government do to accelerate
We have resistance.
commercial?
Fighting.
The first, clarity.
Oh.
We have to decide where we're all going. And fusion power plants, those are products that serve customers, that have research, that has a workforce. And if we all understand what that
436.77. Can I get on?
From a world where it was only academic and we built experiments, one-offs.
Wow.
We didn't really understand what the private companies are doing.
Broken.
To a world is, we see where we slot in. We see this ladder. The second part, you have to have clarity where you are. Second part is you need to be bold.
We
have to say we have an objective to go.
As third parties.
Can I get another one? So they broke it here, 436.80 on the SPY new high. Actually it's not. We're in the range of the near it though. 436.96 is the high. 436.80 is where we're at now.
Where we fit. We have clarity on how we fit.
Market's picking up 437 new high. Oh man. So they're buying up right here before lunch, you guys. They're buying up.
And what that whole picture looks like. And we all know where we fit. We have clarity on how we fit.
Amazon 3106. Wow.
Really powerful in and of itself. And we're just starting to see that. We're going from a world where it was only academic. And we built see this ladder. The second part, you have to have clarity where you are.
Microsoft headed back to the middle. Microsoft headed back to the middle, but almost at 292.
Backed by private capital, venture capital, and so limited time frame so that's a really important thing to think about because we hear
is again Tesla on the high 855 on. The market is picking up, you guys. I don't know what's going on, but it's going crazy. The SPY's on the high, 437, 36, 38. Oh, Tesla 856 is the line. We're getting short squeeze. Oh, man, it's going crazy here, you guys. The SPY's picking up here. Looks like they're buying up at lunch today, not selling. We're gonna see if this momentum can hold and continue here. Nancy was right. They'll figure it out the way to make money here. Horn, Tesla's still going 857. Oh man, the SPY is on the high, you guys. The market is going crazy. Microsoft is right here wanting to really hit 292. Let's 291.62 on Microsoft. Oh man, we might get a break even if they go $2 more. If they go green today, it's 295 on Microsoft. Man, the market picking up. Market picking up. Market picking up. I repeat, the market is picking up. We are really getting out of the woods, you guys. I think the bulls have found an exit out of the woods. It's really starting to show now. We're getting in the direction here. I think this is post-Fed rate hike. This is post-Powell. We're getting there. It's still going. The market's still going up, you guys. We're out of the. We're becoming out of the woods. Oh man. But just because it found a way out of the woods, that don't mean that's the right exit though yet. So I wouldn't be getting too excited, you guys. But man, we got excited right there. The market was going crazy here for a second. Those numbers were starting to change really, really fast. It does that. Wall Street lunch break is coming up here. We do have all the indices more than likely. Let's check it. Let's check it. I like to check it. Check it or wrap it or step it or check it or lack it or wrap it or rip it. Rib it. Here. Uh-oh. Tesla is picking up. That monster is gone over there. That monster is gone over there. They're not playing around over there. Wow. Tesla is picking up here, you guys. Is 900 really possible? I just don't think. I don't know, man. Elon is up to something here today. They're going up here, you guys. They're really going up here, you guys, for real. Like, it's really, really going up. Let's see how long that can hold, man. They got a lot of momentum over there, Tesla. Overall, big tech does. Microsoft picking up, man. Everything is Facebook, Meta, aka, Amazon. Apple's even picking up. Apple's on the higher. So Apple's about to flip and turn green here. Tesla is really going, though, you guys. No briefings right now. As you can see, that one briefing is still going on. We got 4 minutes to lunch anyway, so looks like the friend of Ireland luncheon will begin shortly. So we'll keep that up here when that does pop up. Update on the indices. You guys did want to know that. My bad. I'll give you guys an update right here, live from CNBC. They're saying the Dow is up 41%, the S&P 500 is up 43%, the Nasdaq's up 26%, the Russell 2000 is up 92%, the VIX is down 2.92%. So the market is in the green, you guys. It's been very volatile here today. We're seeing red, we're seeing green, we're seeing red, we're seeing green, we're seeing red. Now we see green again. So the market has been flip-flop, flippity-flop, wop-wop type style here today, you guys. They finally broke out of the credit spread channel here. They are debit spreading right now. The market is going up. We do not know how long this is going to continue to hold here. They are out of the channel just a little bit, so this only can last maybe just a little bit. Probably maybe till Wall Street lunch break in here in 3 minutes starts. They're going to take lunch for about 30 minutes. LCAOD, we're going to take lunch for about 30 minutes here today too, maybe an hour. We'll see you guys later on though. We're really going to go ahead and get this lunch thing started off here early, seeing that the market is rising going into lunch here, you guys. So really, yeah, let's go ahead and do that, get lunch started, and we'll see you guys in a few. Enjoy your lunch. We're going to play music until we do see that briefing start here shortly during lunch. And I hope you're doing well. The market is going up, ladies and gentlemen. The market is continuing to go up from the past 2 or 3 days here. So it looks like we got a 3 or 4-peat here, however you want to put it. But the market has been going up here, you guys. We haven't seen no downside action in about 2 or 3 days, 4 days now. So yeah, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12:28 p.m. Like I said, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you later.
Well, right. It's busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit been really fucked up. Shot nigga, you goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that feel. But it ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stupid life, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas to take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's some rag home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to stank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro?
And Ronald Reagan, when Ronald Reagan was president. In the first year, it was just the president and the speaker. First year, it was just the president and the speaker, as it is now. But in the years that followed, the Taoiseach was an important special guest. And you might be interested to know, Mr. President, that when Tip O'Neill had the first lunch, he had invited 16 members, 12 of them from Massachusetts.
Next year, I'm going to invite them.
So you came in the next year, okay. The next year, you were proudly joined by Taoiseach Garrett Fitzgerald, and each year since, again, that has been how we have celebrated the Feast of St. Patrick. We're grateful to the Friends of Ireland Caucus, led by co-chair Richie Neal. Richie, Mike Kelly. Where's Pat? David Joyce. Where's David? David Joyce. Thank you. Again, bipartisan, bicameral. This we're especially grateful to be celebrating the Feast of St. Patrick with an Irish American President of the United States. Ties between our two nations are very strong, as you know, and even though the Speaker of the House is not Irish, Italian American, I don't have Irish grandparents, but I do have Irish grandchildren. Sean, Ryan, and Liam. And again, they are just an example of the millions of bonds between our two countries of Irish Americans. And that future of our country is strengthened by America's, we talk about the firm commitment to our future. It's enhanced by Irish Americans. The Irish Americans have fought in the Revolutionary War, in the Civil War, have built our country in so many ways. I don't need to go into, you all know it, it's the stories of your life. And always to make a peaceful, beautiful future for America. I do want to say that in our shared history, peace has been a focal point. And last night I mentioned the Good Friday Accords as a part of peace in our time. I spoke about it last night because I had the privilege of being on a number of CODELs to Ireland, to Northern Ireland as well. And many of us who visited Northern Ireland in the 90s saw at the border tanks, soldiers, Union Jacks, barbed wire, and the rest. And those of us who went recently to observe the anniversary of the Good Friday Accords saw a completely different situation at the border. Just a yellow line turning into a white line, making the distinction between Northern and Southern, and Northern Ireland and Ireland. What was interesting, Mr. President, at that time, the speaker at Stormont, he gave a big reception for us, all children, high school age children. And two of them spoke, one Catholic, one Protestant. And they both had the same message. They said that they who had never known conflict, they made it clear they weren't going back. Nearly 2 generations of children living in peace. Again, we're sorry that Taoiseach could not be with us today. I commended him last night, and I just want to say, if he were here, what I said last night, I had the privilege of giving him, and the distinguished ambassador accepted on his part and gave his rousing speech. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And the British ambassador is here as well. Hi, Carl. And the Irish ambassador. I said at the time of the Taoiseach that the world has been awed by his handling of the pandemic, because he's had a lifetime of leadership in terms of public health, of his handling of the economy of Ireland, especially during the difficult times of Brexit, his reinvigoration of the government focus on housing and healthcare being a focus in his public life, and his unyielding belief in the power of education for the Irish children. And we saluted him for Ireland's very important role in promoting peace in Ukraine. Peace in Ukraine. Now, in the spirit of peace and our nation's longtime partnership, let us hear a blessing offered by Reverend Thomas O'Connor of Our Lady of Glastonbury Abbey in Hingham, Massachusetts. Is that your parish?
I think it's my parish.
Reverend O'Connor. Reverend O'Connor.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. O awesome God, we come here today to commemorate St. Patrick, who worked to unite and reconcile people, the same mission which all leaders of nations are charged with. St. Patrick is remembered for his simplicity and pastoral care, for his humble trust in God, and for his fearless preaching of the gospel to those who had enslaved him in his youth. He saw a future of Ireland and the care of its people as a core of his mission. He was committed to the growth of people by building community, by teaching the people about Christian faith, and by listening to God. Like Patrick, we of Irish ancestry have been blessed with a captivating culture which speaks of who we are and what makes us Irish. Like an exquisite landscape imbued with 40 shades of green. Like Irish soda bread and the endless cups of tea. Like a Cayley celebration of storytelling, singing, music, and the beat of the bow run, and Irish step dancing, and the presence of Guinness and Jameson are only an Irish jig away. Like the gift of the gab present in the Irish and many politicians, present company is no exception. Regardless if you have kissed the Blarney Stone or not. Like the gift of poetry, literature, mystics, and myth. And also like the beautiful concept of Anam Cara, soul friends, which our two nations have become over the years in a strong bond of hope, unity, and trust. God, we ask your blessing upon all those who are gathered here, upon this food we are about to partake, of those who have prepared it and will serve it. We ask your blessing also on those who have less than we do, especially the children of our nations, going to bed hungry tonight. And dear God, we are particularly mindful of the exiled people of the Ukraine, who are in need of hope and peace, healing, and safe passage. We ask all these in the name of the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Amen.
Do you think Father has kissed the Blarney Stone? Hey. Oh, no, he hasn't even been to Ireland yet. Well, Father, I've been to Ireland. I've spoken to the Dáil. That's a big honor, yes, to talk about the children. And when Ronald Reagan came to speak at that first luncheon, he talked about the children. He said America has been blessed by her Irish children. And one of those Irish children is now the President of the United States. My wish for all of you is that you could have been there last night, and well, many of you were, to hear the President take pride in his Irish American heritage. He made us cry almost. He made us laugh in our hearts, and he made us think. He made us think about what America is and what the Irish community means to our great country. And we could see how this great president came to be as a person who understands the beautiful diversity of our country. As I've said, because he respects his own heritage, he understands how we respect our own heritage as well. And he understands the dignity and worth of all people because his Irish heritage, in his case, was accompanied by a deep Catholic faith. He talks about his mother and father quite a bit, and don't keep the faith, spread the faith, right? That's your mom. That's your mom. So again, I think of another Irish president when I think of President Biden, and I've told him this. When I was young, I was in school and I attended the Kennedy inaugurations. Many of you have heard me say this. And everybody in the world practically, but certainly in our country ever since, knows what President Kennedy said about ask not to citizens of America, ask not what America can do for you. You know that whole sentence. But the very next sentence, and I say this to the president, the very next sentence, President Kennedy made this statement thinking of Joe Biden. To the citizens, to the people of the world, ask not what America can do for you, but what we can do working together for the freedom of mankind. And that is exactly what our president is doing, working together with respect for everyone, other countries in the West, not in any condescending way or anything, but in a respectful collaboration. That sentence was made for you, Mr. President, at this time. When we were, many of us, in Munich to the security conference, we heard leaders of countries and foreign ministers, defense ministers, but heads of state, right? You shaking your head, say thank you for your president, for bringing us together, for reinforcing the transatlantic alliance, and then even beyond that, and for helping us work together to help the people of Ukraine in a way that is unifying and not dictating. And so, again, with great pride, it's my pleasure to bring to one of America's children that God has blessed us with, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Father, before I begin, bless me, Father, for I'm about to sin. Well, I just want you to know, I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid. I married Dominic Giacoppa's daughter. Look, thank you very much, Nancy, for that very gracious and very over-the-top introduction. I appreciate it very much. You know, I just got off on the way up, before I came up here, I was on the Zoom, as we say, with the Taoiseach for about 45 minutes. And he's looking well, he feels well. He's tested positive, but he feels well. It looks good, and he wanted to, I know the ambassador's here to bring his regards, but he's really sorry he can't be here. And he was looking forward to it, as was his wife. You know, the good spirits and feelings as well that exist on St. Patrick's Day seems to be one of those few times, and not so I would say few. We should have more times like this where Democrats and Republicans get together and we actually not only agree on one thing, but we remind ourselves we actually like each other. And it's a useful thing. And you know, Yeats wrote, and I quote, "Talent perceives differences, genius unity." Talents perceives differences, genius unity. And, you know, I think today we can add a fifth item to at least my unity agenda, and that's support of our relationship between Ireland and the United States, which is taking on an even more intense and cooperative form than it ever has because of Ireland's neutrality. On this issue, it brings together Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Richie Neal, who is Irish, as we say, where I come from belt buckle to shoe sole, and the leaders of both our parties and all the friends of Ireland. I'm the proud son of Catherine Eugenia Finnegan Biden, and like so many Americans of Irish heritage, I love Ireland, and I was raised in a circumstance where you would have thought my whole family, they came in 1844 and 1845, but you'd think they'd all lived in Ireland the last 60 years, previous 60 years. As I was talking to Taoiseach today, the Irish on St. Patrick's Day think that Irish Americans think they're more Irish than the Irish. And but that's kind of how I was raised. Like so many Americans of Irish heritage, like other people of other heritage as well, it was imbued in me to be proud of my heritage, and the pride that was passed down generations in our family, even though they've been here since the mid-1800s. And it was this part of the air we breathed, especially up in Scranton, and where we lived with near my grandpa. My grandfather, Ambrose Finnegan, used to say, and I mean this, he'd say, "Joey, if you're lucky enough to be Irish, you're lucky enough." every time something bad happened, I go, I don't, I'm not sure anyway. But because being an Irish family, family was everything. My dad's expression was family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And he meant it. But you know, the faith we share with one another and the resilience that we've all gone through, both in America and in Ireland, are ones that we've been knocked down sometimes, just knocked flat in our back. And my mom's expression for real was, Joey, get up. Just get up. Get up. It's a simple proposition. It was sort of the Irish of it. You just get up, no matter what. Dust yourself off and move. We're not the only culture that has that view, but it was imbued in my family. And the other one was that, and I mean this sincerely, my dad is, no one is better than you, and you're no better than anyone else. Not a joke. No one is better than you, but you're no better than anyone else. And it's real. It's real. Because we were taught never, as my mother would say, never bow, never bend, never yield. But the truth of the matter was that in the days when my parents and grandparents were growing up in this coal country of Scranton, being Irish was less than a badge of honor. My great-grandfather blew it. On my grandmother Finnegan's maiden name, was only the second Catholic ever elected to the Senate in the state of Pennsylvania, and that was 1907. Only the second one. The first one was in, I think, 1838 or 1840. The point was that, like many cultures, like many folks, where you came from was either viewed as an asset or a liability. And but the point is that everything that we were taught, and I'm sure all of you of Irish background and other backgrounds as well, were taught that it's all about striving for a better future, that you can do better, just simply do better, and and you can do it while you cherish the past. Now you don't have to forget the past or disassociate yourself from it, but cherish it. These are the values of immigrants, not only from Ireland, but from like my great-great-grandparents when they were brought here, brought themselves to the United States. But today it's only part of what it means to be Irish. There's an indelible part of it that is American, because the values are the same, in my view. The values built into our Constitution. That I heard me say last night, I think we're the most unique country in the history of the world. We're the only country based upon organizationally, not geography, not ethnicity, not race, not religion, but on a notion, an idea. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty. I mean, that's the basis of why we formed this country. No other country has ever been based on a notion like that. They've incorporated those notions, but the basis for their organization has been their ethnicity, their religion, their geography, whatever, but not here. And I know I say it, and many of you say it, and I think people wonder whether we really mean it. I really think the source of our strength is our diversity. The source of our strength is our diversity. And, the values that immigrants from Ireland brought, but they're, as I said, they're not only Irish values, they're values, I think, of the vast majority of immigrants who come to the United States. And I'm proud to say that the bond between Ireland and the United States, by the way, has grown deeper and stronger over the years, for real. And we've navigated a once-in-a-century pandemic together. We've grieved the loss of too many people in both our countries. And we worked to rebuild our economies and taken on the challenge of renewing and strengthening our democracy. Because, again, I apologize for repeating myself, but I know many of you heard me say, I think we're at an inflection point in history. I think, and I mean that sincerely, it occurs every several generations. I think we're in a genuine struggle between autocracies and democracies, and whether or not democracies can be sustained. And I'm going to be speaking to President Xi tomorrow, and he'll remind me that I told him he remembers every damn thing I've said, unfortunately. But all kidding aside, we talked about the idea. He does not believe democracies can be sustained in the 21st century because things move so rapidly, technology is changing so much, democracies don't have time to arrive at consensus. That's why autocracies will succeed. Well, you know, and now, you know, you have Ireland stepping up not only in terms of their relationship with us, but, you know, the Good Friday agreements built on the political and economic progress that we've made together. And I know some criticize me, but I've had a good relationship with the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Boris. We always kid each other when we see each other, but point is that I've made it clear that I don't think I just speak for myself. The Good Friday agreements are firmly supported here in the United States, and we insist that it occur. They can be maintained because it's not too hard. The people of Northern Ireland have made significant changes as well. There's movement, as you've mentioned, the young kids you talked about, Protestant and Catholic, talking how they've never known anything but being able to get along. I remember the first time on my parents' 50th wedding anniversary, my brothers and sister, we got together and and we can work something out for you, Father, we gave my parents a trip to Ireland. But coincided, I was going over to the Stormont talks. And so they said, you take him, Joey. But the point is that it was a bit of an epiphany for my parents. They thought to hear all the stories from their ancestors about this, that, and the other thing, some of it apocryphal, some of it real. But it was really amazing. But when we took them to the north, it was interesting. We went up to the Stormont, and anyway, it was an interesting thing to watch the look on my mother's face and my father's face as we toured Ireland, to see both the things that they had heard that were consistent with what this third, because you never know whether there's exaggeration about, well, when this happened and that happened. But they came back more hopeful than they had ever been, as opposed to, and that was a while ago. My generic point is that, now you have Ireland and Great Britain and the Republic standing together against a murderous dictator, a pure thug who is waging an immoral war against the people of Ukraine. And by the way, the Republic is paying a big price for this, a big number for supporting the strategy, for supporting the sanctions, including aircraft, a whole range of things. It's not a minor contribution they're making to this effort. It's significant. Ireland and the United States are working together for the first time now. They're on the United Nations Security Council. Ireland's a part of the Security Council now, and the European Union. And Putin is paying a big price for his aggression, and they are part of the reason this cost is going so high. That's a little bit, everybody talks about Germany having stepped up and changed their notions about being more leaning forward, and they have. Well, so is Ireland. So is Ireland, a neutral country. Ireland has stepped up and taking a hit for what they're doing. And you look, ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between Ireland and the United States is a dynamic and I think essential partnership that as much as it has ever been. And, it's sustained and strengthened by the Friends of Ireland in this room and all across the country. And, the connections that link our people stretch back through history, and they well forward, I believe, for the future. We share a common goal, a future of greater peace, greater hope, greater security, and a greater sense of who we are as a country. And my mother's expression, gotten from her grandfather, was You know, as long as you're alive, you have an obligation to strive. And you're not dead till you've seen the face of God. That's what I think of when I think of Ireland. All the troubles they've been through, they have never, ever, ever quit. Never, ever, ever, ever quit. Not once. They've gotten up. And now they're beginning to at least have the benefits of all the hard work and labor they've engaged in. And to becoming a real actor, Mr. Ambassador, on the world stage and at the United Nations. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and I thank the Taoiseach today. And I should probably tell you that my mother, when we went to Ireland, and we were in the South, and my father was a real gentleman, and his greatest regret was he never had a college education. But if any one of you were coming back to Delaware with me, and my dad were around and retired, and I didn't call him to tell him I was bringing you over and introduce him, so he had a chance to put on a coat and a tie, because he would only see you that way. That was my dad. And as we were going to Ireland, Fitzgerald was the Taoiseach, and we walked in to have a picture taken. And my dad had his brand new blazer that had a patch on it. My brother-in-law, Jack Owens, who's Irish from, like you, Neil, and it was this patch, this crest, and it's Latin written on it. And I never took the time to look at it, although I had to take 4 years of Latin, three years of Latin in the Catholic high school I went to. And the Taoiseach were having our picture taken. He said, "Oh, Mr. Biden," he said, "I agree." And what it said in Latin was, "Don't let the bastards get you down." Well, we can't let them get us down. We can't let them get us down. Thank you for allowing me to come back home, come up here and speak, and thank you, Nancy, for the nice compliments.
As the president has to make a clean exit to go back to work, I wanted all of us to lift our glass to toast the president on this St. Patrick's Day. Mr. President, this is a toast that I learned from my grandchildren. I've said it to our colleagues here before, and it goes like this. It's an Irish toast. Sing as if no one can hear you. Dance as if no one can see you. Love as if you've never loved before, and live as if heaven is on earth. So when I said to them, "Is that a toast that is a tradition in the Keneally family?" they said, "No, that's a sign that is in the Shannon Airport." To the President, thank you, Mr. President. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Well, my grandmother had one. She said, "May those who love us, and those who don't, may they turn their ankles so we know they're coming by their limp."
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the White House Equal Pay Day Summit. My name is Jennifer Klein, and I'm the director of the White House Gender Policy Council. Thank you to all of you who've joined us here today, and thank you to all of you who are tuning in for this important conversation. To get us started, I'm thrilled to introduce a longtime leader in advocating for equal pay as California's Attorney General, as United States Senator, and now as Vice President. Welcome, Vice President Harris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Jen Klein, thank you for the introduction and mostly for the work that you do every day, Director of our Gender Policy Council. And to the members of Congress, members of our administration, business leaders.
And I tell you, when they go off, turn that off, play your music, nigga. Nobody want to see that or that shit. Thinking my people getting tricked out thinking that's live and shit. You fucking them up. First thing I do is start trapping. Hey, you better start adapting. Like a charger, you can adapt it. Plugged up. Just a piece to my chapter. I'm getting money, you are laughter. I'm getting money, I'm your father. I'm getting money, you better look at me like your daughter. And she like my style. Every time I fuck her, she say wow. And my gun do go pow. I don't know Soldier Boy shit. That's some clowns. I ain't with that fuss. Nigga try me, he gon' get bust quick. Man, fuck it. Man, fuck it. I ain't gotta discuss it. Since a youngin', motherfucker, I been getting money.
Yeah, I got them counties, counterfeit. Free my niggas out that county, out that pen. They my rounds P. My dog. I'm a double G. Yeah, I'm from the east, but I throw it the west. Cause I love weed. That smoke, nigga. Yeah, smoking on that Cali bud, please. If you know about chase a bag string, chaser. Yeah, that cash me. About 100 racks to my cash, please. Hey, go chase a bag. Go chase a bag. Go chase a bag. Hey, I love that fucking cash. I do it. I do it. Yeah, cause I love that bag. Cause I love that bag. And I get that bag. Hey, chase a fucking bag. Chase a fucking bag. Go chase your fucking bag. It's bad. 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 finessing, finessing.
We're Acuity Man.
Finessing, finessing, finessing. One right, go spizzy. Finessing, hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing, can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finessing, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing, can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finessing. I'm all about that K, I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space, cause I'm headed to the K. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options, yeah, for days, I got options, yeah, for days. I'm finessing, never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chili cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 One rap. Go spizzy. Boogie left for life. Just chasing a dream. See it green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays, I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running it up. Keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, landing money, spending money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me. You can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
Man, it's time to be.
She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. I had to cut her off, she wasn't good for me. She like a gnat, always bugging me. Get the fuck on, away from around me. Before I slap your ass for stealing money. I'm trying to chase a check, you take it from a king. I gave you everything, so fuck the money, fuck your diamond rings. You a petty bitch and that's on everything. I hate your ass and that's a rarely. I look at you but now it's like barely. I should've bagged your Aunt Beverly and took her to the hills while I'm smoking on this medicine. You know how I do when I'm down bad. I used to call you boo, but now I look at you and call you crew. Cause that's where you been, but I don't give a fuck. But I never did what I never was, and now this who I am. And that's on everything. You stay lying, you ain't loyal. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. You stay lying like love is a crime. You stay whining, no turn. You a legend, yeah. I'm tired of that complaining. Sneak this in with your main bitch. All that full shit, I can't handle it. That's why I keep the Glock near me. Shit like that, I don't care, baby. If you wanna sneak this, I'ma sneak with this bitch. Cause I can lie to you if I am lying hearted, but I see through. I'm a puzzle, I figured out everything across the map. Fit in all the gaps. Punch in, throwing jabs. And I might just take a dab. And I'm swimming, that's Michael Phelps. I don't give a fuck how they feel. Cause they ain't get the cards that I was dealt. And this shit fucking hurt me for real. 2 more days to smoke till I chill. Say she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She said she love me, but before. From Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday through Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split. I like it my way. From Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday through Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split. I like it my way. I gotta go and get it. Money is the mission. And if I fall off, then it's back to licking chickens. Cause I'm all about my business. Waiting, they listed. The clock's what I'm ticking. My money got me itching, so I'm grinding till I get it. Never stopping, never quitting. I ain't worried about you niggas. All you niggas bitches while I'm riding through the hood. I'm certified living. The street music taking over, we ain't quitting. Shout out to the boys. Swerving on them 6 hopping out with toys, murking all snitches. I keep a fresh pack of the gas, got me tripping, came up through the hood. You know we ain't listen. I gotta get this money, especially for my children. And if you wanna know me, then you can call me Spizzy, so certified. And I can't lie, when I be in the hood, I be so fly. Yeah. Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, hey, hey, hey. You can get your shit split, I like it my way. Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split, I like it my way. You can get your shit split, bitch. On your pussy it is. I'm a kidder, bitch. I ain't playing, I'm getting money. Over here every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday. Hey. Hold up, Thursday, that's just coming in. Hey, they change. And Friday, we is litty. Yeah, we hit the city. Yeah, we do this shit, nigga. We don't give a fuck, my nigga. We been turned over since we was little niggas. But that's every day, we gotta get it. You never know when you'll be out here on your own, just trying to get it. They don't probably even feel me. They don't even feel me. But I don't care about them. I'm just getting all this chicken. Eating good over here. Denny's. Eating good over here. They getting pennies. Sprinkle it, yeah. This shit just so serious. It's so serious. They laughing. They delirious. From Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split, I like it my way. From Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split, I like it my way. It's the only way I know, nigga. I be tryna stay on my own grind. I be tryna stay on my own time. I be doing me, minding mine. Can't get caught up in the vine. I be tryna stay up on my grind. Cause it's all about the time. If you stay to the time, you will always stay up on your grind. You will shine. You will shine, you will let him. I'm not David, I'm not letting. I'm not a preacher, I'm not testing. I'm getting money, I'm like the rest of them. Niggas just hating and I'm like, wait. Man, you know she lying, fuck that girl. I ain't never listening to that girl. But I know I did rock her world, rock her like a rock star. I'm a pop star. Nah, I talk shit, just like a rock star. But I move work, they call it trap star. But I don't talk, they call it muteness.
I ball, you tough. I got pistols, they go bust. Yeah, you took it, ran off. He paid me, so you paid, dog. Just cause my cousin in the league don't mean we paid off. It mean he worked his ass off. He's his, dog. We just behind him. We support him. Don't try to rob us. Cause I'm Dennis Rodman. Say I'm crazy. I'm Illuminati. But I ain't none of that. I make profit. Like the rest of y'all, I'm getting dollars. Unless you try to try me, then my whole fucking clique gon' be mobbing. Don't try me, cause me, I don't really plead the violence. I just try to teach the knowledge and kick it like karate. Your bitch choose me like Chadi. Yeah. I be tryna stay on my own grind. I be tryna stay on my own time. I be doing me, my demise. Can't get caught up in the vine. I be tryna stay up on my grind. Cause it's all about the time. If you stay to the time, you will always stay up on your grind. You will shine. In the lab, 25, 9, G-Pen got me high. 25, OG. I'm trapping for lays, I'm trapping for chicken, I'm trapping for money, I'm trapping for bitches, I'm trapping for sisters, I'm trapping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. Put dick in the kitty, she acting all kitty. I'm talking game, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch, when I pity, I gave her my penis. I'm trapping for lays, I'm trapping for chicken, I'm trapping for money, I'm trapping for bitches, I'm trapping for sisters, I'm trapping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. Put dick in the kitty, she acting all kitty. I'm talking game, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch, want a penny, I gave her my penis. Bitch, want a penny, I gave her a penny. And she got fucking greedy. She said, can you call up Jimmy? I said I'm Hendrix in the fucking spirit. You already know. Chill with all that weirdness. I be moving dope. Y'all nigga move that dope. Hey, y'all nigga move his flow. Yeah, I just move my hoes. And I got hope. And I don't choose sides. And I'm down to ride. If a nigga's try to slide, just know 3.1 for. Nigga, that's pop. That's my money. Going towards the sky. Voila. Magic. Who did it? Who, yeah. Won't give a fuck about nothing in here. But niggas turn up. We gon' turn up, we gon' turn up and pop this ass. Yeah, niggas don't give a shit. Let's drop this ass. Yeah. Niggas all about the cash. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, we on your ass. For that cash, you ain't gotta eat grass. Don't do this shit again. You know what I'm talking about. The end. So, fuck niggas ain't my friends. Say it, and say it again. These fuck niggas ain't my friends. The end.
Bricks on the beat.
Slitter P. Shout out to Bricks on the beat. You moving keys or you moving work? Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Folk can fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work? Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in an angle, I'm talking Kurt.
your bitch in pain, she want a perk. She want a purse or a perk, but I ain't getting it neither. I just poured up before, it won't fit in my leader. When I hit it, she think I play baseball, no Derek Jeter. But I fuck her so good that you might wanna treat her, that you might wanna beat her too. But I don't beat them physically, not like you. I'm not a woman beater, nah, can't lock me up for that. Niggas fool when I can't beat, she told the judge that. Fuck that hoe, I'm back on my shit, I gotta get this dough, I'm gotta get the money, gotta fuck a hoe. If she tryna fucking fuck me, fuck that hoe. Gas is all I fucking know, getting money is all I fucking coach. And I be boasting. And you niggas be roasting, y'all hot. Y'all ain't never toasting, y'all not. But me, I'm always toting them Glocks. Me, I got that 40, you can write. Or you moving work. Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work. Driving a foreign car, that bitch gon' skirt. Like your bitch in the angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. Get vaccine, get them gone. That's money going round and round. Round and round. I just do it for the town. Y'all fuck niggas, y'all fucking clowns. I ain't never been fucking down, none of that fake shit, I've always been real. I always shoot to kill like Kill Bill. Nigga, I am a steal. Nigga, you can't take this. If you take this, you got to be on my playlist. Niggas talking that fuck shit, but nigga, I ain't even fucking with it. Hey, nigga, I ain't even fucking with you. Nigga, I'm doing my own thing. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. Before you want it, you gotta call me man. You gotta call me man. Just call me first. If not, I'll put you in a hearse. If not, I'll put you in the dirt. You're moving, work. If you're moving, work. If you're moving, go work. Hey, Newberry.
Run it up, run it, 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 run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up. Run up the bands on the regular. That cheese I got ain't no extra. I got what you need, that pressure. So shot with me ain't no flexion. I used to jig and finesse you, but now I'm running up extra. I'm chasing them commas from checks, bruh. I'm chasing them commas from checks, bruh. Run up the bands on the regular. That cheese I got ain't no extra. I got what you need, the pressure. So shot with me ain't no flexion. I used to jig and finesse you, but now I'm running up extra. I'm chasing them commas from checks, bruh. I'm chasing them commas from checks, bruh. Check. I just got a check, put the rollie on my wrist, and your bitch, she gave me neck. Respect, I just got a tech. You niggas out of line, I'ma aim it at your neck. Call me Chase a Bag, I fuck with Project X. Bitches popping mollies, throwing pussy cats. No money raining, sipping on the raining. On top of cloud 9 chromed out phones. The stool, that's my home. Yeah, we get it on. Every day is 25/8 and we on. Hey, running up them bands. Hey, I'm running up them bands. Run up the bands on the regular. The cheese, I got ain't no extra. I got what you need, the pressure. Go shot with me and no flexing. I used to jig and finesse you, but now I'm running no extra. I'm chasing no commas from checks, but I'm chasing no commas from checks, but run up the bands on the regular. The cheese, I got ain't no extras. I got what you need, the pressure. Go shot with me and no flexing. I used to jig and finesse you, but now I'm running no extra. I'm chasing no commas from checks, but I'm chasing no commas from checks, but run up the bands on the regular. The cheese, I got ain't no extra. I got what you need, the pressure. Go shot with me and no flexing. You used to jig and finesse you, but now I'm running no extra. I'm chasing no commas from checks, but I'm chasing no commas from checks, but I'm chasing commas, I'm chasing checks.
rules to the game, never chase a bitch. I'm just running up my money, fuck a Mitch. Cause you seen how his partners did him in the end. And I'm never gonna fold, I'm never gonna switch. These bitches straight dropping snitches. Style drop and roll, ayy. My money, the only thing that fold, ayy. Bankroll. Chasing them commas.
The cheese, I got it no extra. I got what you need, the pressure. Go shot with me and no flexing. I used to jiggle and that shit, but now I'm running out extra. I'm chasing them commas from Chasper. I'm chasing them commas from Chasper. Run up the vans of the regular. That cheese, I got it no extras. I got what you need, the pressure. Go shot with me and no flexing. I used to jiggle finesse shit, but now I'm running no extra. I'm chasing them commas from Chasper.
I can fuck your bitch. 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 Wait, hold up, I did. She was liking every post I picked, so I slid in her DMs. Then we did it. Yeah, we did it to the PM. Then I had to go, but she made me breakfast in the AM. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch.
I did.
I can fuck your bitch.
I did.
Wait, hold up, I did.
I just fucked your bitch. Matter of fact, I took that bitch to my nigga house and we did what we do with them tricks. We flipped her over like, flip that big nigga. What you gon' talk about? Not shit. Cause we took your bitch, make click. That pussy fat, it looks sick. I don't care, cause we put the condoms on the raper. Nah, nigga, we out here just paper chasing cuz. My little cuz, he come through that gas. Yeah, so fast, need that cash. Then we go to the bitch, like yo bitch. What's up with that mouth? I need all that lip.
I can fuck your bitch. Yeah. Wait, hold up, I did. She was liking every post I picked, so I slid in her DMs. Then we did it. Yeah, we did it to the PM. Then I had to go, but she made me breakfast in the AM. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I said it again, just to make the visual clearer. My diamond's crystal, I'm talking clear. The only thing I fear is God, the Lord, and Jesus. She finna text me and ask if I got the reefer. Then she text again and say, can I leap on your lap? No, yeah. She texting and asking the place, the time, and West near. I said, little bitch, calm down, you're gonna get it when you get here. And when you do no talking, straight to it. She text emoji, kissy face, and said, I love what you're doing. Now I'm laughing, cause laugh now, laugh later. I tatted that on my right arm just cause I thought it made sense. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. She was liking every post I picked, so I slid in her DMs. Then we did it. Yeah, we did it to the PM. Then I had to go, but she made me breakfast in the AM. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. She was liking every post I picked, so I slid in her DMs. Then we did it. Yeah, we did it to the PM. Then I had to go, but she made me breakfast in the AM. Yeah. She made me breakfast in the AM. I told her, cook, clean, bitch. Yeah, cause we all real here. Yeah, yeah. I ain't never deal with fake people, never know I didn't. I don't even give a fuck, I dream driving in the Bentley. Top drop down, bitches showing ass titties.
Yeah. I said, feeling like Gilly, shout out to Philly. I'm on my brain, on my mind, really. And not fuck with me. No. I just feel the Holy Ghost. I be talking about the emotions. Niggas hating, they on their own shit. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be worth it. And that other bo's so worthless. Baby girl, who the fuck birthed you? That ass looking mighty perfect. It's no such thing as perfect, but I second guess while stroking. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be worth it. And that other bo's so worthless. Baby girl, who the fuck birthed you? That ass looking mighty perfect. It's no such thing as perfect, but I second guess while stroking. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be worth it. And the other boys are worthless. Baby girl, who the fuck birthed you? That ass looking mighty perfect. It's no such thing as perfect, but I second guess while stroking. Yeah, I second guess while stroking. I thought you was perfect. I thought you was floating. I thought you was a goddess. I thought you might have been the modest. You were so sweet, and I had a tooth. I was aching for you. Girl, why would you put me through? Why would you put me in the bag? Why would you wrap me up in plastic? I'm trash. That's what you saying. That's the point you prove. But you understand. This shit fucked up. I can't stand it. I'm so hurt. I'm in my feelings. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be worth it. And that other bo's so worthless. Baby girl, who the fuck birthed you? That ass looking mighty perfect. It's no such thing as perfect, but I second guess while stroking. You know I'm trying to keep it perfect. You know I'm trying to keep it dirty. You know I'm trying to lean in my cup. You know I'm trying to keep it jerky. Yeah, beefed up. Yeah, cheaped up. Keep that pack. I'm rolling keeps up. Rolling up. Shout out to Chief Keef. Yeah, I wear fake shoes. Hoes up on my feet. It's a lot of fake dudes. Can't trust nobody. Not even myself. I don't know nobody. Stacking up my wealth. Stacking up for my health. Gotta live alone. Maserati go crazy. Living my life, you gotta think twice. Especially situation didn't turn out nice. I was wide out kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was writing Jerry right. Damn, they was snitching, they was writing Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I be in the streets daily, you try me, shit get crazy. I'm whipping up cake, chasing bags like the 80s. Going in the 90s, I gotta come out grimy. Niggas in the streets ain't playing, don't remind me, I just wanna be the best. Gotta stack it up, this money be the test. Gotta rack it up, chasing everything. I'm chasing every dream. 25-8, that's my fucking team out the gate. We all about the cream. We be fucking bitches, we be drinking lean. I be fucked up, steady smoking G's. Got the 2 for 3, or them 23s. Yeah, them choppers, nigga, still a OG. And I'm living life with my fucking team. With my fucking team.
All about that fucking cream.
Living my life, gotta think twice. Cause the situation didn't turn out nice. I was wild out, kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Them niggas snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. Them niggas snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Living my life, ain't got twice. Don't do the crime if you can't pay the price. Probably let that fucker. Damn, the price is right. You acting too suddenly. Better think twice. Pussy nigga, put the guns down, let's fight. Pussy nigga scary, we can shoot all night. The situation highlighted, got me feeling bright. I put rings on my case, they shine sunlight. Hoes fucking full chick. Nigga, you ain't know this bitch fuck with me, set me up like the movie Blow. I was hustling to you when you messed up the flow. I can't be mad cause it's the mistake that I chose. But everything that glitter ain't gold. I tried to give you cheese, but you fumbled the low. I tried to give you the cheese, but you fumbled the low. That shit hurt my soul. Living my life, gotta think twice. Situation didn't turn out nice. Wide out kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We're back from lunch here. I took a little extended lunch, but man, didn't the spot pick up? 439.46 is the high, man. Woo! Can I get a horn? I took an extended lunch. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but I am back. The market is going up here. Tesla is up $28. Wow. Amazon still going up $61. Wow. Big tech is leading the way up here. NVIDIA's up. Chip makers up. Microsoft's up. Apple's up. Everybody's up, you guys. The continuation is we're getting a direction here. The market's definitely bottoming out. The market's going up here. We're getting a direction here, though. We are getting a direction. Direction looking up here, you guys. All along, these calls been sitting in dust. Just looking at, just being discounted, and now they're actually being turning into premiums, you guys. That's the change. That's it. That's the message. Good luck. If you're still trading, you're investing, oh man, make sure you're on the right side, you guys. The market is going up. The market is going up. The market is going up. Make sure you have enough to straddle. The market is going up here, you guys. It's exciting right now. All the indices right now, let me give you guys an update on that. It looks like we have a bunch of green here. The Dow's up 79%. S&P 500 is up 91%. NASDAQ up 97%. Russell 2000 leading the way today here, boys. Russell 2000 up about 1.25%. The VIX is still down. Volatility is chilling out, down 4.80%, you guys. So the volatility is down here. The VIX is at 25,057 So that means the speed and the direction is, the speed is slowing down in the market. The bulls are taking advantage, and the direction is going up here. That's why the VIX is going down, ladies and gentlemen. So keep all that in mind here. Oh, man. Good job. Happy St. Patrick's Day again. Hope you're wearing green. If you're not, pinch them. Pinch them. The U.S. Secretary of State Attorney is delivering a live briefing right now. Let's tune in. It looks like it might have just started here. It looks like it might have just started 20 minutes ago. We're going to tune in live. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta either have some green or want some green. Or you ain't even have no green on. But I want it green. Damn.
Who is it?
It's me, Snakes. I got the stuff.
Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here.
All right, Johnny. But what about my money?
What money?
AC said you had some dough for me.
That a fact. How much do I owe you?
AC said 10%.
Too bad AC ain't in charge no more.
What do you mean?
He's upstairs taking a bath. He'll call you when he gets out. Hey, I tell you what I'm going to give you, Snakes. I'm going to give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
Right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going.
1, 2, 10.
Drill it.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun, y'all. Rule number 2, if you pull that trigger, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip it beat. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do what y'all just mounted. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah, rule number 2, if you pull it through, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip can beat. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do what y'all just mounted. If you high up like a mountain, y'all goofies, y'all be clowning.
That's why I'm about to cancel it.
Rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah, rule number 2, if you pull that trigger, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze, bitch. Drill that shit, drill that shit.
You've been trying to look for long term too. I'm telling you right now what they Yeah, now you can throw something. You can take that free bread, put it on time. You could be able to take that, put it on time. Yeah, think about that, dude.
Rewind.
Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a vote, ayy. Pull me up a vote, ayy. Geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Yeah, pull me up a vote, pull me up a vote, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up a vote, pull me up a vote, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. Holy geeking, and we tweaking every day. What he thinking? He ain't thinking. We high shit. Flick the wrist, sell a brick. I sold the brick, forgot the shit. Damn, ayy. Hit him with the wham bam. Coming from Simmons Sam, ayy. He don't want it. Violence don't condone it, cause we smoking on this loud and we drinking on this potion. Yeah, that lean. Roll another bean. Popping beans till I dream. Ho, you geeking? We be tweaking. What you thinking? We ain't blinking, we ain't missing shit. We ain't lacking, we ain't losing. Hit the snooze button, cause y'all be drooling, yeah. Y'all be drooling, yeah. Lean, ganja, lean. Hold me up, hold me up. Roll up, roll up, roll up. Pull me up. Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe. Pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking.
Oh, we geeking, and we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up before, hold me up before. Oh, we geeking, and we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up before, hold me up before. Oh, we geeking, and we tweaking every day. Nigga, little nigga say what? I'll run up with the two. Nigga, do not like or lose. Ayy, hit the snooze button. Put him straight to sleep. We on creep. Yeah. Pull up to his face. You ain't calling that no sneak. You said you want the beef. We gon' grill and then we eat. Ayy, ayy. Say you defeat me, but you can't beat me. Ayy, I'ma sleep in. Ayy, I'ma sleep in. Pull up four, pull some more, down that six, It's up my dick, and do it quick, I nut then dip, ayy, hold me up before, 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 pull me up before, pull me up before. Oh, we geek, ho, we geek, ho, and we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up before, pull me up before. Oh, we geek, ho, we geek, ho, and we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, gun off tough.
We're just sitting here waiting for the briefing, you guys. I'm still stuffing my questions. I'm still enjoying my lunch here. I'm sorry. I was a little delayed.
Quality. Number on the pint, 120, a rack. We don't pour act. They taxing on that. They taxing on that. They taxing on that. Qualities. Number on the pint, 120, a rack. We don't pour act. They taxing on that. They taxing on that. They taxing on that. You know, we just be tweaking and geeking. Yes, sir. And hopefully, they rewind the EP. I hope so. Quality. Rewind the EP. Rewind the EP. You know, this is my first EP. It is. If you want more, hit rewind. Till the next one drop. Yeah. Repeat coming soon. Yup. Repeat next. I'm coming at throats and necks. They say life is like chess, and I'm the king. So them dates gonna be on point. Yep. Check me. Ali. Qualities. Policy. Number on the pint. 120, a rack. We don't pour act. They taxing on that. They taxing on that. Qualities. Policy. Number on the pint. 120, a rack. We don't pour act. They taxing on that. They taxing on that. I got 20/20 vision when it come to scoping lean. Yeah, the plug ain't playing me. Nah, roll that blue dream in a beam. Ayy, sip that fucking lean. Ayy, pour that fucking perk, not green. Ayy. We pouring up that perk. Yeah. We throwing up that green. Blah. I'm the realest and they know it, yup. Struggle but my skin be glowing. These thotties ain't for me. My baby crazy for I leave. Yeah. I'm the illest. Shout out Illa and my killers who go gorilla for a G. I'm that G. Come and shop, but fuck the ops and fuck the cop. You thotties thoughts. Ooh. Qualities. Politics. Number on the pint. 120, 20. Alright. We don't pull up act. They texting on that. They texting on that. They texting on that. Hey. Qualities. This was that rewind. So rewind. Yeah. Rewind. Ooh, rewind. Ooh, rewind now. Rewind now. Rewind now. Rewind now. Rewind.
That's a quarter. You could do half of it. That's a quarter.
Secretary, just wanted to let you know we're still expecting the secretary to be out shortly. I apologize for the delay. Hopefully in the next 10-15 minutes.
You're on. They take having a little pullback, everybody. They don't leave the bag over. They do. They know people got naked call options right now. Y'all not covering. Y'all not straddling. Y'all just buying one side. Exactly. No, they're not making them wait. They coming to get their bread back. They're gonna take back from y'all. Yeah. They put you to the back of the line. Yeah, they took all their back. Yes, they do not take it right now.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
But you know you can't. Oh, you can't never make the offer. They do. They make the offer, not you. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta take a cheap, a crappy deal. You get $2. So what kind of say? Sometimes you take a crappy deal. You don't know that come with that. Thanks, sir. Wait, don't that make sense? Regardless, they gonna buy you a happy deal. That's what he was saying. Yeah, that's what they're bargaining. No matter what, they gonna offer you $5 for each trade. They gonna buy you happy.
If Lala was in school right now, she would get pitched because I wasn't prepared for the same. So
Nobody really celebrates that.
I was gonna say, why didn't I know?
But I mean, the Irish, they do.
I'm Irish, and I didn't.
We are still live, ladies and gentlemen. We're just still waiting on the briefing. We're just chilling out here, waiting on the briefing. The market is picking up here right now. Still holding up its gains here overall for the day. They're actually just holding up their gains, chilling out in the air. Tomorrow's going to be very interesting, you guys. They can really initially squeeze here tomorrow. Remember, we got quiet witching here tomorrow. The numbers might get higher, you guys. They might quiet witch the numbers higher here. So keep that in mind too. But yeah, it's a lot going on. But the market is definitely holding their gains here. It's 2:04 p.m. We got 2 hours left. We're still waiting on the Secretary of State to go live with us. He's going to be at the podium here shortly. Right now, we're just playing some tunes here, and we're just trying to trap here. We're just trying to trap here, ladies and gentlemen.
In the lab, 25, 9, got the eye. I'm chopping for lays, I'm chopping for chicken, I'm chopping for money, I'm chopping for bitches, I'm chopping for sisters, I'm chopping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. But nigga, the kid, she acting all kitty. I'm talking game, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch, when I pity, I gave her my business. I'm chopping for lays, I'm chopping for chicken, I'm chopping for money, I'm chopping for bitches, I'm chopping for sisters, I'm chopping
tennis, but digging the kitty, she acting no kitty. What's up for gas? This shit ain't no tennis, bitch want a penny. I gave her my penis, bitch want a penny, I give her a penny. And she got fucking greedy. She said, can you call up Jimmy? I said, I'm Hendrix in the fucking spirit. You already know, chill with all that weirdness. I be moving dope. Y'all nigga move that dope. Hey, y'all nigga move his flow. Yeah, I just move my hoes. And I got hope. And I don't choose sides. And I'm down to ride. If a niggas try to slide, just know 3.1 for. Look at this pop. It's my money. Going towards the sky. Voila. Magic. Who did? Who? Yeah. Won't give a fuck about nothing in here. We'll turn up. We gon' turn up. We gon' turn up and pop this ass. Yeah, niggas don't give a shit. They'll drop this ass. Yeah, niggas all about the cash. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, we on your ass. For that cash, you gotta eat grass. Do this shit again. You know what I'm talking about. The end. So, fuck niggas ain't my friends. Say it. And say it again. Fuck niggas ain't my friends. The end.
Bricks on the beat.
It's Leonard P. Shout out Bricks on the beat. You moving keys or you moving work? Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work? Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in an angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. She want a purse, so a perk, but I ain't getting it neither. I just poured up before, it won't fit in my leader. When I hit it, she think I play baseball, no Derek Jeter. But I fuck her so good that you might wanna treat her. That you might wanna beat her too. But I don't beat her physically, not like you. I'm not a woman beater, nah, can't lock me up for that. Niggas fool when I can't bleed, she told the judge that. Fuck that hoe, I'm back on my shit. I gotta get this dough, I'm gotta get the money, gotta fuck a hoe. If she tryna fucking fuck me, fuck that hoe. Gas is all I fucking know. Getting money is all I fucking coach. And I be boasting. And you niggas be roasting. Y'all hot. Y'all ain't never toasting. Y'all not. But me, I'm always toting them Glocks. Me, I got that 40, you can write. Or you moving work. Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work? Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in the angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. Get vaccine, get them gone. That's money going round and round. Round and round. I just do it for the town. Y'all fuck niggas, y'all fucking clowns. I ain't never been fucking down, none of that fake shit. I've always been real. I always shoot to kill like Kill Bill. Nigga, I am a steal. Nigga, you can't take this. If you take this, you got to be on my playlist. Niggas talking that fuck shit, but nigga, I ain't even fucking with it. Hey, nigga, I ain't even fucking with you. Nigga, I'm doing my own thing. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. Before you want it, you gotta call me man. You gotta call me man. just call me first. If not, I'll put you in the hurt. If not, I'll put you in the dirt. You're moving, word. If you're moving, word. If you're moving, word. Hey, I fit you, gang, gang. I fit you, honey. I got 15, I got 15. I got 15 like in my pocket. 15 like he gon' pop it. 15 he gon' pop it. I got 1500 just pop shit. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my pocket. I bet 15 he gon' pop it. I bet 15 he gon' pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my Robins. I got 1500 who want it. I got 1500 what you gonna do for the motherfucking money. I got 1500 for your mama. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 bricks. I got 1500 bitches. I got 1500 chickens. I got 1500 chickens. I got 1500 in the kitchen. 1500 is a chicken. 1500 is a chicken. 1500 is the slice. 1500 is the slice. Nigga, I shoot precise. Life I live's no lie. Ain't it life I live no lie. You niggas is selling no dice. Selling no dice. Oh, we got 1500. 1500. Got 1500. Got 1500. Got 1500. I got 1500, got 15 mummies, got 15 dummies. I got 1500 in my pocket. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 gon' pop it. I got 1500 gon' pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my pocket. I got 1500 gon' pop it. I got 1500 gon' pop it. I got 15 gon' pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. When I was 15, nigga, I was popping. When I was 16, nigga, I was popping. When I was 17, I was making profit. When I was 18, I was making dollars. When I was 19, ain't no way. I don't wanna talk about it. No. 20 just sound perfect. It sound perfect. 21, I was in 30. Bye. Time out. T.O. Cause this bitch, she died. She cried. 1500. I got 1500. I got 1500. She got no money.
It's gotta continue, or they're trying to have a little semi type shit. It's gotta continue at this point. Hard expiration there. That's where they're gonna really squeeze the Bears and make their contracts like zero. Do your thing. They'll make a decision though. If you're talking about now. You niggas kill me, man. Number get on the board, you wanna hold, now it's running away. I'm about to get up out of there. Number was on the board, pass your number, they giving you extra. I'm a hold. I'm king of the world at that point, right? Now it's coming back there. I don't fuck these niggas no. I'm getting out of there. Fuck that shit. That's all on you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're hearing this live. It's all on you. Risk is yours. Company just provide an opportunity. That's it. That's all. That's the message. We're live.
Good afternoon, everyone. 3 weeks ago, Russia launched its unprovoked war on Ukraine. With every day that passes, the number of civilians, including children, killed and wounded, continues to climb. Russia continues to attack civilian sites, including this week alone, a hospital, 3 schools, a boarding school for visually impaired kids in the Luhansk region of Ukraine. Yesterday, Russian forces bombed a theater in Mariupol where hundreds of people had been taking shelter. The word children had been written in Russian in giant white letters on the pavement outside the building so that you could know from the air that there were children inside. Russian forces also opened fire on 10 civilians who were waiting in line for bread. These incidents join a long list of attacks on civilian, not military locations across Ukraine, including apartment buildings, public squares, and last week, a maternity hospital in Mariupol. I doubt that any of us who saw those images will ever forget them. We've seen Russia use similar tactics before, in Grozny, in Aleppo. They stepped up their bombardment with the goal of breaking the will of the people. Yesterday, President Biden said that, in his opinion, war crimes have been committed in Ukraine. Personally, I agree. Intentionally targeting civilians is a war crime. After all the destruction of the past 3 weeks, I find it difficult to conclude that the Russians are doing otherwise. The consequences of Moscow's war are being felt around the world in rising food costs, concerns about fuel supplies, more broadly in worries about how this war will affect the global economy and the fight against COVID-19. These are serious issues that the global community urgently needs to address. This war is making that much more difficult. In this way, Russia's actions are having an impact on every person on the planet, wherever they live. We also feel the impact right here in this room. There should be a seat reserved here today for Benjamin Hall from Fox News, who was injured badly when his vehicle came under attack near Kyiv. Many of us, myself included, have gotten to know Ben very well as part of the traveling press corps. He's an incredibly talented reporter, always asking tough questions. He's a lovely person as well. Our thoughts, my thoughts, are with him and his family, including his 3 little kids. 2 of Ben's Fox News colleagues, Pierre Zavchevsky and Sasha Kushanova, were killed in the attack. And Brent Renaud, a reporter on assignment with Time magazine, was killed in a separate attack a day earlier. I know that everyone in this room, in particular, feels these losses deeply. Being a war correspondent is vital work. They make sure that the world knows what's really happening when armies move in and bombs start falling. It also takes incredible courage. They go into war zones when others, understandably, are heading out as fast as possible. So these are huge losses, of course, for families, for friends, but also for their colleagues, their profession, their readers and viewers who understand world events because of them. Our experts are in the process of documenting and evaluating potential war crimes being committed in Ukraine. Beth Van Schaak, whom the Senate finally confirmed this week as our ambassador at large for global criminal justice, will be leading that effort within the State Department. We'll make sure that our findings help international efforts to investigate war crimes and hold those responsible accountable. I'd also mention that there are several other nominations before the Senate with a direct bearing on our ability to support Ukraine, including for Assistant Secretary of State for Population, Refugees, and Migration, Assistant Secretary of State for International Security and Nonproliferation, and our Coordinator for Sanctions Policy. So I urge the Senate to confirm these nominees quickly so that they can get to work as soon as possible. A few weeks ago, just days before Russia's invasion began, I went to the United Nations Security Council to lay out what we believed was about to happen. Again today, we have a strong sense of what Russia could do next. We believe that Moscow may be setting the stage to use a chemical weapon and then falsely blame Ukraine to justify escalating its attacks on the Ukrainian people. Manufacturing events and creating false narratives of genocide to justify greater use of military force is a tactic that Russia has used before, including in Georgia. We believe Russia will bring its mercenaries from private military groups and foreign countries to Ukraine. President Putin acknowledged as much over the weekend when he authorized the recruitment of additional forces from the Middle East and elsewhere. Another indication that his war effort is not going as he hoped it would. They're also likely to systematically kidnap local officials and replace them with puppets. Again, this has already begun. The mayor of Melitopol was grabbed off the street several days ago, released yesterday in a prisoner exchange. The mayor of another city in southern Ukraine was also kidnapped. He hasn't yet been let go. This is a terror tactic. Grab local officials, depose local governments, put proxies in their place. After devastating Ukrainian cities, Moscow may bring in officials from Russia to serve as local government officials and surge what they describe as economic support in an attempt to make the people dependent on Moscow for survival. Again, something that Russia did in Georgia. President Putin's invasion of Ukraine is not going to plan. The Ukrainian people haven't welcomed the Russian military. They haven't submitted. On the contrary, they're fighting with extraordinary courage to protect their homes, their families, their country. Russia has been hit by unprecedented sanctions and cut off from the global economy. Its own economy is in free fall. Hundreds of corporations have closed operations. In a matter of weeks, President Putin has destroyed 30 years of opening to the world and economic opportunity for the Russian people. Dozens of members of the Kremlin's corrupt power base have been sanctioned. Several have lost their mega yachts and villas. President Putin has derided those sanctions, using recent public diatribes to mock Russians living abroad as too dependent, as he said, on foie gras and oysters. Meanwhile, he sits in his mansions, having accumulated billions, taking wealth from the Russian people while they stand in long lines to access cash and watch as stores close and the ruble plummets in value. It's no wonder that brave Russians continue to protest the war and be beaten and arrested for it. And Russian journalists are resigning from their jobs at state media outlets because they can't stomach parroting the Kremlin's lies any longer. Still, President Putin is not relenting, and in fact may be growing more desperate. And so yesterday, President Biden and I authorized another $800 million in military aid to Ukraine. That brings our support for Ukraine's frontline defenders to more than $2 billion during this administration, $1 billion in the last week alone. We're grateful to have a determined and generous partner in Congress, which this week provided more than $13 billion in urgent support to Ukraine. And we'll continue to work with lawmakers to support Ukraine and hold the Kremlin to account. As President Biden described, this new security assistance package includes 800 anti-aircraft systems to stop attacking planes and helicopters before they destroy more of Ukraine, 9,000 anti-armor systems to destroy tanks and armored vehicles, 7,000 small arms, including machine guns and grenade launchers, and 20 million rounds of ammunition. We're also helping Ukraine acquire longer-range anti-aircraft systems and munitions at President Zelensky's request. And I've been in almost daily contact with Foreign Minister Kuleba, coordinating to respond swiftly to Ukraine's most urgent needs. Our allies and partners continue to step up with their own significant shipments of security assistance. I've authorized more than a dozen countries to provide U.S. origin equipment, and dozens more around the world have provided security assistance of their own. I'd also note that in addition to assistance from the Department of Defense, we're sending support from other agencies, including $10 million worth of armored vehicles from our own diplomatic security service. And yesterday, I announced another $186 million in humanitarian assistance to help the more than 3 million refugees who fled Ukraine in the past 3 weeks, the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, as well as internally displaced people still in Ukraine. This brings our total humanitarian aid since last month to $293 million. And of the more than $13 billion for Ukraine that Congress is putting forward, more than $4 billion of that will go to humanitarian assistance. Ukraine's neighbors in Europe are generously welcoming, supporting refugees. The United States will do our part to help those governments and the humanitarian organizations on the ground meet this tremendous need. All the steps that we and our allies and partners are taking are aimed at one goal: to end the war. The support we're providing Ukraine, as well as our financial and economic measures against Moscow, will strengthen Ukraine's hand at the diplomatic table. And we commend Ukraine for staying at that table and continuing to pursue diplomacy while the Kremlin's brutal aggression continues. We'll support Ukraine's diplomatic efforts however we can. We continue to call on all nations, especially those with direct influence with Russia, to use whatever leverage they have to compel Moscow to end this war of choice. We believe China in particular has a responsibility to use its influence with President Putin and to defend the international rules and principles that it professes to support. Instead, it appears that China is moving in the opposite direction by refusing to condemn this aggression while seeking to portray itself as a neutral arbiter. And we're concerned that they're considering directly assisting Russia with military equipment to use in Ukraine. President Biden will be speaking to President Xi tomorrow and will make clear that China will bear responsibility for any actions it takes to support Russia's aggression, and we will not hesitate to impose costs. Let me close by saying that President Zelensky's message to Congress and to the American people yesterday was incredibly powerful. He's asked for more help, which we are providing and will continue to provide. And he said that the people of Ukraine want the same things for themselves that we want for ourselves: democracy, independence, freedom. No one who's watched the events of the past 3 weeks could ever doubt the depth of Ukraine's commitment to these ideals. We'll continue to stand with Ukraine as it fights for its future. We'll continue to increase the costs on Russia until it ends this war of choice. And we'll continue to provide life-saving aid to the Ukrainian people as they endure the brutal consequences of Russia's aggression. With that, happy to take some questions.
So, what do you think about the talks between Ukraine and Russia? Are they making any progress? President Zelensky seems to suggest there are things they are talking about.
So we're in close contact, as I said, with Ukraine's leaders, including, in my case, Foreign Minister Kuleba. We're in close contact with other countries that have, in one way or another, been engaging on diplomacy. And to date, I have to say, on the one hand, we commend Ukraine for being at the table despite being under bombardment every minute of the day. At the same time, I have not seen any meaningful efforts by Russia to bring this war that it's perpetrating to a conclusion through diplomacy. We support Ukraine's efforts to try to de-escalate through diplomacy, to reach a ceasefire, and of course the withdrawal of Russian forces. We appreciate the efforts of other countries, including France, Germany, Israel, Turkey, and others. But again, from where I sit, diplomacy requires both sides engaging in good faith to de-escalate, and I don't see signs right now that Putin is prepared to stop. On the contrary, if you listen to, just for example, his most recent remarks yesterday, that suggests that he is moving in the opposite direction. But never mind the words, what we're really focused on is actions. And the actions that we're seeing Russia take every single day, virtually every minute of every day, are in total contrast to any serious diplomatic effort to end the war. So we're looking to see Russia take meaningful actions to de-escalate, to stop the violence that it's perpetrating on Ukraine, and to engage in good faith talks. We will support any effort that Ukraine makes to do that. We're certainly doing everything we can to back them, but also to make sure that they have the strongest possible hand if there are any real negotiations and if diplomacy does advance. Hence the support that we're giving to Ukraine, as well as the pressure that we continue to put and even increase on Russia.
Secretary, there is, this department is confirming that an American has died in Ukraine today. So I'm wondering if you can share any more with us about the circumstances, about who that person is, and if there will be specific consequences for Russia because an American died. And then second, earlier this week you said on CNN that one way or another Ukraine will be there and at some point Putin won't. But we're watching every day, Ukrainians are getting killed, their cities are being demolished. So how can you be so confident to say something like that? And are you suggesting that Putin should be removed as the leader of Russia? Thank you.
Kelly, first with regard to the American citizen, I can confirm that an American citizen was killed. I don't have any more details for you than that, but I can confirm that. Second, it is, I think, not only clear to me, but clear to the world that an independent Ukraine will be there long after Vladimir Putin. And it's also clear that this could horrifically go on for some time. But when all is said and done, an independent Ukraine will be there. And at some point, Vladimir Putin will not. The real question is how much death and destruction is going to occur in the meantime. And we're doing everything we can to bring this war perpetrated by Russia to the quickest possible end. That's where the support for Ukraine comes in. That's where the pressure on Russia comes in. That's where the work, the coordination that we're doing with countries around the world comes in. But I think the world has seen this. The world has seen the absolute determination of the Ukrainian people to hold on to their country, to hold on to their future, to hold on to their freedom. And there is nothing that Vladimir Putin can do to subjugate that to his will. But as I said, this could go on for some time, and we're going to continue to work to bring it to an end as quickly as we can.
What you called Russia's terror tactics. Is the State Department considering designating Russia a state sponsor of terrorism? And then second, everything that you described, the words that the president has used in recent days, war criminal, murderous dictator, pure thug, do you think that there can ever be normal relations between the United States and Russia so long as Vladimir Putin is in power?
So our focus first and foremost is on doing everything we can to help bring this war to a quick end, to stop the suffering of the Ukrainian people. That's the result of Russia's aggression on Ukraine. That's our focus. As we're doing that, and as I said earlier, we're also looking very carefully at what is happening, what is being done, and in particular,
If you want to eat healthy and feel your
of whether war crimes are being committed, and among other things, the intentional targeting of civilians would constitute a war crime. You heard President Biden speak to this yesterday. You heard what I said a few minutes ago. So we are documenting. We welcome the efforts of various groups, institutions, organizations that focus on this to bring all of the evidence together, to continue to document things, and then for there to be accountability one way or the other. In terms of other designations based on actions that Russia is taking, we are and we will look at everything.
On the second question, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but remind me.
As long as Putin is in power, can there be normal relations between Russia and the United States?
Again, our focus is on ending this war. I don't want to speculate about the future, but there's going to have to be, one way or another, accountability for this war of aggression.
So, on possible negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, if Russia agrees to stop attacks and withdraw its forces from Ukraine, are there any security formats that will guarantee that Russia would not renew its aggression against Ukraine? If it's not membership in NATO for Ukraine, then what? And another question, President Biden said that U.S. will accept Ukrainian refugees with open arms, and so far there is no official visa or other program for Ukrainians who are fleeing war or who want to come to the United States or reunite with their families. Is Department of State working on some special expedited program for Ukrainian refugees, and if yes, when it might be launched?
Thank you. First, on the diplomacy, look, I'm not going to speculate on the substance of any negotiations, where that might go. As I said, we fully and strongly support whatever the government of Ukraine, the democratically elected government of Ukraine, does. We very much welcome sentiments that we've heard expressed for trying to bring this to a diplomatic end as quickly as possible. I think in the first instance, what Ukraine needs is de-escalation. It needs Russian forces out of Ukraine. It needs to have its basic freedom and independence returned. But I leave it to Ukrainian partners to work on advancing the diplomacy if they believe that can be productive. We will look at whatever we can do to support that. And if there are issues that wind up being negotiated that require in some fashion our participation, of course, we'll look at that and see where we can be helpful. We want to be able, in the first instance, to do what we're doing, which is to support the government of Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, along with putting pressure on Russia. If diplomacy finally carries the day, and there are things that we can do to support that diplomacy and to support any outcomes that restore Ukraine's independence, we will, of course, look at that, and I'm sure do that. With regard to refugees, a couple of things. First, as I said, this is the largest refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. The numbers are staggering. And of course, what gets lost sometimes behind these numbers are the real lives that are at stake and that are being changed, maybe not forever, but are being changed in profound ways. I saw some of that firsthand when I was on the border between Poland and Ukraine with a number of you just a couple of weeks ago, talking to people who had made the journey across the border looking for safety in the face of this Russian onslaught. And in many cases, most cases, women and children, the men staying behind to fight. And we see the impact, of course, in Ukraine. We see the impact on neighboring countries, Poland, Moldova, Romania, others, that are taking in very large numbers of refugees. The generosity, I think, is extraordinary. But the numbers are growing. The challenge is growing. I was on a call, a video conference this morning with our G7 partners. And this is one of the things that we talked about, having a coordinated approach to dealing with and helping refugees coming over. The United States is already and will remain the largest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Part of the package that is in the supplemental includes about $4 billion in humanitarian assistance. And that will go both directly to Ukraine. It will also go to neighboring countries and others, and Ukrainians outside of Ukraine to support them. Second, we are working closely with UNHCR to see how we can support this effort. Finally, we're looking at things that we can do ourselves and do directly. For example, looking at steps we may be able to take on family reunification and other things that we can do to be supportive and to really take part in this effort. Last thing I'll say is this. And of course, there is the refugee referral process, but that takes time. But if people apply for refugee status and seek to come to the United States, of course, we will take referrals. But we're looking at steps that we can take in the near term. Last thing is this. I think what we're seeing, at least initially, is that so many people coming out of Ukraine understandably want to stay close to home. They hope, we hope, that they'll be able to return home as soon as possible. They also want to stay close to home because, as I said, in many cases, it's women and children who have left behind spouses, husbands, fathers, brothers, and they want to be reunited as quickly as possible. So they want to stay as close as possible. But as this, and if this goes on, as the numbers increase, as the burden increases for European partners, we will certainly do everything we can to help. So I suspect we'll have more to say on this in the coming days. It's something we're very focused on right now.
One final quick question, Andrew.
Mr. Secretary, you outlined the litany of horrific attacks on civilians. You've said you agree with the president's comment that they're war crimes, as the
What a
UN
squeeze,
ambassador
man.
said.
What a squeeze by Tesla right there, man. Elon is
I know there has
shit.
to be an investigation,
That motherfucker is rich too.
but where will be
And you see what happened
accountability?
to him.
What
He always gets
should
blamed
happen to
by,
Platinum
Kathy Wood brought more Tesla shit.
if
That's why it's
he is found guilty, since he is the state? What should happen to this? Tell the world.
So, Andrea, a few things. First, we're all seeing what, and you're showing powerfully on television these devastating images coming out of Ukraine, and we are seeing the destruction of so much of the country by Russian bombs and artillery. We're seeing civilian sites being devastated. We're seeing people being killed. Hundreds, thousands of people, civilians. And yes, as I said, again, as the president said yesterday, in his opinion, war crimes are being committed. I agree with that. After all the destruction that we've seen, it's really hard to conclude otherwise. But what we're doing is this, and I'll come to your question. We are, in the first instance, supporting the very important work that's being done, the evidentiary process, to bring the evidence together, to document what's happened, to support and to work with human rights activists, with civil society, with independent media, as well as with the appropriate organizations and institutions that look into this. So we need to go through this process of compiling the evidence, collecting the evidence, understanding the evidence. We'll share that, and our allies and partners, I'm sure, will do the same with all of the investigations that are ongoing to support accountability using every tool that we have available. I'm not going to get ahead of, first of all, what the outcome will be or what the consequences will be, but I can say with conviction that there will be accountability for any war crimes that are determined to have occurred.
Aleppo in Bosnia, he does it repeatedly. He's a repeat offender.
You know,
As a war
Andrea, when we said before Russia's aggression that there would be massive consequences for that aggression, including unprecedented sanctions on Russia, I know some people had their doubts. I think we've demonstrated that we've been good to our word. When we said that there would be sustained, powerful support for Ukraine and its efforts to defend itself, we've demonstrated that we're good to our word. So when I tell you that there will be accountability and consequences for any war crimes that have been committed, I hope you'll take me at my word, but actions always speak louder than words.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Oh, shit.
Thanks.
That's why Amazon going crazy. They got them. They got MGM. They brought MGM. Y'all know who MGM is. I see why you were prime head. Nigga, you know how big that is for the future? That's why. Oh, yeah, I'm buying a stock. We got to buy a stock. It ain't 20 to 1. We're going to get 20 shares. We buy one. We got to believe it. We have to. That's the future. That shit going to reset and go back to 3,000.
Oh God, quick.
Quick as fuck, like fast. Niggas not gonna play with that. And I'm buying options. What's up? What's up? That shit heavy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I just get a brief moment to say, y'all are wonderful, man. Y'all are wonderful, man. The option makers, the market makers, they're wonderful, man. The market, give yourself a pound of that. Look at your neighbor right now. Look at your partner that's in this with you and just clap for him right now. Just clap. Clap. Whether you're down or you're up here, just give a moment to just clap for your neighbor right now. This is wonderful, you guys. Do you guys not see the transaction here? You guys not see the transitioning? Oh, man. Oh, man. If this can continue, man, just know this is the beginning. So don't have FOMC, don't have fear of missing out on anything. Don't have fear of missing out on anything. Don't have FOMO. Don't do it. Because this is the beginning, and you still got a chance. Now, if you continue to watch this show go up for another week or two, then start having FOMO. start letting that kick in. Let that sink in here. I'm not being funny. This is dead ass. These numbers are going to start rolling here to the upside, you guys. We're seeing a transition in the market. The VIX is finally down at $25. We ain't seen this in, like, all year. Literally, I haven't seen this all year. Not at all. So that's why you see the stocks rebounding here. Things are looking better here. NVIDIA is on the high. They're at 245. Amazon's on the high here. You feel me? They just acquired MGM. Oh, man. Oh. Deals getting made out here. The future is looking bright, you guys. Microsoft's still waiting on that deal with that gaming company, Activision. Come on. Think about what's going on here. What you see now is not the future. What you got going on in your head is not the answer. The answer is right in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. The answer is right in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Meaning, charts and numbers. Charts and numbers. Do your research. Check the news. They're more than likely going to tell you. So if you see somebody doing their research, they going hard every day doing it. They're not just talking out the side of their neck. It pays to have patience, and it also pays to pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, man, gotta get a horn. Oh, I'm having a little philo Oh, we get a little sentimental here, so we're going to switch up the vibes here. The market is green. We're green bean, ladies and gentlemen. Green bean, ladies and gentlemen. The Dow's up 79%. S&P 500 is up 91%. The Nasdaq's up 97%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.25%. The VIX is down 4.27%, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. It's 2:47 p.m. We're approaching Power Hour. It looks like Secretary Jen is live or going live. Or it's beginning shortly here. She will begin shortly here. She is a market mover. This is going to be very interesting, you guys. She's going to be talking right here during Power Hour. Look at that. More opportunity. Another chance to make another dollar here. Don't give up. Don't quit. Figure it out. Pay attention to what's going on. Market is just going up. That's what's going on. Whether you like it or not, that's what's happening. This is considered the bottom. You might want to join the fun, or they're leaving. The train is about to leave, ladies and gentlemen. But don't hold me to it. Charts and numbers. Charts and numbers. That's what I'm going by. That's what that's telling. That's what I see. We're going up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going up. Now this could be breaching a topping period too. So I'm not getting overly bullish here, and I'm not getting overly bearish here. I'm telling you from both points here. I'm telling you from the neutral sideline point of view. I'm going to tell you the business aspect, ladies and gentlemen. People are trying to make money here both sides. You have to be fair. You got to be kindly. You got to be respectful and positive, you guys. Think about it. Think about it. It's real here. So we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. We'll be right back when we see Secretary Jen walk her market moving butt to the podium. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. I keep it pulled and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, this and that. I ain't even listening to that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking it, bitch. Fuck nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's in it fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water, yeah.
Hey, fuck niggas always running up, get body trained. We don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just set it up and we just living out. 1, 2, 3.
Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gon' be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Send me all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, relax, it's enough to go around. Ain't chill, but let the tree merry go around. Get how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house.
Guys. Notice how I said, guys. Guys. Now I'm helping still. How I right?
I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't want no fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, from the you really what I wanted. But shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making mine. Hit my phone and let me know if you riding now. If you riding now, hit my phone and let me know if you riding now. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me.
Oh, nice green on today, Jen.
I'm just excited to see you all.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Excited to see you too.
Okay, a couple of items for all of you at the top. Today we wanted to highlight the strong unemployment claim data out this morning. In a little over a year, President Biden has brought the American labor market back to one of its strongest positions in history, driving a robust recovery from the economic catastrophe he inherited. The number of new jobless claims, Americans filing for unemployment for the first time, fell below the pre-pandemic average in 2019. And the number of Americans who have been receiving unemployment benefits for more than a week fell to the lowest level since 1970. 300,000 fewer Americans are receiving unemployment claims now than before the pandemic. That means more Americans are getting back to work and fewer are drawing government benefits. As we've said many times, the data can be volatile week to week or month to month, so it's important to focus on the broader trends. And those trends show remarkable progress across our economy over the last year, including the fastest year of job growth in U.S. history with 7.4 million jobs created and unemployment down to 3.8%. I also wanted to mark another historic milestone of 500 million vaccines that we have distributed to the world, an unprecedented campaign reaching 113 countries, something that has never been done before. We did not get here by accident. This is a testament to the same whole of government effort we applied domestically, navigating logistical, legal, and regulatory processes to get life-saving vaccines across the world. As we mark today's milestone of delivering 500 million vaccines to the world, let me be clear. Without additional funding from Congress to support getting shots into arms, USAID will have to cut short our crucial and effective efforts to turn vaccines into vaccinations. Congress must promptly provide the administration with the urgent funding we need to continue the work of both vaccinating the world and protecting Americans at home. Last thing I just wanted to note, as you saw this morning reported, Jeff Zients, who has served as our COVID coordinator, will soon be leaving. So I just wanted to take a moment just to note his service and thank him from the President and all of us. The President called on Jeff to lead our COVID-19 response because there is no one better at delivering results. I know this personally. I worked closely with him through many challenges over the course of many years in public service and government. And the thing about Jeff is at every moment, at every opportunity, when there is a big challenge, a pile of manure sometimes, he dives right in to fix the challenge. And that's what he does. That is what he has done time and time again through his career in public service. And he led this effort to stand up a mass vaccination campaign, achieve equity in vaccinations across communities, ensure that Americans have access to treatments, tests, and embark on an unprecedented global vaccine campaign that we can celebrate today. It would not have happened without Jeff Zients in this job and in this role. And we are stronger that his service and the service of his deputy, Natalie Quillian, who's also departing, has literally saved lives in this country. So we want to thank them for their work, for their leadership, and we will miss them a great deal here. Jeek, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. First on COVID, the president has had a couple of close calls over the last couple of days, the second gentleman and the Irish Prime Minister last night. Has he been tested today? Is there a result of that testing coming out?
He was not tested today. He was tested last Sunday. Neither of these individuals were considered close contacts. The doctors at the CDC determine what close contacts look like, and that a close contact is someone who is less than 6 feet away from an infected person for a cumulative total of 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period. That is how they define it. And of course, our doctors look closely at that as well. And neither of these two individuals did he spend that amount of time with? And so his weekly testing cadence remains as it has been. It has not changed.
And there are a number of particular precautions that exist, to protect the president and keep him safe and healthy. The testing cadence here is not like most people.
That's
right,
true.
But this broader issue, though, of the president coming into maybe not CDC close contact, but having close exposure to some people, even for a brief amount of time. Getting into that bubble around the president. Now, this is something that people around the country are dealing with on a daily basis, but they don't have the same sort of precautions that are here. So, if the president hypothetically were to come down with COVID, is that something, or the first lady or anyone else in this administration, is that a failure at this point, or is this just a new fact of life that everyone has to sort of make peace with?
Well, that was very soothing. I don't know where that came from. I would say our view is while we've made a significant amount of progress across the country in fighting the pandemic, with more than 75% of adults fully vaccinated, according to the definition of the CDC. And obviously, we've seen hospitalizations come down across the country, including Washington, D.C. The president was very clear when he made his remarks about COVID just a few weeks ago that we are still working, we still have work to do to address the pandemic, to fight the pandemic. That's exactly why we need additional funding to make sure we have the types of treatments, the types of testing mechanisms to make them free and available to Americans across the country, to make masks available so that people who are uninsured or people who don't have the resources can tap into a lot of these effective treatments and effective prevention mechanisms. I would say for us, you're right, the testing modes are a little bit different around here because we are around the President of the United States and the Vice President and, of course, the First Lady and the Second Gentleman. That means before you see the president, you are in it for a meeting or you travel with him, you are tested. And everyone has different testing cadences depending on their frequency of seeing him.
And then in anticipation of the call between the president and President Xi tomorrow, has the U.S. government made a determination whether China has decided whether or not to sort of agree to Russia's request to provide assistance towards invasion of Ukraine? Is it still a live ball that the president is going to warn President Xi off of? Where are they in terms of making that decision?
Sure. Well, why don't I give you a little bit more of a preview on the call, and hopefully we'll answer exactly your question. The president, as I think you've heard him say before, and I've said, is a big believer in leader-to-leader diplomacy, and they have a lot to discuss, given the last time the president met with President Xi virtually was last November, a couple of months ago. The meeting tomorrow, in terms of how we got here, came as a direct follow-up to the meeting our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, had with his counterpart. They talked about the two presidents meeting or engaging in the near future during that meeting, so hence it is happening tomorrow. And that meeting earlier this week, of course, came at an important moment in the conflict, but it also, in Ukraine, of course, it also covered issues beyond Russia's invasion, and I would expect, of Ukraine, I would expect this meeting would as well, because there are obviously a range of issues that we continue to discuss with the Chinese, and the president discusses. To your question, of course, this is an opportunity for President Biden to assess where President Xi stands. There's been, of course, rhetorical support or the absence of clear rhetoric and denunciation, or the absence of denunciation by China of what Russia is doing. This flies in the face, of course, of everything China stands for, including the basic principles of the UN Charter, including the basic principles of respect for sovereignty of nations. And so the fact that China has not denounced what Russia is doing in and of itself speaks volumes. And it also speaks volumes not only in Russia and Ukraine, but around the world. And this call also comes, as Jake Sullivan's meeting earlier this week, as we have made clear our deep concerns about China's alignment with Russia and the potential implications and consequences of that. So the president will also share his assessment of that during the call. But I don't have an update for you on any internal assessment. That is just how we are approaching, or he is approaching, the call tomorrow.
How specific is the president going to be in laying out the consequences for China if they do help Russia?
Well, the president never fails to be direct, including in his conversations with President Xi, but we'll let the call happen, and I'm sure we'll have more to read out for you after the call.
Any idea what military equipment they are thinking about providing Russia?
I don't have any assessment of that from here.
And what do you make of the Putin comments basically calling
Mark,
for
you pick it up here, ladies and gentlemen. NASDAQ up 1%
So I
leading
think
the
this
way.
is clear
It's
sign
Power
that this
Hour
war is
2,
not
ladies and
going
gentlemen.
how President
Secretary
Putin
Jen
plans for
Bennett
it to go.
again, marking
And there has
pushing
been
the market up
an
and higher.
outpouring of courageous protests and many speaking out against the war, even within Russia. So his effort to crack down on dissent, to crack down on the freedom of press, on the freedom of media, on the freedom of protest, is actually quite consistent with what we've seen his approach to be over the course of the last several years. But I think it's an indication.
Happy St. Patrick's Day again, ladies and gentlemen.
Biden and President Xi tomorrow.
It was discussed on during the meeting that that our national security advisor had on Monday.
So are you saying it was mutually agreed upon?
They mutually agreed to move forward with it during that meeting.
Secretary Blinken just said that the U.S. is concerned China is considering directly assisting Russia by providing them with more military equipment to use in Ukraine. That is not something that we've heard from the administration before, and so can I guess you speak to how high of a concern that is for the White House right now?
It is a high concern, a significant concern, given our Secretary of State just conveyed that, and certainly our concerns about China assisting in any way Russia as they invade a foreign country is of significant concern, and would the response to that would be consequences.
Before Russia invaded, the White House was pretty clear that if they did invade, there would be sanctions imposed on them as a result of that. With China, you've just said if they do help Russia, that there will be consequences, but you haven't said specifically that they will be sanctions. Can you say, without saying what they are, that they will be sanctioned if they do help Russia with military equipment for this invasion?
I'm just not going to outline what the consequences would look like, and the president obviously will speak with President Xi tomorrow, and he'll speak directly about that.
Go ahead. Just on that point, just so I'm clear, I mean, I understand you don't want to detail what the consequences could be, but the president in the phone call will make clear not just that there will be consequences, but what those consequences could be.
I'm sure we'll have more to read out after the call happens tomorrow, but we have not, our national security advisor obviously didn't hold back in his conversation he had. Our Secretary of State did not hold back in his comments he just made publicly, and the president always takes the opportunity when he speaks with foreign leaders to be candid and direct.
You said the phone call is going to be an opportunity to assess where she stands. Should we take that to mean that it's not clear that the Chinese have made up their mind whether or not to assist the Russians?
Well, I think if you look at the last couple of weeks, Mary, you can see that they abstained from a vote in the UN Security Council, but they also, and they had put out a comment during the Munich Security Conference defending the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, but they also echoed some of the conspiracy theories about chemical weapons and U.S. and Ukrainian intentions. So for any country, it's a question of where you want to be as the history books are written.
And do you believe that this is a sign that or can you characterize at all your understanding of how low the Russians may be running on some military equipment, given that they seem to be turning to China for some help?
I can't provide an assessment in that from here, but I know my colleagues at the Department of Defense have conveyed clearly, and I'm happy to echo that it's not only not going as they planned. They have had challenges, obviously, with the operations of equipment, with the amount of equipment, even with MREs and food and other supplies, and that is what we have seen occur on the ground. But I don't have a numerical summary from here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. So one of the clearest responses we have seen from the Chinese about their possibly helping Russia came from the foreign minister, Wang Yi, who told Spanish officials on a call, China is not a party to the crisis, nor does it want the sanctions to affect China. What sanctions are they talking about? Did Jake Sullivan specifically bring up sanctions during the meeting in Rome?
I can't speak to what he meant. You'd have to ask the Chinese.
Okay, well, has the Chinese expressed the same thing to the U.S. that they do not want to run the risk of being sanctioned?
The Chinese would speak for themselves. We typically don't speak for others.
Okay, so just now, Secretary Blinken joined Ambassador Greenfield and the President in describing Putin's actions as war crimes. I know that you said just yesterday that there's a legal process that is ongoing. How long does that process typically take? How much evidence do we need to collect? And can you clarify who will ultimately determine whether these are war crimes or not?
Well, I think Secretary Blinken in his remarks also gave some specifics about who from the State Department will be leading that effort. It's a legal process where they review all of the evidence, and then they provide that evidence and data and information to the international bodies that oversee the investigations. And the international bodies that oversee the investigations would make determinations about violation of international law and whether it's war crimes by their standards and what the consequences would be. So we would be supporting those efforts.
You know how long that usually takes?
A legal process internally in the State Department, it can take some time, but again, I would point you to the State Department for any update they want to provide on the timeline.
One more on Jeff Zients. He and Dr. Ashish Jha, who's going to replace him, have such very different backgrounds and different skill sets. So what does that say about how the stage of the pandemic has evolved from then and now?
Sure. Well, I would say what it says is that Jeff Zients' superpower is that he is an operational and managerial guru of sorts, and someone who has taken those skills to a range of jobs he's had throughout his career, including in the Obama-Biden administration when he oversaw the fixing of healthcare.gov and oversaw the fixing of the technology that was severely broken and outdated within government at that time. So when we came into this administration, I would remind you, it's now a long time ago, there was no real plan. We were left no plan by our predecessors. We needed to put in place a plan to not only get enough access to vaccines, but also ensure there are enough vaccinators and vaccine locations. That's a massive operational undertaking. Right now, we're at a point in the process where we have all of the tools and we know the operational systems that are needed. And so right now it's the appropriate time, and Jeff of course made this decision on his own. He extended a couple of times to stay longer through some ups and downs in the pandemic. We're having a public health expert, somebody who's as well known as Dr. Jha is effective in communicating with the country about how we're going to continue to approach and tackle the pandemic. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The president called Putin a war criminal yesterday. The Secretary of State just said that that was also his view today. So given all of that, why are we still having Putin's Russia broker the Iran nuclear deal talks?
Well, I would say that it's not in our interest for Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon, and Russia is a member of the P5+1. So that is pursuit of a deal that would be in our national security interests.
So we're just stuck working with him.
Well, again, I think how the president and any of the P5+1 partners or Europeans or others look at this is if we can achieve a diplomatic solution where we prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, despite the efforts by former President Trump to pull us out of the deal, allowing Iran to move closer to acquiring a nuclear weapon, that would be good for our national security and good for global security around the world.
The Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act says that Congress is required to review any new agreement. This is obviously not the same agreement that Obama worked on in 2015. Does President Biden believe that this treaty needs the advice and consent of Congress? And if so, does he believe he has the votes to lawfully affirm it?
Well, if and when we have a deal, and we don't have a deal at this point, otherwise you would all know, we would carefully consider the facts and circumstances of any U.S. return to the JCPOA to determine the legal implications, including those under the Iran Nuclear Review Act of 2015. And we're committed to ensuring the requirements are satisfied. So certainly we would abide by that. But we have been keeping members very updated. We've been briefing them regularly. Brett McGurk conducted a call just a couple of days ago, and we've been briefing them with a range of national security officials.
And then has the IGRC done any, or rather the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, has it done anything to be eligible to be removed from the terror blacklist?
Well, I think you're asking me this because it's been out there as a possible discussion, but there's no deal at this point. So if and when there's a deal, we'll have a discussion about what's in the deal.
Outside of the deal, though, does it take action to be removed from that terror blacklist? Do you have to do something to get off of it?
You have to make a decision, yes. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I want to ask you a slightly different version of a question that I asked you yesterday
Sure.
about the $800 million
Okay.
military assistance. I asked if you could tell us how quickly it would arrive, and I understand this complicated process. To flip it around a little bit, can you tell us how quickly will the first shipment be out the door?
Well, we've been doing shipments or deliveries every day or every couple of days, and obviously the Department of Defense would have more specifics. But we have effectively and successfully delivered $300 million in military assistance to the Ukrainians on the ground over just the last 2 weeks, and our effort would be to continue to rapidly provide equipment.
This new tranche, this new $800 million announcement, can you give us, just characterize how quickly this round will start to be sent to?
Well, the operations of that would be led by the Department of Defense, so I'd point you to them for more operational specifics.
And to stay on the Department of Defense,
Sure.
the Defense Secretary was speaking with his Slovakian counterpart, who said that they were willing to send long-range S-300 surface-to-air missiles if the U.S. would backfill. Does the administration see this as a done deal, as something that is imminent that will happen?
Well, it's the decision of any foreign country as a sovereign country to decide what equipment they want to provide. What we are mindful of is ensuring that we are maintaining we have to be careful in our desire to support other countries that we're not inadvertently impacting NATO readiness or capabilities or our own. And again, this is something the Department of Defense can most effectively speak to, but a lot of these military systems some of them require months to manufacture, to build. We don't have a warehouse of just military equipment that's ready to typically be sent all the time. So that is a factor, but we want to find a solution that both enables allies and partners to provide the support they have available to Ukraine while addressing the very real need to backfill their defense systems, which is often a significant challenge. And we just want to make sure that if and when our allies are donating material, including us, they're not leaving a gap in their own defenses.
Okay, and just finally, Ukrainian refugees are being turned away at the southern border. I know you've gotten some questions about this because of Title 42, obviously put in place in the early days of COVID-19. Where is the administration in trying to work around this?
Well, right now, as I noted, I think the other day, there are discussions about any ways we could be helpful in welcoming refugees into the United States, something the president, Ukrainian refugees, of course, we welcome many refugees, as you know, something the president is willing, of course, happy to do. The role we've been playing to date, Kristen, has been really providing humanitarian assistance. We've provided $300 million in humanitarian assistance to the people in Ukraine and neighboring countries. A lot of that is going to help provide support to refugees. $3 million in 3 weeks, which is a startling number, that are going to neighboring countries. And the bipartisan funding bill the president just signed a couple of days ago provides more than $4 billion in humanitarian assistance, including $2.65 billion through the USAID International Disaster Assistance Program, which provides everything from food, healthcare, other urgent support, and $1.4 billion for migration and refugee assistance to support refugees fleeing Ukraine. But that is where, because the vast majority of refugees want to stay in neighboring countries, that is where we have been focusing our energies at this point.
It has been clear that he welcomes those who do want to come here, but given this block, are there discussions about revoking Title 42?
The revocation of Title 42 wouldn't be done in response to a war in a European country. It's done by a decision would be made by the CDC, and then it would be implemented when that is done. And it will be done at some point, of course, with the interagency, including the Department of Homeland Security. But, you know, there is a range of discussions about if there are ways for Ukrainian refugees to come. Right now, they'd have to apply, obviously, through existing refugee programs where they would apply from a third country. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Given the COVID surge in China and the lockdowns that we're seeing there, is supply chain issues and those getting worse perhaps going to be part of the call tomorrow at all, or is it focused mostly on Russia?
It will be focused on a range of issues. Certainly, Russia and Ukraine. Russia's invasion of Ukraine will be a part of that, but our economic relationship with China, a range of issues of mutual concern will certainly be a discussion. So we will have more to read out for you once the meeting concludes tomorrow. And this is, of course, an issue that we are watching very closely. While the ports, I believe, still remain open, one of the challenges we've seen on the ground, and we are tracking very closely, is the number of manufacturing facilities or the number of workers who are not working. Sometimes there's a lag in what that impact can be in terms of the production of materials and how that impacts the supply chain. So we are tracking that very closely. But again, I expect this to be a wide-ranging conversation tomorrow, and we'll have more to read out once it's concluded.
To follow up on the president being around some people who've not tested positive, why not just test the president every day at this point? The administration's done a lot in terms of, saying certain actions are being done out of an abundance of caution. So in this case, even if it doesn't quite follow CDC guidelines or goes above and beyond, why not just do that because he's the president?
Because we're guided by his medical doctor, and he has kept him at the same cadence. And if that changes, then we will change how often he's tested.
Cadence once a week or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Jen, questions on a couple different topics. To try this a different way, does the president have specific things he wants to accomplish in tomorrow's conversation with President Xi? Are there specific deliverables he's hoping to get out of it?
Well, this is, again, an opportunity for him to speak directly, leader to leader, about a range of issues. Of course, the invasion of Russia's invasion of Ukraine will be a part of that. And what role or how President Xi sees the role of China in that conflict will be a part of that. There's also a range of other topics that they will discuss, but I'm purposefully leaving some space for the president to have a direct conversation with his counterpart.
And then on the COVID cases that, for example, with the second gentleman testing positive this week, why did the vice president appear today? I understand she was masked, but in an event with other people around, when CDC guidance is currently that people who have been exposed should stay home and not interact with others for 5 days.
Well, she is fully boosted. I don't actually believe that's accurate description of CDC guidance of having a close contact. We obviously all have had close contacts here, and you're tested at a regular cadence, and she is abiding by that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just to kind of follow up on that bit on COVID, is one of the reasons why the administration is not being extra cautious with the president and the vice president, even though there is a national security issues around this, in part to kind of lead by example for Americans to say, you can get back to living your normal lives and you shouldn't be concerned that even if you get exposed to somebody just briefly, you shouldn't freak out about that. You don't need to test a bunch of times. Is that basically the dynamic that you're trying to say? Look, even though if the president, 79 years old, president of the United States, were to get COVID, might be more serious than somebody in their 20s.
Well, we don't know that, but we also know that COVID impacts people of all ages and a range of. But when we take what we do here, Jen, is not exactly as you said. So I wouldn't agree with your description there. I would say we do take extra precautions, including individuals who are around the president being tested. That goes over and above, of course. He is the president of the United States, so we do take those additional steps. And we, of course, abide by what the recommendations and advice are of his medical doctor. And if that would be to do increased testing, we would certainly do that. But he does not feel that that is necessary at this point in time based on these recent contacts.
I also wanted to ask about oil and gas companies.
Sure.
And there's been some reports from the fourth quarter of them increasing their stock buybacks. There was already, a time when there was a spike in gas prices last year, I think in the fourth quarter. And you're also just seeing the companies saying that they're kind of reluctant to up production, and they kind of, in some ways, point to the administration's policies overall, in the sense that even if they were to up production, that one, takes months to get to market, and two, doesn't fit in with the overall approach that this administration is taking. So what do you say to that kind of viewpoint?
Well, I think it's hard for them to make the argument it's anything other than business decisions on their part, and they have said that themselves. The CEO of Occidental Petroleum said, quote, "We have no need and no intent to invest in production growth this year." CEO of Marathon Oil said, quote, "Our cash flow driven return of capital framework uniquely prioritizes our shareholders as the first call on cash flow generation, not the drill bit." CEO of Pioneer Natural Resources said, quote, "We're not going to change our growth rate. We think it's important to return cash back to shareholders." That's a business decision. The oil and gas industry right now is receiving windfall profits. We've seen that. They publicly report their profits. They publicly report this information. And instead of keeping up with current demand, too many of these companies, in our view, are making the calculated decision of returning money to investors and shareholders through buybacks and dividends instead of expanding production enough in the short term, which is what we need. Again, it's a business decision, but I think there's clear evidence of them acknowledging and even shouting that out. Go ahead.
So I have a China question, and with full awareness of the news cycle of St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, okay.
All right. Question first. About a week ago, you said that for everything else, by and large, the White House saw China as still abiding by international sanctions put on Russia. Does that view still hold a week later? Is that generally how the White House views China?
I don't have a new assessment of that. We're obviously watching very closely.
St. Patrick's Day.
Yes.
Given the fact the president very much likes to share his pride of his Irish heritage, but also the fact
He
that
does.
so many ceremonies.
More Irish than Irish. Is that what he said? Irish Americans consider themselves more Irish. I think that's true. I will confirm that. Go ahead.
Like that, and also the fact that so many of the ceremonial parts of the job
Yeah.
have been canceled over the past year. I'm wondering, did he express particular frustration or sadness that the Oval meeting had to become yet another Zoom meeting today?
He was disappointed. He was looking forward to having the meeting today, and having meetings over Zoom, I think, as we've all experienced, are not the same. Having spent a lot of time with the president, he is an extrovert, and loves that engagement with people in person, and he was really looking forward to the meeting today. There will be more in the future. We certainly understand we are still facing the pandemic, and there are more events that he has been able to participate in today to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. So fortunately, many of them still move forward. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Yesterday, in his remarks to the Congress, President Zelensky had called for the creation of this new global organization that he called U-24, United for Peace, described as an alliance that would supply assistance, including weapons, within 24 hours. I was wondering if the administration has a view on that idea. Is it something that you guys are discussing with Ukraine? And does the U.S. view this as Zelensky's kind of alternative for Ukraine entering NATO?
Well, I would say, just to reiterate, it's up to NATO to determine who enters NATO, and obviously any country, we would support their aspiration to join NATO should they choose and they meet the requirements. We, of course, did see him convey that in the speech. We don't have more details. We are very closely engaged with the Ukrainians and speak with them every day. Beyond that, I would say in terms of the delivery of weapons, we do it as quickly as we humanly possibly can through our system and in coordination with our NATO partners and allies. But we know we support a range of ideas being put out there. We'll discuss it with the Europeans and others and see if there's more to report out from there.
I just want to try one more time
Go ahead.
On the president and COVID.
Okay.
A lot of the questions are focused on testing, which you're pretty clear that the testing cadence is not changing. As he looks particularly to a trip next week that is quite important to Brussels and maybe elsewhere in Europe, is there anything else that he's doing? I mean, as he's having these, what the CDC does not consider a close contact, but are certainly people that he's around and aware of. Is anything about his behavior changing? Are there any other precautions that you guys are taking that are not testing related?
We have continued to take the same testing protocol steps, which are significant and go farther than CDC guidance goes. But beyond that, his testing cadence remains the same, and there haven't been additional changes to our internal protocols. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Jen. The Kremlin responded to President Biden labeling Putin a war criminal yesterday by calling his remarks unacceptable and unforgivable. What is the White House's reaction to getting criticism from Russia about the president's remarks?
It's pretty rich coming from a country whose actions are unforgivable in the eyes of the global community.
Given that there's an ongoing legal process and investigation by the State Department into whether there was in fact war crimes committed, what is the purpose of the President and now Secretary of State getting ahead of that investigation? I know you said, or you said yesterday that the President was speaking from his heart.
Sure.
Is that what this is? Just speaking from their heart?
Well, I think Secretary Blinken was as well. As you heard Secretary Blinken convey in his remarks, what we're seeing, whether it is the destruction of a theater where the words children or kids was written in Russian outside of the theater, according to photos, or whether it is the, targeting of civilians, of hospitals, of maternity wards, if that's not
considered a war crime by human beings, what is? And there is a legal process that is important to continue that we have at the State Department that is ongoing, that Secretary Blinken spoke about. And any of that information and data we gather would go to the international bodies that would have prosecuted war criminals in the past. That's where that information would go. It wouldn't be the United States doing that. It's the international bodies that do that. So we will continue to feed information into that. But, I think it's important to call out what we see happening on the ground. And I think that's exactly what the president and the secretary did. Go ahead.
Even though it would go to those international bodies, would the U.S. Have a response if that investigation does conclude that there were war crimes?
Well, typically it's an international response, and it goes through these international systems for a reason. So we will continue to provide data and information to that process.
I have one more question on behalf of a colleague. There are growing calls from civil rights advocates and some lawmakers to pass temporary protected status for Cameroon. Some have alleged a double standard in how the administration prioritizes the predominantly black and brown countries when it comes to immigration. For example, it took 7 months to grant TPS status for Afghanistan, but only took about a week to grant TPS to Ukraine. Is TPS for Cameroon something the administration is considering and looking
Point
at?
to the Department of Homeland Security who oversees that process. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. This morning, Senator Mitch McConnell was talking about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson on the Senate floor, and he was specifically talking about how some of her supporters have framed her experience as a public defender. And he said, quote, "If any judicial nominee does have special empathy for some parties over others, that's not an asset, it's a problem." He also said the president is deliberately working to make the whole federal judiciary softer on crime. Do you have a response to that?
He also said he expected her to get confirmed with some Republican votes. What I would say, though, because there are others in the Senate who have made faulty accusations about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's record, and specifically about her record on child sex crimes. So let me just take the opportunity to clear that up. Not that most people have confusion about it, but in the vast majority of cases involving child sex crimes, the sentences Judge Jackson imposed were consistent with or above what the government or U.S. probation recommended. For example, there are arguments that have been made out there by Senator Hawley and others that where he took a snippet of a transcript out of context when in fact Judge Jackson was repeating something a witness said in order to ask a question about their testimony. So some who are accusing her of being, quote, soft on crime also failed to note that that what was omitted is a sentencing commission report that's been touted out there was unanimously supported by a bipartisan sentencing commission. She comes from a law enforcement family, has devoted her career to standing up for the rule of law, which is why she is endorsed by so many leading law enforcement organizations in the country, and attempts to smear or discredit her history and her work are not borne out in facts.
I know Monday is a long ways away, given the news cycle.
It's all relative.
Yeah. Will the president stop at around 11 to watch the beginning of the hearing up on Capitol Hill, and will his schedule be adjusted around that?
I don't know what his schedule is yet. I'm certain that he will catch coverage or catch some of her hearings over the course of next week, but I don't know what his schedule looks like yet for Monday. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. You have already announced President Biden's trip to Europe, to Brussels, but there were also reports about possible trip to Poland. Can you confirm that such a trip is under consideration?
I don't have any more details about his trip to announce at this point in time. As we have them, we will announce them all to you.
One more. There are negotiations ongoing between Ukraine and Russia. Does the White House support these negotiations, and how can you describe your involvement, the U.S. involvement in those talks between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, we've been involved in a couple of ways. One, we've been leading the effort to build support in the global community to put in place sanctions that are crippling the Russian economy, to provide military support and economic support to the Ukrainians that strengthen their hand as they participate in these discussions and negotiations. And we also engage every day with Ukrainians to discuss. Obviously, I would note that, as you know, our national security advisor also talked to his counterpart yesterday as well. But we are continuing to support the Ukrainians' efforts. What our concern is, though, is, these diplomatic talks, as they're ongoing, we have seen no effort, no movement, no evidence that President Putin and the Russians are de-escalating, and that is really what we are going to continue to closely watch. Go ahead.
A follow-up on your point about Senator Hawley. Obviously, he's consistently voted against the president's nominees. Don't think he was a swing vote you guys were counting on. However, will this criticism, will the explosiveness of this line of attack, do you worry that it will affect your ability to win over other Republican votes? Is there any concern about this campaign upping the pressure on, say, Senators Collins and Murkowski, who may be more amenable to voting?
Well, I'm not sure that someone who refused to tell people whether or not he would vote for Roy Moore is an effective and credible messenger on this. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I'm going to try again on President Biden, President Xi's call tomorrow. If you won't detail the consequences of what happens if China does start support Russia, might you indicate whether there are any carrots that the administration is prepared to offer, perhaps tariff reductions?
Well, this is a conversation about where President Xi stands. It's up to the Chinese to decide where they want to stand, where they want to be as the history books are written. So I think it's more through that frame than it is about carrots.
Okay, and then just one more, two more actually.
Yeah.
As the administration continues to condemn and take action against Russia's invasion on Ukraine, are there any plans to revisit, revoke the Trump administration's recognition of Israel's annexations on the Golan Heights and Morocco's annexation of Western Sahara?
I don't have any updates on that front. I'd point you to the State Department.
At this point, can you describe just the administration's position on the difference between Russia's invasion on Ukraine and Israel's annexation?
I'd point you to the State Department. Go ahead.
One more logistical question. Cambodia, the chair of ASEAN, has announced last week that the U.S.-ASEAN summit that the president's supposed to host on the 28th, I believe, is postponed. We haven't been able to get a confirmation from either you guys or state. Can you clarify on that?
I don't have any updates on the schedule. I know we were working through the schedules of a number of leaders, so that's always a challenge and a factor, but I don't have any updates.
Still on the table.
I don't have any updates on it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Two on COVID. There are some Americans who have received a second booster, i.e. for a fourth total shot. Is that something that the president has done or will do?
He has not done that. If the CDC recommends it, he would get another booster. They have not.
And then secondly, the White House Chief of Staff, Ron Klain, in a tweet today, celebrating the idea that, you know who he is, said, and that he tweets, he said, celebrated the idea that there was a low number of Americans in ICUs today because of COVID. But he also wrote, quote, there's a great risk of a new wave. And we're seeing cases surge right now in China and in Europe. And one of the truisms of this pandemic, if it's in Europe, it ends up here a few weeks later. What precautions and preparations is the administration taking federally and encouraging states to take ahead of a possible new COVID wave?
So what we have seen, and I think you're talking about the BA2 variant, and we are closely watching and monitoring the situation both in Europe and in China. BA2 is more transmissible version of Omicron. We do know the tools the United States has, including the mRNA vaccines, therapeutics, and tests, all are effective tools against this variant. And China has not used mRNA vaccines, which is an important component of how we're seeing the response there, or how it's impacting people there. But BA2 has been circulating here, a little different from Omicron when we were going through that surge in November, has been circulating here for some time. We currently, it may be higher than this, but as of earlier this week, there were about 35,000 cases in this country, and we expect some fluctuation, especially at this relatively low level. But this is an example of where the president's preparedness plan that we rolled out just a couple of weeks ago, which lays out what the tools are that we need to move forward safely, is important. And what we've been conveying to governors, to go to your question, or leaders around the country, and certainly members of Congress, is that just because COVID isn't disrupting some of our lives in certain communities as much as it was a few weeks ago, it doesn't mean it's gone. It's not gone. And I think this variant is an example of that. We do know what we need to manage it, but we are also at great risk of running out of money to do exactly that. And so that is a key part of what we're communicating to governors, to members of Congress, and others about where we are with funding and the need to end some of these programs soon if we don't get the funding we need.
Just a very short, quick follow-up. Is there concern, though, that this variant, which is seen as very transmissible, is coming at a moment when a lot of Americans are seeing waning protection from their boosters just because of the timing of the shots, as well as the fact that mask guidelines and other regulations have been lifted across the country?
It's a good question. I would point to our medical experts to answer that. I mean, it is more transmissible, but we know it can be treated. So I think what it is a reminder of is that while it has decreased in many parts of the country, it is not gone, and it means we still need to continue to take steps we can to fight the virus. Go ahead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this briefing is getting very interesting. You can see it's moving the market here. We're still consolidating, but the gains are holding. The SPY's up. Everything's up. Market's holding their gains up here, all the way about to be closed. Here we got 20 minutes left. I do want to go over the earnings with you guys. There still is earnings, ladies and gentlemen. There's more opportunity. Yes. FedEx and GameStop report after hours today. It's going to change here. The numbers you see now on FedEx and GameStop will not be the same after hours, ladies and gentlemen. We will be getting an earnings report with FedEx and GameStop. Prepare for that right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live. Well, CAOD. We're on to back in the Secretary Jen because she is moving the market in her green today.
In Ukraine, does the White House situation in Ukraine, does the White House see the refugee situation that was created in Afghanistan last year as different than the one created by Russia's invasion of Ukraine? And the reason I say that is your policy response different? I hear you say that your understanding is that neighboring countries, that's where people are going from Ukraine right now, and not necessarily coming here, but at some point, is that going to not be an option anymore?
Well, it's different in part for the reason you mentioned, that in Ukraine there are, while there have been 3 million refugees, or about that number over the last couple of weeks, they have been, the vast majority of them have moved into countries, neighboring countries, who have set up really remarkable systems for welcoming these refugees at a really challenging and difficult time. I know there's been a lot of reporting from a lot of your networks in Poland and other places where they have had systems in place to welcome refugees. That has been the preference of these refugees. That's why we have been providing our humanitarian assistance to these countries and to Ukraine directly in order to help augment the support in the best way possible. Every refugee circumstance is different and has different needs and requirements, and we try to adapt our own response from USAID or from our refugee and migration programming and funding to meet what the needs are in that conflict.
I also wanted to ask on a completely different topic. The President in the State of the Union said that he would sign an executive order on identity theft, and I think he called it pandemic aid fraud or something similar. Do you have an update on where that is? I know it hasn't been published yet.
Well, let's see. What we know at this point in time is that he talked about addressing unemployment fraud, right, through the pandemic. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that we're taking steps toward that. Last week, the Department of Justice announced a new chief pandemic prosecutor, and we're working to escalate efforts to crack down on bad actors and support and augment that. But in terms of the executive order, I don't have an update on the timeline on it. Go in the back.
Jen, 2 questions, one foreign policy, one domestic.
Okay, I like the setup.
Sure. So, what do you make of the fact that there now appear to be Chechen and maybe Syrian regular forces fighting on behalf of Russia in Ukraine?
I don't have any confirmation of that from here.
And then on the domestic front, Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, proposed today making changes to the state's progressive bail reform law, and it looks like Mayor Adams, who I think we can describe as an ally of the president, supports those changes. So does this administration stand by its, what I would describe as a wholesale endorsement of bail reform?
I would have to check on the specifics of the New York changes. I haven't looked into those. I'm happy to do that and talk to our counsel's office about that. We'll get back to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the Chinese have been very public about how they're going to continue their normal economic activity with Russia. Is the president going to press President Xi on that, and is he going to ask them to sort of back off their activity like the rest of the world?
Well, I think that the conversation tomorrow will be a continuation of the conversation our national security advisor had with his counterpart earlier this week. And certainly China's alignment with Russia in a range of ways and the potential implications and consequences of that are a central part of that conversation.
And then domestically, on another subject, the Congressional Progressive Caucus recommendations for executive action are out. And they're asking for a decision to declare a climate emergency and ban all U.S. exports of oil. Is that something the president is thinking about doing?
There are a range of really good ideas out there. President's looking at all of them, but I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
Quick one to start for the room. When is the president going to nominate a new Fed nominee?
Well, I would say that one of the most eminently qualified people ever to be nominated only withdrew her nomination, I think 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago. It's all running together. He very much intends to nominate another eminently qualified person, but I don't have an update on the timeline of that. Let the financial wires games begin. Go ahead.
If the U.S. plans to still engage with Russia on the Iran nuclear deal and perhaps some of these other climate initiatives, what does President Biden expect Russia to bring to the table? I know what the goal is, that we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but how does the president think that Putin will be helpful after the president rightfully turns him into a pariah on the global stage?
As it relates to the Iran nuclear deal, I think that our view on this is that it's not obviously in our interest, and it's not in Russia's interest either for Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. And so while these negotiations, I mean, the people are back in their capitals at this point in time, as you know, but they're, for all intents and purposes, ongoing. There have been roles in implementation that Russia has had in the past, but I think what we recognize is that it's not in their interest either, and we will continue pursuing the diplomatic path forward.
And then one more. The New York Times has authenticated emails that appear to have come from a laptop abandoned by Hunter Biden in Delaware. The president previously said that the New York Post story about this was a bunch of garbage and that it was a Russian plant. Does he stand by that assessment?
I pointed to the Department of Justice and also to Hunter Biden's representatives. He doesn't work in the government. Go ahead.
So there are the recent peace talks going on between Ukraine and Russia, as was already mentioned. It seems that a couple of the things that are being floated are, one, some sort of withdrawal by Russia, but they still hold on to these pieces of Ukraine they already have in the east and Crimea. So my first question is, would the US ever back that kind of deal if it's something the Ukrainians agreed or felt they had to agree to?
We're here to support the Ukrainians, but we're not going to negotiate about a negotiation that has not resulted in even the implementation of humanitarian corridors at this point.
Fair enough. So, but the other thing that's been floated by Zelensky himself is that he basically said the other day, Ukrainians get used to it, that we're not going to be in NATO, they're never going to want us. But then he said, what we would like is some kind of other security guarantees. Is that something that you're talking about to them, and what on earth would that look like?
It's a decision for President Zelensky and the Ukrainians to make if they're going to pursue membership in NATO. Decision for NATO to make if they're going to be members, including in terms of other security guarantees. We're in touch regularly with them, but I don't have more information of what that would look like.
Is the president talking about some kind of long-term new mechanism where the US somehow, or Western countries or Europe somehow protect?
I think that's a little premature at this point in time. Go ahead.
On back to the weapons package.
Yeah.
Up till now, the administration's been really very tight-lipped about what was being sent to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yesterday, that all changed for the whole number one business. Is that a change in strategy or messaging? Is that a message?
This is the Stop Working About with LCALD, ladies and gentlemen. We got Klein's back here. No, don't be. I'm in now. We got about 13 minutes left. Market about to close. You need to be tightening up on that decision. That's what you better be. And do you got to get something to eat later on? You got to get gas in your car. Better be
Fight
thinking.
the Russia's war against them. And so, yes, you could say that was a change, a decision to make that information available. And we don't typically, to your point, outline all of those specifics publicly. But we did made a determination to do that because we felt it was important for all of you and the American public to fully understand the range of military and security assistance we're providing, how it's working, and how it's helping them in this war.
Was morale a factor in that sort of decision?
It was not, but it was more a decision about recognizing that everybody doesn't always understand, well, many people in this room do, when we say security assistance, what that is and how it helps the Ukrainians fight this war. And there is an understandable outpour of support, of compassion for the plight of the Ukrainian people, and we want to provide as much detail as we can about how we're trying to help them in this war.
And if I may, you asked about Hunter Biden's laptop. You also, in October 2020, dismissed it as Russian disinformation. Do you stand by that assessment?
Again, I appointed the Department of Justice and Hunter Biden's representatives. I'm a spokesperson for the United States. He doesn't work for the United States. Go ahead. Go ahead and, okay, we'll do the last one here.
Thank you, Dan. I have two questions. One on North Korea and China. North Korea fired new missiles day before yesterday. What is the President Biden's reaction on this? And how do you analyze the type of missiles? I'll follow up the second question.
Well, we condemn North Korea's missile launches. That North Korea's tests risk raising tensions and are destabilizing to the Indo-Pacific. Our commitment to the defense of the Republic of Korea and Japan remains ironclad. As we have said, and North Korean officials, including Kim Jong-un, have publicly noted, we continue to seek diplomacy and are prepared to meet without preconditions, but North Korea continues to not respond.
When the President Biden talked with Xi Jinping, the president of China, tomorrow, he are going to discuss with President Xi Jinping regarding North Korea's missile provocations?
I expect there'll be a range of topics discussed, including security in the region, but we'll have more to read out when that conversation is done. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. Jen's done here. We got 10 minutes till the market close, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we might have a 10-minute rig going on here. It's going crazy, man. The market is holding this game. We got the SPY at 440, man. Congrats. Let me get a horn off of that, man. That really deserves a horn. No, that's not the closing bell. That's the horn because the SPY's at 440, man. It is looking good here, man. It looks like the Bulls have officially squeezed here. They will put the cherry on top if they can go one more day like this, you guys. One more day like this, you guys. If not, the Bears will chop this up and call this the top. Believe that. I'm neutral, so I know what can happen here. I'm not getting overly bearish. I'm not getting overly bullish, but I do see what they're doing here. If the market goes up again tomorrow, the Bears are squeezed. Game over. We're back bullish. Simple as that. Market comes down tomorrow. This was the top, ladies and gentlemen. The Bears let them run just to snipe them down. So keep that in mind. This is what we're facing here. We got about 9 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to play some tunes real quick. We're going to be right back before the closing bell. We're actually going to stick around here a couple minutes after hours. We got GameStop reporting their earnings and FedEx. We're going to tune in and see what they got going on. Are they paying? They not? You got it? You don't? What you going to do? GameStop, what you going to do? FedEx, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Just busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot there. Goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that figure. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's when rap home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'm out here focused, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck, be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up, man, I don't give a fuck, bruh. What the fuck these niggas on, bruh? Yeah.
Looks like you're getting finessed.
Finesse it. Finesse it.
Yeah, Cubatina.
Finesse it. Finesse it. Finesse it. One right. Go Spizzy. Finesse it. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse it. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse it. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse it. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse it. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the gate. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options yet for days. I got options yet for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm ready to finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My gift been golden, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
Finessing. The market is finessing. Finessing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 3 minutes to the closing bell, man. We did it. We made it, you guys. We did it. We made it here. We got one more day. Option expiration is approaching us. Yeah, we got option expiration approaching us, ladies and gentlemen. I said it's 3:58 p.m. We got FedEx earnings after hours, GameStop earnings after hours. Looks like we're going to stick around here today for the ending and see what's going to happen here. But ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We made it. We almost at the finish line. We're about to be able to close so you can go ahead and enjoy your evening. Make sure it's a good one. Make sure you stay focused. We About done. We're not done completely, but we're about done. Got one more day left. Whoa, we have a whoa, ding, 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 chicken dinner winner here. Horn. Ain't nothing wrong with it. In and out there. Got a Microsoft video winner. Good shit there. Last stop.
This is the last stop on this train. Everyone, please leave the train. Thank you for riding with MTA New York City Transit.
Hey, we have 1 minute. That's about to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up before you get in your bed with your old lady. What do? Wrap it up. Some of y'all going raw, I understand, but it's cool. Don't worry about it. Wrap it up right now. The market is about to close, ladies and gentlemen. The market is about to close, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow? What do you think is going to happen tomorrow, you guys? What do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Are you guys playing earnings? Are you guys holding? What's going on here? What are you guys doing here? What are you guys doing here? You got about 30 seconds to make a decision here. It's getting really timely here. It's getting really costly here. You're about not to be able to make a play. You're about to be watching if you don't make a play. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's a wrap. The market is closed. You cannot do anything else. We will see what happens tomorrow. The market closes. We got quiet wishing. Indices, everything's closed here. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got quiet witching tomorrow. We got option expiration here. We closed up here, ladies and gentlemen. And the after hours look like it's continuing, but the market's closed, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. That's it. So, with that being said, I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream. We are gonna stick around here for a few minutes. We're gonna catch FedEx and GameStop earnings here. We want to watch that. I got some clients in the Discord. Good luck. Hope you guys have that straddle right, or you're just on the right side of the trade. But this is earnings. Enjoy the show. Go get you some popcorn real quick. Go use the bathroom real quick. Get you a drink of water. Come back, sit down, watch the show. This is going to be taking place till about 8 p.m. tonight, all the way to pre-market tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the after hours action with earnings here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We still live, tuned in to the earnings here after the bell. Oh, man, what's going to happen? FedEx, what you got? Y'all shipping them taxes out, or you're not shipping them taxes out? FedEx is down $6. Here we go. We're getting the earnings kickoff here right now. It is going up. It's good. Here we go right now. FedEx is down 2%. Here we go. They're getting to it really fast here. FedEx is down, ladies and gentlemen, $6. This is earnings movement here. FedEx is down, ladies and gentlemen. They're down $6. So they're already there near their implied move, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, FedEx has shot up. Oh, my gosh. Recovered here. Now they're only down $2. They're still down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going to happen here next. The post-market here. They're moving around. They drop first. Let's see what's going to happen here. They drop first. Let's see what's going to happen here next. Let's check with GameStop. Nothing, no movement yet. Still in the same spot. Nothing yet. We're going to see. We're going to check back with GameStop. FedEx is moving, so let's see what they're doing. FedEx is down, ladies and gentlemen. 223 are down $4. So we're getting the earnings sell-off here, the opening here of the earnings here. Let's see what happens next. We're only going to stick around here about another 3 minutes. We got to wrap it up, you guys. We got to go. We got stuff we got to do outside of this market here today. But we will be back live with you guys tomorrow. And tomorrow is Friday. Tomorrow is Quiet Witching. Make sure you tell a friend, tell a foe that tomorrow is option expiration for the week. So make sure you tell a friend, tell a foe that as well. Anything can still happen here. Earnings is getting kicked off here. Earnings season is getting kicked off here. We got FedEx right here on the board. It's still down $2 here. Nothing moving yet here. This probably is going to be your best earnings reports this week. GameStop and FedEx. Put them on the same day this week. Let's see what's going to happen. They're down $1 now. So they are back down still, but they are near the closing down. So nothing going on yet. GameStop, shot up here. Up $1.32 here. Up $1.32 here. Let's see what's going to happen next with GameStop. Are the apes back? Or they're still in? They're still hibernating. King Kong and them still asleep. What's going on? FedEx is still down, you guys. Still down $2. So this is just the beginning here. I don't think this is the real move here. I don't even know if the reports are out yet, but you're just getting a little pre glimpse here of what's possibly going to be the earnings move here. FedEx is down $4 right now. Not looking good for the start for them here. Keep in mind these stocks will have a reflect on the market tomorrow. Keep all that in mind here, ladies and gentlemen. Keep all that in mind here. Ooh, keep all that in mind here. Ooh, wee. Ooh, wee. So Microsoft did close up $1 there. That's really good. That's really good there, man. I'm really proud of that right there. But FedEx is down. Still down about $4. It's still chilling out right here. It looks like they want to sell off on this earnings report. Don't know yet. They're bouncing back up. Can still go. This is going to be taking place all night, ladies and gentlemen. We ain't going to watch it all night. We'll catch it back tomorrow. I just wanted to get the first little glimpse of it, the action here. Port might be in. FedEx is up. FedEx is up. We might have something going on here. FedEx is up. Whoa, FedEx is up. Whoa, FedEx is up, you guys. Up $5 now. Let's see if this holds and continues. Let's see what's going on here. Will they spread it here? What they got going on? They was just down 5. Now they up 5. It looks like a spread on this earnings. Let's see. We don't know yet. It's qualifying for bullishness right now. If this can hold. GameStop, and they're off over there. They're down 6 here. GameStop Apes not there anymore. Down to $80, down 7% here. They got a 15% implied move. They'll probably drop another $6 if they're going to show and prove that. Keep that in mind. GameStop is down. Ladies and gentlemen, GameStop is down $6. Looks like the apes have left. FedEx is on the high here, still up about $5, holding it really swift here. So not seeing too much action with the earnings, but don't mean it can't keep going up or down here. We don't know yet. Looks like the beginning. FedEx is up here. Up 7 now. Oh man, FedEx is picking up here. I think we have a winner chicken dinner. Oh man, FedEx is going up, you guys. They're up about $7 now. They're coming back into a channel here. Let's see what they want to do with this. Okay, GameStop. We got GameStop. They're trying to bounce back. Still down 80. Ooh, got reset, pushed off of that 82 there. Now back down, add to 80. Trying to figure out what they want to do. Still down 8%. FedEx is on the move here. Still down 4 though now. FedEx is pulling back. Looks like this might be a credit spread type of play here. I don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, I think this might be enough here. We might wrap it up. It's been 5 minutes. I showed you the action. You know what you're capable of. You know what's going to happen now. You probably get it here. You'll see the change tomorrow. You now probably believe me when I said the numbers won't be the same. And if they will, both sides of the contracts will be screwed, chopped and screwed, ladies and gentlemen. So keep that in mind. But this is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to be live with you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. Hope you guys enjoy your evening here. Make sure you get some rest tonight. Like I said, it's going to be a good weekend. It's already about right here. It's around the corner. So we're going to chop it up as being good. You dig? So, Big Cheekly here. GameStop down 12 here. Ooh, ouch. Down $75. GameStop is down, you guys. No apes anymore. Ouch. Down 15%. Hit the implied move, too. It looks like, ouch. No one wanted to play, though, in my portfolio. But in my other portfolio, the wealth community, I think someone might be onto something with those 80 puts. If it stays down, you'll be fine tomorrow. So we'll see you here tomorrow, you guys. This is and was, as I said, the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace out. Let cash accumulate over days.